Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of Marble Marathon here on GDQ Hotfix. And I said day 2 because this is the second day. Yesterday, we had a full day of awesome, cool, incredible marble rollers. If you want to check out the VODs, they're going to be uploaded to youtube.com/GamesDoneQuick. And while you're there, you should leave a like on any of the VODs that you like. Any of the shows are there as well if you missed any of those. And all of the events from Mainline and also Fatales and even like stuff like UBAF are all there. But right now we have a Super Monkey Ball Banana Mania race with our very own Helix, !PU in chat, please. And I Swimfly. It's going to be so cool if you guys would like to introduce yourselves.
Yeah, hi, I'm Helix. That's been said. You know what I'm about, hopefully. I play the funny ball game.
So true. Hey everyone, I'm Swimfly. I also play the funny ball game.
No way.
Also,
we have someone else here
way.
who plays a funny ball game.
we do.
Hello, plays in the present tense? Hello, I'm
guess.
Peter. I play the funny ball game in the present tense.
We're playing Supernova.
That's
It's
why
He
fine.
said it.
And that's why I'm experienced in being able to talk and not play the funny ball game today, which is my job.
Look, you're still the world record holder in this category, okay?
Yup.
Oh, awesome. Let's go. All right. That's even better. Qualifications validated.
Yo.
Let's go. That's why I'm here.
That's hype.
Consider myself a cameo.
There we go. Yeah, so Peter's the world record holder. I am second place. Swimfly is third place, actually. So we've got all the top three here. Swimfly and I, of course, are racing through story mode. I'm going to play as Tails because I want to. Here's story mode. This is 100 levels, 10 worlds, 10 levels each. These are all stages from Super Monkey Ball 2, but you may have seen some of them if you caught, actually all of them, if you caught the 300 stages run at the beginning of day 1 of Marble Marathon. Actually, World 10 was not in that, so you are getting 10 brand new stages, but the physics of this game are a little different, so not all the strats are going to be exactly the same. Swimfly, anything I've missed before we get going?
Yeah, really quickly, I do want to mention that we are using a few mods. As a speedrun community, we decided that a few quality of life mods were going to be allowed for runs in different forms. So we have, I believe we're both using UI enhancements and the True Ball Customizer. Normally, characters outside of the base 6 cannot have their ball color, pattern, whatever, customized. This mod, I made it myself, allows you to customize any of their ball colors, patterns, use anything you want, even ones outside of the game, which you'll see which ones we're using. And then we're also using UI enhancements, which just adds a few quality of life things to the UI, such as when you tab out of the game, it keeps the audio going. It optimizes the pause screen a little bit to be a little bit easier to see the timer, makes things more visible than the normal yellow background with bananas on it. And then one big thing that we are using is the practice mod. Normally this mod isn't allowed for RTAs, but for reasons we'll explain as we get into the run, we're going to allow it here just for a little more of a showcase. I think that's everything?
I think so. I think you're right.
Before we get started, I just wanted to say that if I was playing, I'd be using the character Swezo. I
Real?
just want to make sure that Swezo names are represented here today.
So of course being one of the 3 delisted DLC characters.
Delisted.
Yeah, you can't
Exclusive.
purchase
Swezo
them
melted away
anymore.
with Super Mario 3D All-Stars.
You can't purchase
No.
Morgana, Hello Kitty, or Swezo. They all melted away.
I use Hello Kitty in this game, so that's my representation.
Swezo got
I mean,
melted down
yeah.
into chocolate ice cream and served in ice cream establishments all across the West.
That's messed up.
Okay.
Sego really is just the worst, I fear.
This does not bode well for us getting copies of Banana Rumble.
I haven't said
love you,
anything.
Sega.
I haven't said anything.
Anyway, let's hop right
Yeah,
into
but by
it.
association. We should probably start our speedrun.
Oh, yeah, there's a race going on. This isn't just a
The race is
podcast.
supposed to happen.
So, on go. 3, 2, 1, go. What controls? Get out of here.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
did,
and
you
what
restart your,
controls, huh?
did you restart your game, or did you go to a different game mode or something?
Oh, it's because I was playing practice mode and not story mode when I was practicing. I guess that
Oh,
makes
that'll do it.
sense.
That is a little bit of additional time loss right at the beginning of the run for the player who did not look at the controls before the run started. Unlucky.
I had to be reminded how to play.
Sometimes you gotta check it on that every now and then.
Funny, if you want to talk about how to play.
Well, I was going to say, to remind you all how to play, you can move the joystick to control... Technically, you're not controlling the monkey or the stage, you are controlling the tilt of gravity. But, yeah, that's, basic gist of Super Monkey Ball. Cardinal directions are the strongest. This is unlike the original Monkey Ball games where diagonals are the strongest. But in this game, if you can hold directly up, you want to. That is the strongest input, fastest way to get pretty much anywhere. There are camera controls in this game with the right stick. I'm using a GameCube controller, so that is the C stick for me.
Same here.
And
Doing the
that'll
same
be
thing.
useful. You're actually seeing me pan the camera down a lot already. I'm sure Swimfly would love to talk more about that a bit later.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, camera controls do come into play quite a bit. The physics in this game, like I mentioned, are a bit different. Camera controls are extremely different. This game does feel quite different from the originals. And, normally you'd see stuff like boosting and wall boosting in the original games, but not this time. On stages like conveyors, the fastest thing in this game is to just hold up.
Noticing actually a lot of really really cool manual camera movement from Swimfly here.
Yeah.
Little bits of delicate
I love
C-stick
using it.
adjustments in order to optimize holding up.
Yep, I love using the manual camera in this game. It's really nice, and it comes into play a lot more prevalently for some strategies later in the run.
Yeah.
There's one primary technique. I guess we can talk about it now because there really isn't much going on for the rest of World 1.
We should mention the hardest level of World 1 windy slide that we're both on right now.
Yep.
But keep
And
an eye out, stress hard.
wow. Okay, I'm surprised I made that work. That was a really janky hit.
Oh, we both nailed it. Let's go.
Let's go.
I was about to say, yeah,
All right, you
Y'all
can say
are
the thing
just-
you're going to talk about.
y'all are just doing the same thing, but like 3 seconds apart. So in my ear, it just sounds like I have double game audio.
Yeah, I was gonna just start talking about Camlock because we don't really have much else to talk about right now because World 1 is kind of slow and we have a 30-second level coming up that's basically just an auto-scroller.
Yeah.
Camlock in this game refers to the concept of using the right stick. If you hold it perfectly down as you land, you can see it right now, the camera will not move from behind the player. So you can use that to line up certain texture cues. You can use that just to line up a little bit easier on like wire stages where the stage is kind of thin. It's a really useful technique, and you'll see it really come into play on, I believe it's 2-5 Bumpy Check.
Yes, 2-5.
I tend to rely on it a little more than Helix does, just because I love the manual camera in this game and using it pretty much every chance I get. But there are some strategies that just like have to use it because it does change the physics.
When first getting into this game, discovering how the manual camera worked was one of the most amazing discoveries ever. It was sort of like, if this game is like a remake of the original games, which are extremely well made, very polished, great engines, like what's the difference? Why would I choose one game over the other? And then like suddenly you realize that there's a way using the manual camera, which didn't exist in the originals, to turn the game from a regular monkey ball game to like a top-down, like marble style game. Completely changes some strats, makes them more consistent and reliable than they would have been otherwise. It's an absurd tech that you can use in so many places.
Yep.
It was really cool. But Animania's got a couple examples of things like that, just things that are completely exclusive to this game, not in any other monkey ball game, and that's what makes it really special for me.
I love the hold-up stages because they get to be my water breaks, which means I drink a lot of water when I run this game.
We stay hydrated. That's all I'm saying.
I don't think it'd be a proper monkey ball category without hydration stages.
I just didn't get on the wall on coaster. That's rare.
It's evil.
No, you're floored there.
Yeah, I got completely
Quite the
rejected.
opposite of walled.
Yeah.
Still made it work though by the looks of things.
Kinda. It's pretty slow. I lost like 4 seconds though.
Alright, so now here's Bumpy Check. You're gonna see that I'm camlocking to try to stay on the outer edge and avoid getting very high clips to just get straight to the end there.
It's so cool, it just makes it easier to see the rail that's below you too,
Yeah.
just to make sure, like,
Oh,
precision-wise.
Makes it much easier to
Beautiful
stay
Stability is
center.
awesome.
Well, it's a little dangerous. Just like in the original game, the collision on this stage is a bit whack, so you go just barely too fast and you can just randomly get launched in the air. Gravity Slider is also kind of a scary stage because goalposts in this game are not our friend, and even when we think we might be completely centered about to just perfectly hit the goal tape. Sometimes the goalpost will say no. Luckily, it doesn't seem like either of us got owned.
No, I didn't get owned, thankfully.
Right now is Inchworms, really important and really cool looking strat here. Swim
Awesome
There's two different ways that we do it. Very similar strats from both of us, but different ways to accomplish it.
Prime example of I like him walking.
Yep, and I don't as much, but we both hit it. Totalitarianism now.
2 for 2.
Play Swimfly is getting it.
Yep.
This is a really cool strat. I like this one a lot.
I'm so glad there's a get collided by the totalitarianism type strat.
It's easier than you might think too, because it's just a neutral input at a certain point.
Yep.
The up and down objects, as is the monkey ball naming tradition for naming objects on the stage, are named after the stage itself. So those rings that are going up and down, those are totalitarianisms.
It's
just to be clear.
Yeah, this is like universal through like every like monkey ball sub community and everything. Like,
yes.
It's like, yeah, you get hit by the dribble on dribbles, right? Like,
yeah, there's dribbles on dribbles. You know, there's
getting flung by the organic form.
I was going to read the stage that Swimfly was on. And it did not say organic form. It said wavy stairs and ball game. So I clearly I've been gone too long.
Yeah, another fun fact. Asset bundle modification. This is a Unity game. You are allowed to, within reason, modify the game to change like text assets, texture assets, such as the custom ball patterns that Helix and I are using. So. Just as a little bit of a joke for myself, I changed a couple of the names. I think we'll see only one more in this category. I didn't change too many. Like, I only changed a few. But I think
set
we'll
up a
only see
trap.
one.
You completely sabotaged my improvised bit. I was going to use the stage you're on to continue my examples of like how things are, named after the stage. But
well, we have something really important going on now because Swimfly is entering Dribbles, which is a pause strat and a first load specific strat, which we'll talk about in a little bit.
Incredible.
No way.
Banana Mania too. That's incredible.
Okay,
the party ball Banana Mania is a lot more gentle than it is in the original games, but the goalpost traded places as the more aggressive and evil version.
I got owned by the hit
of goal collision.
There.
I'm surprised, like that this looks so similar to like the pauseless strat that Glock did yesterday.
I know, and that's what I brought up on hosting. I was like, wait a minute.
Actually.
Why does this look so similar to what I just found at Banana Mania like last week?
Dribble is like consistently an amazing stage in like every version of the game it's featured in. Honestly,
people just hate playing Dribble.
What is happening?
And Dribble just loves not being played. Apparently.
All right, I'll give this one more try before I do the not ridiculous version of this strat, which is still pretty cool, but slightly less ridiculous.
I finally made it through. Just for the record, we did have to use practice mod here. We can talk about first load and second load now to kind of explain why we had to use the practice mod. Let's go. Got it.
Let's go.
Yeah, sorry, please continue.
So first load and second load is essentially the concept of when you first load a stage in Banana Mania, you can see like the big text that pops up that says the category, the world, the stage. All of that is only done on first load. Whereas on second load, you will only see like the banana the II transition screen that you see between stages, and it will do like a different transition in. It'll just kind of like spawn in. The camera will be behind the player immediately. That is what is called second load. So because of the difference in the animation timing of like how long it takes to spin in compared to just the spawn in on your second try, that's a weird twist and spin. Because of that difference in animation, it actually can change the cycles of the stage just a little bit differently, and as well as change the physics. This can cause some minor changes between tries on a specific stage, and Dribbles is one of those cases where you have to do that shot on first load. You won't get the right height off the bounce if you do it on second load. I think that's everything with first and second load for the most part. If anybody else wants to add on, go ahead.
I just wanted to note that it's kind of cool how, like, in regular story mode, where you're not allowed to use the practice mod, the difference between the first load and second load can mean you have to come prepared with two different strats entering a stage.
Yeah.
You gotta be prepared for a backup if you die the first time.
It sucks. Dribbles especially, like, there is no comparable second load strat, so often in runs, if you miss that strat on Dribbles, you have to exit out all the way to stage select and go back in to get first load again. That's why we're using the practice mod, so we don't have to do that.
Yeah.
That is, again, using the practice mod for that is not allowed in actual PB attempts. We're only doing it because of the marathon style showcase.
Practice mod is allowed for individual leveling, so if you're going for an individual time on a stage and you need first load for whatever reason, you can use the practice mod for that. I think that is worth mentioning. That is why the practice mod is considered speedrun legal, but again, only for individual levels, not for full categories like we're using it right now.
Also, there's a pause strat on dribbles. If you're familiar with how pause strats work in the original game, they're similar in this game, but the pause menu is less friendly. Like, after you unpause, there's this weird delay before you can like start moving again, and it's really annoying.
Yeah, not nearly as responsive.
Yeah, and also when you pause, it like forces this weird neutral input. It's so strange.
Oh, the neutral input, I forgot.
Yeah, that's
about
something
that.
worth mentioning. That's a good point.
Yeah, that'll come up later on Block and World 7. But essentially what I'm trying to say is that only one frame pause strats are particularly viable. Doing anything with more than one frame is probably not gonna happen.
Yeah, there's only really like one example, and even still, you hold neutral between both for the most part. So
yeah, so pause strats kind of work. They are helpful in a few places. You're gonna see another pause strat here on coin slots.
they're much more simplified.
Pretty soon. Yes. Launchers is a very infamous stage. I don't think it's well designed. The strat is pretty cool though. I'm gonna make sure to get as much friction as I can on my way up.
Fall, don't fall, don't
So
fall.
that
That was a lovely amount of friction.
I need to
Easy
waste as
and
little
fast.
time in the air as
Fly, that
possible.
scared me.
Yeah, it scared me too, don't worry.
Oh geez, I just saw the replay on your screen. Yeah, what the heck?
I went to the side, I didn't go straight in.
Yeah, just checking out the right side of the goal.
Coin slots is another pause strat. I'm going to do something here called pause buffering. So despite the quirks of the pause menu, if you are not focused on the game, such as like alt tabbing out, worth mentioning that Felix and I are both playing on PC, you alt tab out or like open the start menu on your computer, it will immediately pause on the next available frame. So I needed to get down to 21 there, so I paused on 25. I could rebuffer twice by opening my start menu quickly and unpausing. And by doing that, it would immediately repause on 23, then 21, and give me the frame that I wanted to do the strat.
That was such an amazing discovery, the like built-in macro that this game has for one frame pause buffers.
Yeah, it really helps with pause strats.
If you ever did not want to do the whole like quick like B plus start thing in the original Monkey Ball games to pause, you know,
Yeah.
as long as you want neutral input, Banana Mania lets you do it.
Yep.
It's also really very, very difficult to do one frame buffers in this game because of the weird delay when unpausing. So,
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
It's
it wouldn't
so
even be
unnatural.
possible. It's true.
yeah.
Yeah, like touch and roll has that delay, so like there aren't many pause strats that are super useful. Just because like pausing takes so long, it's like hard to like buffer like single frames.
Okay, I gotta be honest. I've been playing out of my mind. I literally have not died outside of dribbles, and you
Yep.
are still ahead of me.
No, I think we both have. I think we're both on the same page.
Incredible.
Yeah, I can't really remember a single time where there's been like an actual like divergence
Well-
in the execution of the two players here.
I hit wormhole.
No, you can't do that.
Oh, we're full wormhole skip though
Uh-oh.
is going to be a massive
Wow.
moment here.
That's a time save. For anyone who knows this game, that is not a consistent strat. I mean, there's like setups that make it better, but that strat is not consistent. We have not found a 100% guaranteed way to do it. And
It's
we
hard to
both
say
did it.
for sure
This
if
is
the strat's
wild.
not consistent right now based on the sample size of 2 I'm seeing here.
That's nuts.
I'm never getting this in a PB like pace run ever. I promise you.
Yeah, same. Like it doesn't happen. But the fact we both got it. Oh.
We're going to need a third person to put some video on the
All right.
stream of them not getting it to prove that strat actually is really, really
Blimey, load up the
consistent.
game. Let's go. Come on.
I can hit it. I've hit it before.
Yeah, well, would you hit it now though is the question.
Real.
Let's not talk about that, okay? I've hit it before. Okay.
I can't believe we both hit that.
Right, coming up is bead screen. Another really weird strategy. Okay,
That is
I
so
hit first
strange,
try.
isn't it?
Something's never changed between Monkey Ball 2 and
How does that work so
Monkey Ball
consistently, honestly?
It doesn't.
I don't know if I've seen that one before. When was that discovered?
That one was relatively new. I think it might have been after you stopped. Felix discovered it.
I think I found that one
What?
a year ago.
What did you do? Did you just decide you wanted to walk off the edge instead of doing any of the strats that already existed?
Okay, it wasn't perfectly in, but we both hit that too.
Yeah.
We both went through.
I didn't go straight in the goal. I was very close.
This is crazy.
We're both on world record pace. It's invalid because we used practice.
I was going to say invalid run, by the way.
Valid
We're
run.
both on invalid world record pace.
If it weren't
I
for
wouldn't have it any
dribbles,
other
because
way.
with the time lost to dribbles, we'd probably be out of world record. But yes, otherwise, this is basically a perfect run from both of us.
As the unbiased world record holder, I wouldn't have 2 invalid world record runs any other way, or valid, or ones that beat me. By being valid.
You're safe for another day, Peter.
That's right. Although
Yeah.
it seems like my days are numbered if these players are playing after today, because today I'm kind of, my socks are rocked. I'll say it, and I'll say it twice. My socks are rocked.
Felix and I kind of agreed that we were going to make one last push before Banana Rumble comes out, which is going to be the newest Monkey Ball game. We kind of agreed that we wanted to make one last push to try and update and modernize the world record just a little bit with the updated strats before the new game comes out.
There better be some Switch storage in World 10, though.
There will be.
Oh, they will be.
Okay.
We'll get there.
Because I better not see an updating, modernizing, but that also demodernizing. That's one of my favorite parts about that world record.
I don't
It's one
think
of my favorite parts about the run.
we're gonna do it on gimmick, but
That's fair.
Invisible.
It doesn't actually even save time on average. You have to, like,
yeah,
Yeah.
unless you get it
It's
quick, it's not worth it.
it's very
getting
small
on
amount of time save, the gimmick pause.
We're entering
strat.
World
Oh,
6, and I've been talking about how well we've been playing so far, but this is where the run starts getting pretty difficult.
That was an amazing save on Swimfly's screen.
I'm going to
and I'm
die.
speaking too early, probably.
I didn't die yet.
That's
Wait, you're still
I'm still alive. I'm hanging in there.
This is the most combination I've seen.
Aw. That is the first
That's the
death
most
outside of
combination I've
dribbles
seen in
between the
years.
two
What the
of
heck?
us.
The equalizer?
Oh crap!
There we
no,
go.
I died too.
Never mind.
not. Hey, I died.
It was
way
not as
faster,
long of a
though.
death. I wanted to see how long I could live. I was fully committed to just see how long it would
That
take
sounded
me.
kind of beautiful and inspiring, you know? This isn't about how long your death is, it's about how long you choose to live, you know?
all I'm saying is that Helix is probably tied with Swimfly at this point because of the learning how to play at the very beginning.
Yeah.
Smile.
Oh, yeah. No, you have to subtract like 30 seconds for that, I think?
Yeah,
So true.
It's closer to like 4 minutes.
4
You know what I
minutes?
mean?
Yeah,
Like
so-
it's a really long menu.
If you
Yeah.
can believe it, this is actually my first time playing the game. I had to learn how to play first.
The fact that we sat there reading the how to play for 4 minutes at the beginning of the run, and we don't even remember that now
weird
because how awesome
bounces.
the rest of the run has
Wait.
been is awesome.
Aw.
I honestly expected the party ball to just like kind of cradle you for a second.
I
And,
did
like,
too.
it does
to be
do
honest.
place you into the.
It does that.
Yeah,
in this
usually the
game.
party ball is more motherly than that, honestly. That was kind of cold.
Yeah.
I'm sure you saw it in the original
Party
games,
ball's
but the
pretty
party
better.
ball is not
To be
friendly.
fair.
In this game, it is surprisingly friendly. Nice swish.
Thank you. That was scary. I pushed that a little bit too close.
Ugh,
Alright.
No red
I
wire.
fell. You know what? Fine. Sure, red wire.
Red gold wire? Let's go.
Okay, if you're giving it one shot, I will give it one
Okay,
shot.
I'm giving it one better shot. That was not good.
Ooh, that'll be 2
Me
average
too.
shots if we average out the values.
Aw, alright, I made it halfway. I give up. You're better at that than me. Straight up.
Got it.
There it is.
Always Felix with the red gold tears.
You're better than me. I fully concede.
Honestly, you gotta pick a different stage, Swimfly,
Yeah, I
to swag out against
I
Felix. It's
got
not
one.
three tiers red gold.
Don't worry, I have one.
I
Okay,
didn't
cool.
expect to get it.
There's a stretch he doesn't do yet. I got this.
I'm in complete disbelief. This run
This
is
is so
absurd.
silly.
How does that compare speed-wise? in
Oh
the
sure, but I
Mania?
died in narrow peaks.
Oh, yeah.
I'm
Well, I mean, it's
coming back.
really narrow, like the peaks. Have you seen how thin those wires are?
I died twice to narrow peaks. I hate
Ooh.
this.
Okay, I
game.
died to it too, don't
You're
worry.
dying to it too. Oh my god, I hate the strat. Why are we dying to narrow peaks? Okay, never mind.
I was just talking about how narrow those peaks were.
We get through it at the same
and then
time.
we both get it at the same time. This race is
This
unreal.
is so awesome. I'm having such a good time.
My nerves are ridiculous. I'm not gonna lie.
Hopping too early. Yes. Got it. There we go.
We live, though.
I need to calm down. This run is absurd.
Yeah, I think you had to buff out the feelings you would have felt after the tier situation on narrow
Yeah,
peaks
that's
for a
like
second
Level, by
there.
the way.
You're right. True.
Didn't hit the button.
Oh, yeah, that's a button
Back
mode.
we go. Yeah, buttons are not the
Happens in
best in
this
this game. It just kind of happens sometimes.
Same thing happens in the original Monkey Ball 2 for GameCube. Not a problem unique to this game, unfortunately.
The more things change, the more things
Okay,
change.
folders.
Okay.
Sure, dude. Oh, now I'm on the like annoying cycle too. This is.
Don't worry, I'm joining you.
I'll just play it safe. I probably should have retried with practice mod, but I forgot I was using it until now. I'm just playing it super safe. We'll get whatever, like 45. Fine.
It is amazing how like synchronized we are, though.
This is unbelievable. But I mean, it could diverge at any point. Worlds 6, 7, 8 are all very difficult.
Yeah, probably the hardest section of the run.
I love this world of Banana Mania. It looks really pretty.
It looks so pretty.
I love this theme so much.
Yeah, and the song too.
Yeah, the graphics in this game are just really good. I'm using the original soundtrack, by the way. What soundtrack are you using?
I'm using the original SMP2.
Okay. Cool, so we're on the same one.
Dang. The Banana Mania of all the remixes, World 7 is definitely the one I like the most. It's so fun.
I like the World 6 remix.
Yeah.
That one's pretty hyped too. It's very original.
Both really good to me. I like World.
Yeah,
they were really celebrating the original with the World 6 remix.
I like World 7 a lot. I also like
that was that Sneeze I was talking about.
SMV1 Space a lot and SMV1.
I was saying in the pre-live.
No. Oh.
I was saying in the pre-live lobby, you know, I just felt the sneeze that's like definitely not gonna be here for like 10 minutes or so. It did eventually show up. I promised it.
Never caught up again because I hit the pause strat.
I already sneezed, but I was muted, so.
I was too caught up in the euphoria of the sneeze to remember to mute.
That's fair. Wow, that was a really fast domino on my end.
But that's why Limey's the host, and I'm the host that means the most.
Wow.
I thought you were going to say I'm the Peter, and I was going to say I'm Peter, but I'm going to say I'm Peter.
I thought you were going to say I'm the Peter as well, and I was like, nah, I'm Peter.
Everyone was
Everyone already had my bit figured out for me. I didn't even have an idea where that
this
was
been
going.
in the lab for years.
By the way, to talk about the run briefly again, this is another example of using camera inputs to just kind of do minute changes there on that wire on Civ.
We just got the exact same IGT on the stage.
That's awesome.
Alright, frame perfect.
Block is going to be another pause strat. This is going to be one that takes advantage of that neutral input that Felix talked about on the pause frame. So when you pause, you get that brief neutral input.
Oh, it's just like the originals. Look at that.
Yeah, it might have looked like we were holding up the whole time, which we were, but that works because that pause forces the neutral input for like 1 frame. It's really funny how that works out so nicely, and is necessary because that stage just sucks to play casually.
Yep. I'm gonna lie, I did like it casually.
The only monkey ball runner who doesn't mind playing that level mostly like intended without like with like some small skips, just because like I'm used to doing it for touch and roll.
Yeah, I liked it.
Oh, okay. I got a weird bounce there on double spiral, and it really scared me. I thought I was gonna hold fast.
Yeah, I got scared at the end of double spiral as well.
It's really stressful because you lose 20 seconds if you die like that.
The auto scroller.
Okay, thanks. Hierarchy. What?
Hierarchy? That reminds me of this really funny time that the speedrunner Glaucus and B created a strat on Hierarchy where you go diagonally through the sandwich, and I suggested that it should be called Diararchy, and I don't think he liked that at all. I guess because it implies maybe you die a lot to it when you say something like Diararchy, but I thought it was a pretty good strat name.
Diararchy is an awesome name.
It's an awesome name.
Is fire.
I think Glock is in the wrong, unfortunately, here.
That's what I was saying back then too, but I let it. I dropped it.
All
Yeah, that's the quick turn.
Yeah, shoutouts to the hold up strat.
Who's taking quick turn right now?
Let's go.
Do you think they intentionally made sure the hold up still worked?
Yes,
in the
absolutely. They had to.
They checked the cycles. They were like, okay, we gotta make sure you can still just hold up.
I mean,
on
it's a
it.
way of knowing the physics are like similar enough.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Emphasis on the
That's a hold up strat. That's a hold up strat in Monkey Ball 2 as well. Which you would have seen
So unfortunate.
in the Deluxe and SME2 run had I not sabotaged Glock.
On the same day, they were doing the chaos, patch to make chaos different in the non-original stage mode version of chaos. They were figuring they should change the quick turn cycles too to make sure the hold up wouldn't work.
That was a deep cut.
I fell off right at the end of distance. That hurt.
Yeah, World 8, again, another pretty hard world.
I'm just still really mad that, like, chaos is in there.
The original stage mode.
We all
I think it's
are.
pronounced Chows.
Every mode except for deluxe mode.
Like a reference to Sonic.
True. Alright, here's Entangled.
I didn't want to correct you in front of like the entire audience, but I figured you'd be more embarrassed if you said it again later, so.
I'm gonna wait until about I-53 and then go. That might have been a little early. Bounce off this and hopefully land in the goal. Beautiful.
That goal entry was oddly satisfying. You kind of got like blended a little bit, like right in that party ball zone. There was confetti everywhere. It was kind of gross.
Okay.
Nice
I'll
save,
take it.
Swim.
Thank you.
The corner of my eye. Ah, nice side goal.
Ew. A side goal.
I did that on purpose. That strat saves like 0.2 seconds. Here's Vortex. There is a pause strat here. I hate it. I don't find it reliable, so I found this strat instead. Well, I was really concerned I was going to fall off before getting to the platform.
That was a cool alternative
That's such a
strat.
cool strat.
It's hard, but I like it. It feels way more consistent to me than that pause strat. That Swimfly is about to nail.
So-called
First try.
unreliable pause strat
Oh,
works when seen
No
first
evidence.
try on the stream.
I just am
Curious,
curious
right?
myself by hitting the first bumper on a warp.
Ah, it happens. Like, surprisingly often to me.
It does happen.
So the warp, you know, the titular warp of the warp stage is not the bumper because he said the warp bumper. So the warp must be like the actual slant.
I was
of
thinking
the
the warp
stage.
was like the mechanism, you know what I mean?
Mechanism.
No, I don't.
It's like the thingamajig.
Oh, okay, never mind. I get it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Fine. I'll just rebuffer all the way down to 93. Okay. There's a pause strat here that guarantees some nice hits. The cycles on this are a bit weird. Some of the trampoline hits just do not send you high enough. It's really annoying.
I forgot trampoline is like that in this game.
Yep.
Yeah,
One more
jump
cycle.
machine. Jump machine's actually even worse.
One more cycle after that pause strat would be a dead cycle, so you wouldn't be able to jump up to the next trampoline.
Strat I'm about to do on Swing Shaft is very risky to go for in the original Monkey Ball 2 because collision is less consistent in that game, but it works just fine in this game. It also helps that you go slightly faster on the ground in this game. So those two things combine to make that strat actually very reliable. Oh, that is not... that was almost a ridiculous save.
That would have been the coolest save of all time.
Save.
Now we have another lead change. Okay.
Lead changes again.
Yeah. Okay. Into World 9 we go. 2 more worlds left in this run. World 9 is relatively tame compared to 6, 7, and 8, but it is
There's a couple of
no
difficult
slouch
strats.
either. Yeah, it's no slouch, and if you're not paying attention,
You will
it's also
die.
really easy to die to just simple stuff. Like serial jump. Serial jump is surprisingly scary.
Yep. So glad
Also,
we both
normally-
agree on that.
Yeah, normally in story mode runs, you would see people go in the red goal on serial jump because that is actually the faster goal to get to. But it is just not reliable in the slightest in this game, so we take blue goal instead.
Yep.
It's
I
only
was trying
very
to do
slightly
it
slower.
in my first playthrough, and I just could not figure it out. Like using the same type of strat, it was like so much harder.
I got it
Yeah, no,
eventually, but like
it's weird. It's kind of like the goalpost, but like desynced from the collision. Like I swear you have to aim to like miss in order to actually go in the red goal.
Oh
there.
yeah, definitely.
It's weird.
Also, just wasn't used to like the goalpost having collision.
Yeah,
Usually
just
in
aiming for the
Monkey Ball 2,
party
they just
ball
through.
being the correct choice is so weird.
Yeah.
We're gonna destroy our estimate, by the way.
Oh yeah. I mean, there's stuff we can go talk about. My knowledge
Yeah.
of this game is deep,
The
huge.
hyperfixation.
Oh, thank you, Flat Maze. All right. Remember, Peter, how you
got
said
you.
to challenge Helix to a different stage? This is going to be my
Oh.
challenge stage. If I can
I'm
hit this strat, which it looks
No
like I
way.
did, I'm going to play
Oh,
this
wow.
safe and buffer all the way down. This is
What
the
are
only one that's really a 2-frame
You
pause
up
strat.
to?
But if I get this right,
I'm gonna...
There we go.
No way.
Nice.
it's real. It's
You-
finally
you-
real.
You can reel it. You can
reel it.
Reelitine?
That's amazing. Reelitine.
I
Can we
cannot
call it that?
Alright, we're
you
calling it
got
Reelitine.
first try.
Getting that frame
That
is
is
difficult because it is first load only, and it is a singular frame that you cannot rebuffer to because of a reminder, you need that the neutral inputs work differently.
You can skip Guillotine and Banana Mania, real and RTA, in real TA.
Sort of.
It's difficult, and like it's worth going for because you can back it up to the normal strat that you saw Helix do, or the relatively normal strat that you saw Helix do. Pretty sure she got at least one cycle skip.
Yeah.
But like you can back it up to cycle skips, but it is really cool that you can actually do that if you get the frame right. And you can pause it better. I just wanted to play it safe for stream because I got it. Might as well fully show it off.
This is what they were saying when they were talking about modernizing the world record.
Yeah, stuff like
I'm
that.
sitting over here becoming older and balder and wrinklier by the second.
Go back to Plants vs. Zombies, old man.
Okay, Kyle.
This is a really, really close race heading into World 10.
Yep. One death changes everything on either side.
Yes.
Like every time.
Good luck.
Good luck. Oh, we have talk during World 10 too. Oh boy. We make Peter talk. Make it fair.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm really good at that. I can do that instead.
You can talk about Switch storage when we get there.
You switch storage! Oh, I gotta hurry. We're already on trading. Wait, is anyone doing it on Gimmick?
No.
No.
I'm too nervous to
Okay,
do that right now.
I will do it on Gimmick then. Check it out, Chad.
Gimmick's a 40-second level.
Yeah, there's a funny, well, I should get into the talk of the glitch in a second, but on this stage in particular, there's a funny instance of this glitch here that does not save any time, really, unless you set up really fast, and it's silly and goofy, and I just like it. Anyway, strats that don't save time, that's not what we're about here on this speedrun stream. Coming up in several stages, let's play it now just to get your faces ready, you're excited, your expressions of excitement over the craziness that's going to happen later. Switch storage is a glitch that was discovered that is exclusive to Banana Mania, not existing in the original versions. It was discovered accidentally by a speedrunner, Deadline.
Shout out Deadline.
Shouts to Deadline SMB.
Headline in the chat.
But basically, if you stand on a switch and restart the level at the right time, the game will also trigger the switch in the next load of the level. So certain animations that are switch trigger dependent will be playing the moment you land on the stage.
We're like synced now. No
Yeah,
way.
this just got even more intense.
Which allows you to skip certain animated parts of the stage earlier, which we'll see later on 10-9 Invisible.
I bungled that.
Oh,
horribly.
okay. I don't fall behind here then. Your
I went
strat's
for the
faster.
Playing safe and coming out on top.
Your strat's harder but faster.
I'm
I'm getting
bungling
the
it.
safe strat.
I'm gonna keep going for it.
Fair enough.
Bungling, but yet Bangler as well.
I have not missed this in practice until
Look, there's-
now when I'm missing it 3 times in a row.
Well, that's
It's
okay, 'cause
not
you are
even,
practicing
like-
right now.
It's not even over yet. It's not even close to over.
No. Invisible.
Invisible's still in
Invisible's-
play.
Are you
Crazy
kidding?
Maze.
I go in. Alright, fine, I give up.
Ugh.
Do I even know
Crazy
how to
Maze.
play this safe? That's my next question.
I got locked in jail on Crazy
You
Maze.
definitely do.
Okay, that's fine.
That's what I get for going
Hey,
for the
you
clip.
did alright.
Crazy Maze is actually similar to the original game. It's easier, arguably, but roughly the same strat. And I still messed it up anyway, so yeah, the comeback is real.
Which is what you did say, that it was harder than the original game, right?
Yes,
Before
yes.
Yeah, like, so the physics,
Yeah, it's actually almost impossible in this game.
yeah, it's like frame perfect and pixel perfect
Yeah, it's the Unity engine, yeah.
and voxel perfect.
Pixel and frame perfect.
I am struggling with Crazy Maze right now. Also known as
Throwing for
Labyrinth for the
content.
record. Throwing for content, so real.
Nailed it.
All right. Feel like
I cannot get
swiftly
this. Oh, I should
moving
practice
past
this
this
today.
maze
I
situation,
never
saying
have
no.
fun with
Actually, I
Blizzard.
find this maze quite sane. I don't find it kind of complicated or
And the lead swaps
wild at all.
again.
Yeah, but invisible. And
And again,
The lead
it's
might
yeah,
swap
it's
3
still
more
not
times,
over.
don't
The
worry.
lead can swap.
And a nice skippers
Honestly-
here from my swim skippers.
last
by
stage as
5 by
well
6.
is also pretty important because I'm going to be going for the pause strat there, which is reliable but still difficult, still not guaranteed by any means. So the last 2 stages especially are where this race will be won and lost. Also, left
This-
side postmodern, that does not work in the original Monkey Ball.
That does
game.
not work in the originals. I was actually just about to say, Banana Mania has a slightly faster acceleration at its peak than the original game, so you cannot get the speed needed to bounce up the left side of the postmodern like that. Which is also called More Stairs Than Ball Game on Swimfly
Yep,
screen.
there's
so
the other one.
Those are the 2 alternate choice of names you can use when talking about postmodern.
There's also SMB1 level called Stairs.
Okay.
And that is just
Yep, that one's Stairs.
There really
Game.
is one called Stairs. Yeah,
Here's
they
switch
were
storage.
shameless about it. Here's Twitch storage.
I'm gonna do
Dog glitch.
Texture setup. Press retry. I did not hear the button pressed. That means I did not get it.
There's a nice little cue as to whether you got it or not based on a sound. If you hear that button press, you did it. Well,
I got
I
it.
mean, you definitely didn't do it too
I
late
didn't get it.
anyway.
I guess I pressed it. That means I pressed it too early,
Yeah.
which is surprising because I thought I was. That did
There
it.
it goes.
See,
It's
yeah, you can
moving.
See the stage started
There we go,
moving
yeah.
Before even pressing the button.
Now I still need to
Awesome.
get kind of lucky with some hits here. Okay, good. Played the ending a little
Oh.
bit.
Terrifies me every time.
I got a
It
first
is
try.
terrifying.
Come on.
Very-
It's so awesome. The reason why this
There we
takes
go.
time, by the way, over pressing the button and trying to do a skip like that right after pressing the button is it actually takes a while for the
Time when I hit the
animation to finish anyway, and being able to be back at the starting platform gives you extra speed, which makes the strat more reliable.
And time.
Damn.
Time.
GG's.
What a race! Oh my
What a
god!
race.
Wow, both entering created by at like the exact same time.
Aw,
Close to the very end.
I'll keep going.
This
It's almost
strat's really
over, and I
cool,
think
by the
we're ahead
way.
of
Learning
estimate.
how to skip created by, like in the originals, was really hard because the shape of these letters is way less forgiving.
Aw. Alright, you know what? I'm going to first
yeah,
load.
this
I think it's easier on
this
first
pause
load.
strat's finicky.
I'll just reset.
This is slightly different on first load.
It is amazing that this came down to the last stage, though.
That was
There we go.
one of the best monkey ball races I've ever had the pleasure of being part of. That was incredible. GG.
GG.
My heart is racing.
I can't believe you've been on both of the Banana Mania story mode races on the GDQ channel.
That is
And
true.
won both of them.
And won both.
Yeah,
That's nuts.
100% on GDQ.
Yeah, 100% right on the GDQ stream. Unbelievable.
This game's free and easy and for babies.
Baby game for babies. We're not done with the Banana Mania content though, because I will be doing a Dark Banana mode run once I calm down a little bit.
That's so true.
Swimfly, while you're still on camera and everything, any shoutouts, anything you want to say?
Really quickly, I do want to shout out just the community in general. The Banana Mania speedrunning community is just really awesome. Recently, we had a showcase of some of the best of the individual level community, the people who beat just singular stages as fast as possible. Shout out to Deadline for putting that together. Look up Unity and SMBBM IL compilation on YouTube if you're interested. It is probably some of the coolest monkey balling you will see in the span of about 20 minutes.
There's collision there on Detour?
Yeah, there's collision here on Detour. I told you. I just know things. Oh, I broke it.
What? Did you just
I pressed X. I pressed the reset button for practice mod, so I broke my
okay,
game.
so it
Oh,
did it.
well.
Oh yeah, you totally broke it. It's fine, I'll go. We were way underestimate. I'm gonna go show Francisco.
Yeah.
You go to Double Spiral.
You know, in the meantime, I'll restart my game quickly.
Yeah, there's an invisible wormhole. So if I go forward, you know, you might have noticed the camera jitter a little bit. If I go backwards, bonk.
Donk.
That's an invisible wormhole that's just here for no reason. That only has one-way collision. It's just there.
Oh, there's more knowledge about this than back when I played. It's a wormhole.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's wormhole shape.
So you know that's interesting.
It's just hanging out. They thought about maybe putting a wormhole in Double Spiral to,
There's
up
a
the ante a
couple
little
other
bit.
ones. There's one that's a little bit hard to go reach, but I'll try and go get to it. If I remember where it is. In story
Can you
mode.
please start your screen share again, please?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you very much.
Sorry.
In the meantime,
Call.
I'll head over to Dark Banana mode. Excuse me.
So I don't remember exactly where this one is, because admittedly I don't go over there too often. That's where it is, definitely.
Oh, this one.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. This game has so many oddities. Like, this game's so weird. We love it for it, and hate it for it, because Unity, but...
That it? No, I missed.
I'm seeing a chat question real quick.
Yes.
It says, where do I go to join the Super Monkey Ball Banana Mania speedrunning community?
To join the Banana
you go
Mania
to-
speedrun community, you can go to speedrun.com and the Discord link will be there.
Yeah, speedrun.com/SMBBM. There's a Discord link. Yeah. It's a very pretty active Discord. People are ILing a lot too. Very active IL community, as Swimfly alluded to earlier.
There we go. Found
Oh,
it.
there's the ball. Wow, that is funny. Yeah, pretty active Discord. Always happy to, help you get into this game if you would like. And that very same Discord will be used for Banana Rumble speedrunning when that game releases on June 25th. I'm so excited for that game.
All ready to go.
We're very excited for that game. Yep.
Okay, I'm ready to play Dark Banana mode whenever.
Yeah.
I will wait for a cue. Because I know that we are most likely switching to the one-player scene for that.
Yeah, I will not be playing Dark Banana. I'll stay on for commentary though.
Well, this should go pretty quickly.
Oh, thank you, Limey, for posting
Alright.
the link.
I have heard that we can get started.
Yeah,
So
I got you guys.
This is Dark Banana mode. I should have... Hold on, don't start the timer yet. I'll give you an actual countdown.
Ready?
But let me just demonstrate something then in that case, if I'm accidentally inputting into the stage. Normally you like bananas. Not this time.
Game over.
Bananas are
Touching them is a game over. Let me back out and actually start this run like a normal person.
There is one thing
Okay.
that I'll talk about a little bit that's a little bit weird with this mode, but other than that, it's pretty straightforward.
3, 2, 1, go. The first 3 levels here are nothing too special, but this is one of the most difficult categories in the game, especially due to the 8th level Twin Basin. With a special eye out for that one. But yeah, cross floors and antlion are nothing super remarkable. I just need to stay on the tops of these platforms, which you pretty much have to do anyway in order to be able to beat this stage. So the Dark Bananas here are not too much of a concern. I do have a world record in this category, by the way. It's a ridiculous run because it's only 10 stages, so it has ended up being quite optimized.
They got
special modes in this game. They're so
quite
They're so
optimized
cool.
for basically like the hardest casual challenge that they added into the game.
Yeah, for anybody who
Like-
doesn't know, they put in 5 special modes alongside the original SMB 1 and 2 stages in Banana Mania. They put in reverse mode, which is 10 stages done in opposite order. Or not opposite order, you start where the goal is and you have to go to the starting position. The goal is now at the starting position. They put in Dark Banana, which you're seeing right now, Golden Banana, which is you to collect everything to complete the stage. There is no goal, it just ends when you collect the bananas. Nice destruction skip.
Awesome. That's a hard one.
There is
Yeah, that's
There's some levels that are so hard that you forget that there's also hard levels before you can get to those.
Yup.
Yeah.
But that
this
skips
one is
the pickle.
this one's also pretty hard.
The other 2
There's a
special
lane.
modes really quickly are original stage mode, which is the original stages. Some of them got nerfed in this game. They just made them a little bit easier, like making the wires thicker, making cycles slower, other things like that. The original stage mode is just the unmodified versions of those stages from the original games. And then deluxe
And also
mode
chaos.
is just and also chaos. And then deluxe mode is every stage from the repackaging Super Monkey Ball Deluxe on the original game engine for Xbox 360 and PlayStation 2. Original Xbox and PlayStation 2.
Okay, there we go. But there's one more sneaky banana right in front of the goal here. So I gotta maneuver
go
around
around.
that. There we go.
Nice. Yeah, playing that
Think-
in it.
And
Like,
Trip is
yeah,
after this.
middle.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so
We're gonna go
Centrip
for the
has a
IL.
weird glitch.
Yeah, it does.
In Dark Banana mode, if you collect a banana, there is a brief period of time where you can collect a banana and still enter the goal. The individual level for this category abuses that glitch. Shoutouts to Deadline for discovering it and then using it. So there's a chance that when Helix collects a Dark Banana above the goal, if she gets to the goal fast enough, she will still go in anyway, despite having collected that banana.
There we go. I think I might have collected.
It might
That
have
might have
happened
been.
there, yeah.
That was definitely. There was at least a post goal collection.
Considering there's no collectibles behind the goal on this one, actually,
Most likely.
Yeah,
it was most
right.
likely. It was most
I think I
likely.
always assumed it must have been a post goal because I would have assumed I was dead if I was collecting a banana before I entered the goal. But
Wood Basin.
would have thought. Oh, the big one.
Yep. So here's
It's time.
arguably the hardest stage in the game. At least from a casual point of view.
Even from speedrunning, this one's hard. Like there's setups to make it easier, but it's still hard. And you just first try it.
And first
Every
try.
time.
All right.
Yeah, those
When
bananas
I
are
was
just
for the first
perfectly.
time, me and Helix were playing this mode together,
Ready?
and I got here first, and I figured out the strat, but I couldn't do it, and then I did it 3 times, and I kept bonking the goalpost, and then just dying at the very end.
Ready?
I remember
Actually-
when all like the Monkey Ball speedruns were like first playing Dark Banana mode and just being shocked that it was like taking like us so long to get past the stage.
Yeah.
Like this is a challenge built into the game.
10 minutes if I just didn't try and like hit the goalpost.
So those bananas are perfectly hugging the line that just like makes sense and is like consistent and reliable where you would go if you're trying to escape the basin. You have to like loop or you have to like exit the stage for a second and kind of go around the corner in order to avoid the banana, and it's completely absurd.
But yeah, this is
the
the
final
last
stage.
level.
It's like a logo
Like a logo has some real funky collision.
featuring
you know,
poison.
The whole Sega logo, so gotta be pretty careful, but I survived it. Time's coming up. Time. And that's like banana mode. That actually went pretty well.
Great run.
Thank you. I'm happy that I hit Basin first try.
Oh, yeah.
I have started getting really nervous on that stage because I have a track record now of hitting it first try in marathon.
You'd hate to break the streak, yeah.
Streak remains unbroken, don't worry.
just to brag a bit. Okay, if you enjoyed the Monkey Ball gameplay, you can follow me at twitch.tv/helix13_. Go follow Swimfly, I Swimfly556. Helix13_ is also my Twitter, also
Also, my
YouTube.
Twitter. ISomefly556. It's all the same.
I'm on Blue Sky, helix13.bsky.social, because they didn't let me have an underscore, because they hate me.
You wanted the underscore? Wow.
Well, yeah, look,
Wow.
I want it to be consistent.
Wow.
You're just an underscore hater, all right?
Just wow.
Yeah,
Shout out
if your
to
name was
Peter.
all lowercase, you'd get it. Okay.
Yeah. Even though my name is not all lowercase. Shout out to Peter. Thank you for hopping on
Literally
commentary.
lowercase.
It was a lot of fun.
Oh yes, hello, yeah, I'm
It
Peter.
was.
You're welcome for hopping on the Peter.
You're Peter.
You're Peter.
This was really just a phenomenal race. Thank you so much, Swimfly.
Thank you. That was a lot of fun.
GG. Yeah. I'm really happy this went so well. I hope you all are enjoying Marble Marathon. I'll be back on as host in a little bit. I'm gonna go take a break and calm down after that ridiculous race. Watch Unity, the IL comp, join the Banana Mania speedrunning community, or I guess the Banana Era speedrunning server, because we also do Banana Blitz HD, which is coming up next. Shout out Peas. And
Shout out
Banana
to
Rumble
Peas.
when that drops.
Go.
I don't think there's anything else I need to say. So, trans rights. I'll catch y'all later.
Trans rights.
Yeah, we're gonna be taking a quick break while we get into Banana Blitz HD, and in that time, in that few minute break, get up, go stretch, drink some water, stay hydrated, all that good stuff, and we'll be back with some Peas SMB playing some Super Monkey Ball Banana Blitz HD for the PC. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Marble Marathon here on GDQ Hotfix. And just a reminder, this is the second day. We had a day full of runs yesterday. I was even there. I even had a run on Marble Marathon yesterday. Today we have a complete set of different runs. We started today with Super Monkey Ball Banana Mania. Now we're getting into Banana Blitz HD. But before we get started, I just want to mention that next weekend, on June 1st and June 2nd, there's going to be Sonic and the Sidekicks, which is one of those annual Sonic events. This time it's going to be no Sonic, but it's going to be all Sonic games. It's going to be all the side characters. It's going to be super cool. You can do exclamation Sonic if you want to see some of those. And you're going to be seeing Sonic right here in this game. Super Monkey Ball, Banana Blitz HD. Peace. You want to take it away?
I love how you definitely spoiled the surprise, the quote-unquote
I'm sorry.
surprise. But yeah, this is Super Monkey Ball Banana Blitz HD. This game released in 2019 as a remaster to the Wii launch title, actually. This is unfortunately considered one of the worst Monkey Ball games ever because of jumping and bosses, and we're going to be doing all of that in this game. But in my opinion, this game actually improved upon that, and as Lamy mentioned, we're going to be playing as Sonic this time, because if you look at the stats, let's take a look at Yang Yang, for example. She was the main character to use for the Banana Blitz speedrun. Jumping and bouncing is important, but speed a lot more important in this game because we're using analog controls as opposed to the motion controls. So we're gonna pick Sonic, and I'm gonna go ahead and point this out. I'm actually using a mod that replaces the Banana Blitz HD music back to the original because unfortunately Sega was not able to get all the music in this game with the exception of World 3. So just wanted to clear up any confusion for anyone who has played this game before and is like, wait a minute, I don't remember this. But in any case, we're going to go from World 1 to World 10, and I think I've been yapping a little bit too much at the beginning, so Limey, would you give me a countdown?
You don't want me to give you a countdown.
That's exactly why.
Okay. Start the run in 10, 4, 2, 1, go.
I was waiting for that one for sure. Definitely waiting. All right. So earlier I mentioned that Banana Blitz introduced jumping, and despite me getting those low jumps there, Sonic jumps a little higher, but essentially what it's going to allow me to do is to perform very important skips, and World 1 has one important skip, which is, not this one. I mean, this one is just as important, but there's one towards the end of the world where I would call it the most fundamental skip of the game. And there really isn't much in World 1 other than it's your tutorial for what's going to happen throughout the game itself. And, shows you how to jump, basically just basic movement, all that good stuff. And also the music is awesome. So as for many Monkey Ball games, you don't jump. I'm sorry, you don't play bonus stages at all. No reason to. And thankfully, this game introduced a quality of life change where you can just go to the next stage as opposed to like seeing a menu in between levels and things like that. So, and once again, we're almost done with World 1. Like that's how fast Sonic goes and how fast this run can get when you're able to just hit everything. So. All right, so we're coming up to the fundamental skip of the game, and hopefully my PC does not pull a funny. So let's go to this ring here, turn around, one jump here. Nice. So basically, I actually pulled a tech called, I like to call it extended bounce jump, where you can delay your jumping, you can delay your jump input by a few frames to get more horizontal distance. It's very useful and very important when we get to World 5. So just like that, we're done with we're done with the stages in World 1, but we're not done with the world exactly, because we have our first boss. Oh,
let's go!
Oh, so cool! So these bosses they're kind of similar to Legend of Zelda and Monkey Ball and Sonic. Basically, they're the gatekeepers to the next world, and we're not big fans of it. So we have a separate category called no bosses, where you have to do this on a completed save file, obviously, but you would stage select out of the 8th level to go to the next world, and it's just your usual Monkey Ball run. And okay, that was a semi-decent boss fight. Usually you want
My favorite category in this game is all bosses, no bosses.
True. But basically you want the bird to blow wind and not peck the ground, because it takes a bit longer to hit the weak spot, but thankfully I got 2 and 2, so we take those. And just like that, we are done with World 1. Woo! Now we are into the part where the run begins. Yippee. So that's another instance of me delaying my jump to make sure I get that skip. And this stage, World 2, I like to say it's where you can see more bouncing strats and skips. Emphasis on skips because we don't have to play this stage, right? So jump down here and then bounce and bam. So
yeah, World 2 is kind of where a lot of the stages start to just become real stages instead of just like tutorial stages, and like the run starts to flow a lot more. And I like, it's like starting World 2, the run like gets a lot more interesting. It's super fun to watch.
It's especially after this one. I think the latter half of World 2 is the coolest part and probably the most difficult, obviously. So nice. You can get a 116. But sometimes, I like to call it invisible time loss. I also play Mario Kart, even though this is a Marble Rolling Marathon. I will promote my other games too. I play a lot of games like Puyo Puyo, Mario Kart, not just Monkey Ball. So just games that have a point A to point B type of deal. So, with the exception of Puyo, because you're just popping things. And fun fact.
You also play fighting games then?
Oh, true. Yes. Also, fun fact. Puyo Puyo and Monkey Ball have had some sort of have had a collab once, but that was in Puyo Pop Fever on the PC to promote Banana Blitz actually. So, so this stage, can I hit this? Yes, I can. Oh my goodness. See, this skip. Oh, that's one of the fastest times too. 111. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's a great time.
Yeah, because usually I get like 109s and 108s, but we take those. And now we're coming up to one of the worst bosses in the game because of the camera. So I'll prove it. I'm moving at all. See? It's so weird. So let me get out of the way. So what I'm doing here is performing a cycle skip here because unfortunately this boss received an experience nerf in that instead of one cycling most of these things, you basically have to wait an extra cycle in order to hit it, and then we're gonna have to two cycle the flurry attack that's coming up here. Oh, I meant to hit the other thing twice, but it's fine because I can just use this one to hit this cycle here, and it's less of these to worry about. So we're gonna have to wait for him to do it again. Oh, get out of the way! All right, that should be more than enough. Nice. So, if you get too close to the boss, the game just throws you in whatever direction, and it's not pretty at all. So, glad to get out of World 2 relatively nicely, actually. So, so we're coming up to one of my favorite worlds in the game because of how fast it is and how cool, pardon the pun, it is. So, earlier...
I get it.
So, earlier I mentioned that World 3... is one of the only music tracks where Sega was able to port over the music, actually, you know what, Limey, would you like to share the fun fact that I'm pretty sure that people know about Banana Blitz's music?
Oh, okay. I have to think about it first. Yeah. So, my preferred game, Super Monkey Ball Touch and Roll. All the music from Banana Blitz is just those songs, but remixed and not like in a DS sound font. A lot of people think that some people think it's the other way around, but no. Touch and Roll came out first, and then all of the songs from that game were remixed, and they're all bangers. They're all really good.
All of them. So basically, it took me a while to realize that Smooth Sherbert is a remix of Ice Lolly Land. You have to listen to the melody very closely. That it's basically Ice Lolly Land, but Banana Blitzified.
The intro to this song is pretty long, to be fair, and all the stages are so fast that you don't ever get to hear the main part of the song.
Exactly. So this stage, do I get it? Okay, I somewhat got the hold up strat. There's a faster variant that gets I got a 49. So. The IL record is like a 50, and I think I've gotten a 50 once, but I wasn't recording, so I couldn't submit it. So, so Banana Blitz does introduce a lot of interesting gimmicks. I'm gonna jump here to make sure I don't fall down to the middle there, such as maneuvering around those snowballs there, and playing as Yan Yan it's very tough because she bounces all over the place. And speaking of bouncing, okay. Shout out to Unity for that one. Shout out
to Unity. I love how in this game the meta kind of changed. Not only with Sonic being in the game and just being the best character, but in time trial mode, because you can't play as Sonic or use any customization in time trial mode. Mimi is considered a lot better than she is in the main game in time trial mode, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, Mimi.
I'm a Mimi fan.
Yeah, Mimi was made a little bit slower in this game, but she can still do many things that Yan Yan and Sonic can do, but a lot slower.
Yeah, and it's just as long as you can get the skips, it's saving time, and she can do all the skips.
So this is the only boss that got a big buff in terms of you can just complete it quickly. In the Wii version, the timing is so much different, and you may have noticed that I nearly failed that, and that's because I nearly did. Because like the angle at which that I hit him, like it was just so awkward. So I was just able to basically position myself to one cycle the whole sequence, and that's pretty much World 3. So speaking of Unity Engine, this world is, if you play this on Switch, yeah, enjoy the frame drops.
Yeah,
and that too.
This is a great demonstration of the Unity engine. In the vanilla game, all those like little divots in the ground, like you just roll over them literally every time. It's never a problem. In this game, they all have collision, and it's just pretty much random, like based on your like angle and speed and like stuff outside of your control.
Yep.
Whoa. You can, yeah, you can hit all of the little divots, and that extends to bridges in this game too. All of the individual boards on bridges have collision, and they can just absolutely troll you if they feel like it.
Exactly. Thankfully, Stairs and Ball Game is this is the only game where Stairs and Ball Game is acceptable because you can just have cool movement just like that. And that's, funnily enough, that wasn't one of those things that I just practiced. It's just as I improved at the game, my stair movement followed alongside it. So you can play this game on basically on the next gen consoles, inclusive of PS5 and Xbox Series. I have a Series S, so pretty much like the quote unquote fastest way to play this on console because digitally. So we're coming up to my personal favorite gimmick that they added, which is a returning gimmick to Banana Rumble. I finally get to say that now. So the boost panels are determined by the character themselves. You do not want to touch those as Baby because he zooms. Yan Yan is acceptable even though she zooms as well, and Mimi. But Sonic obviously has the most control. And there are a couple of stages where the boost panels truly matter, and one of those is my least favorite in this entire game. But we're not there yet, so unfortunately, this is one of the more boring parts of Banana Blitz because there's no real skip. You're just hoping and praying that you don't get owned by stair movement, and you have to wait for cycles too. So. This is one of those Knuckles Chaotix like stages where you're basically climbing up to the goal, essentially. So you kind of want like an 87, 86, so that's pretty good. Once I've gotten an
that's
88,
on par.
So yeah.
I like have practiced World 4 a bit in this game because it's difficult. And I've gotten like an 88 like once in my like life.
Yeah. It's one of those stages where also Yan Yan is carried by her jump stat, because she can just jump a little higher than Sonic, and that little height difference matters. So this boss, fun fact, is it makes me sad because this was the best boss fight in Wii version, but you have to play these sequences in this game, and they're all RNG. I forgot to mention every single boss fight with the exception of the Yeti is RNG. So, this is I got good cycles there, but oh come on, nice. You have to jump at that little lip there because if you do it early, you hit the missile and then you die. So you don't want that to happen.
Yeah, this boss is like fun, but like in this game it could be really just kind of awful for you just from like the RNG.
Yeah, and like because in the Wii version you can skip both of those cycles by just going around, basically just going around that part. But no, you have to play both of them because you can skip one of them, but if you skip both of them, you get a soft lock, which is really crazy to think about. So we're coming up.
Yeah, and at that point it's just faster to take the bosses or take the cycles anyways on the boss.
Yeah, and then Sonic just rolls around. So I need to stop yapping because I'm about to perform possibly one of the coolest things ever in Monkey Ball. So the way until
Peace has to lock in. This is very difficult. But we'll jump down and then just kind of do like a little tiny hop to get onto that like platform that's swinging, and he's gonna do the same thing here on a much tighter platform to like skip going around and skipping a cycle, basically.
That's 40 that's a 40-second skip, by the way. Because if you're to play it casually, you would have to wait 20 seconds for the first for the first swing, and then an additional 20 for the second swing. But for the Wii speedrun, you would just skip the first one. It's possible to double skip in the Wii version. It's just much more difficult because Yan Yan is kind of not that fast in Wii, at least on the ground, and ground speed matters. So, can I please get in the goal? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm used to explaining that trick because for a lot of P's marathon appearances of this game, I've had to COCOM, so I'm just used to like explaining that just like on a whim.
Yeah, exactly. And so with that, we're basically halfway done with World 5. So if you thought that 5-2 skip was really cool, there's another skip, which unfortunately got a nerf in this game because of a certain wall that was taken out. Uh-oh. Okay. Whew, that was crazy. So I'm actually playing on a PS5 controller. I used to play this game on a Switch Pro controller, but it's not a good idea to play Mario Kart and Monkey Ball Banana Blitz HD on the same controller. So I've decided to delegate most of my PC games with the PS5 controller. So this is the skip, or this.
I don't even know you switched.
Oh yeah, it was like 2022 that I switched, because I think maybe I had Mania. But anyway, so this skip, let's make sure I hit this. 1, 2, okay, we got it. I'm not gonna do the ending skip there because my PC is having a grand old time right now. I think with age, we're really starting to see that, because I've actually had this game on this PC for about almost 4 years now. I actually built this PC like honestly like just to run Banana Blitz HD, because my first one was it was fine, but it started lagging in a lot of places, and then I started building this, and then I dumped like over 600 hours like into this game like on this very PC. So just a little bit of sentimental value. I do have the world record sweep of the main categories with Sonic, so that's one cool thing to have, at least for BBHD. So, but anyway, I like to call this boss Squidward, because if you know that scene in SpongeBob where he's doing those errands and Squidward goes under his bathtub, yeah, I like to call that scene that. So I'm gonna go for basically that little cycle there. So this boss also received an unfortunate nerf. I'm gonna get closer to it. The camera turns, because in the Wii version you can just like position yourself to where you can just cycle skip all those hits, and I don't want to be right there because if I get pushed into the water, not fun. So this used to be my least favorite boss until a certain character in World 7. That's all I'm gonna say. Because I know there are some people who love Banana Blitz as well. Or not just Banana Blitz, but the character that I'm talking about. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
A character who might have been modded into Super Monkey Ball Banana Mania.
Yep. See, I despise her as a character, but the boss fight itself is pretty fun, and I really hope she gets more representation in future Monkey Ball games. But anyway, enough on that. Like hashtag if you know you know. So World 6, this is where the game starts to cook even more after World 5. We're basically halfway done with the run actually. So basically we have like. I like to say the big four, or I guess big three if you count Ultra Heaven 5. The one station I'm talking about is a skip that I do in World 8. So basically we're coming up to one of the big four, which is 6-3. So this one I like to call Eels and Escalators. I don't know why, even though it's more of an elevator. Jump right here. Nice. So this is another stage that I have to slightly lock in because this is pure movement. So get little jumps here. Nice. And bam.
Baby skip for babies. We get those first try here on GDQ Hotfix.
Exactly. So the reason why I got that so consistent was thanks Unity. The one reason why I got that so consistent was I IL'd that stage a lot and I am not dead somehow. Thanks Unity. Yeah, no, me too. Unfortunately, that cost me 5 seconds because of, again, the Unity engine, but it's fine though because we got 6-3 in a marathon setting, and even though like I can do that stage for free, it's in a marathon setting. You never know what can happen.
Also, I want to mention something small because I just remembered this. This game I think has is it 30 bananas for a 1-up?
20.
Or is it 20? Okay. It has 20 bananas for 1-up in Monkey Ball 1, 2, and Deluxe. And some other games too. Don't worry about it. There's 100 for a 1-up. So he gets lives a lot more quickly in this game, which is why he has 15 right now. But it doesn't really, the game doesn't make it super telegraphed that you get extra lives other than like making a sound, I think. But like,
yeah. And also this stage no. No, because if you fall off at the end, that's bye 30 seconds. So time losses matter a lot in this game versus the originals, because instead of quickly retrying, okay, we made it through. Because like the fallout plane is a lot lower. It takes longer to fall out, and there's no retry button. So you basically have to watch the character fall into the deep pits, and then you got to play the stage again. Fun. All right, let's see if I can hit this. It looks good. Nice.
I literally hit that almost every time, but like it's so scary for me.
Yeah.
Like I don't know, it's just terrifying.
Yeah. Because if you like, you do have to slow down in like one place, but if you slow down too much or get owned by a collision, it's over. So this boss, you can one cycle. Well, you can I guess 2 cycle it here. Yeah. RNG spin. Come here. There we go. Can I get one more hit? Okay, nice. All right, we're out of there.
Chat, I have a pop quiz for you. What color were her glasses?
There can only be Sonic? Where's he facing? What?
Wait, he doesn't, huh?
Okay,
I don't think that's a first, but like I haven't seen that before.
Yeah, like that's not a first for me, but I haven't seen him do that like for this boss fight in particular. That's so weird. So anyway, so we're basically like, if y'all thought World 6 was difficult, it gets worse. It gets so much worse. And wow, 40 is really freaking fast over this stage because I do a strat where I jump on the rim of the goal just to get in. This 7-1 is really hard with slow characters. You can get it like with Baby because he's faster than Yan Yan. But remember the boost panels. So the first half of World 7, I would argue, is the only cool part, and there's only like one cool, I guess 2 cool strats in the latter half. But this world really like set up the linearity of future Monkey Ball stages. I'm not that cool.
That was scary. That was terrifying.
Yeah. I was so busy yapping. I was like, wait a minute, am I gonna die here? I don't usually like die here like in marathons, but it's fine. So this is one of those stages where I notice a lot of casuals are stuck. At least in this game, but this is literally all you do. Like, that's not a cheater button. That's just how you play this stage. You just have to full send it and just go fast. Pretty much that. So literally after this stage, we have 2 more stages that are pretty much you just go to the goal, and it's nothing exciting about it.
Oh, one small thing, if you've played the originals. The wires in this game used to be like basically like guardrails you would jump into and then just like roll across.
Yeah.
They changed the wires in this game since there's no motion controls.
And they made it so much better for a lot of the skips that we go for. Like in 6, I believe 6.5, for example. That's well, actually 5.2 kind of introduced or kind of first showed that change, but it's much more apparent in 6.5 and 7.6. So this stage is basically a longer version of 6-7, and then all we got to do is just play very safe on these boost panels here. So I don't have an input display, but I'm holding right. I'm not holding upright. I'm just straight up holding right, because if you even hold a form of acceleration, you zoom and you have like little to no control. So yeah, this is one of those stages where you fall off, you lose a lot of time, or if you time over, you lose a lot of time. So they tried to make the time crunch a big deal. I think it's more lines of control, and here she is, Little Miss Yoko herself. So this
shout out Super Monkey Ball Banana Mania.
Also shout out to Deadline, because he actually ported this very model into Banana Mania, and wow, okay.
Wow, that scared me.
Yeah. Thankfully, we have that backup, and I have another chance of going at that skip again. Oh, great! This is not what you want to happen, but at least we're able to get her before she keeps running away from me. Nice. Okay, that's a 5 hit. So the reason why I know it's a 5 hit is because if you pay close attention to the damage bar. Oh, come here. Nice. If you try to hit her right as she was going up, the bar would go a little lower, and then you have to get an extra hit in. Okay. Oof. So me missing that first hit, I lost roughly 5 seconds, but not dying and getting that backup and just hitting her as she was running quickly just saved that bit of time. So we are out of World 7, and basically World 8, it would be considered the final stage, the final world in the story, but we got 3 more worlds actually. So, and this one is my personal favorite because of the music. And I mean the original music.
Yeah, this would be the end of the all bosses category, like any percent.
Yeah. So basically what all bosses entails is that you're going through, you're basically playing Worlds 1 through 8 without playing Worlds 9 and 10. Because in the Wii version, World 10, the infamous Ultra Heaven 5, in the in the US version of Banana Blitz, Sega forgot to put collision in the final platform towards the goal, but that was fixed in the European and the Asian, in the Japanese versions of Banana Blitz. And I'm actually, let me just try that again. Or wait, you know what? Okay. Wait. Okay. You know what? I'm glad that happened. I'm so glad that I overshot that because I wanted to go for this skip right here. There we go. That's what I meant to go for. But yeah. Oh yeah. So I meant to say Japanese. Not Asian. I'm pretty sure 2006 they started porting other games. I think they started doing other languages. I don't remember. But yeah. Well, that's unfortunate. So going from 8.4.
That's like harder than it looks.
Yeah.
Because you're like landing from a slightly thicker wire to a slightly thinner wire while you're like trying to go fast. It's like pretty difficult.
Yeah. Okay, there we go. So going from 8.4 into 8.5 is very, very, like on record pace, it's very nerve-wracking. So so 8.6, this stage I like to call Knuckles Chaotix, because you're basically just going up to the goal. Literally nothing special other than just don't get too much owned by the speed pads, and you're in the goal just like that. So
I love this song.
The
song's playing right now. It's really good.
It's basically Bing Bang Boom from that's not good. So that death right there is actually really bad, because I'm gonna get a different cycle. Thankfully that was a quicker one. Ooh, okay, cool. So I'm actually glad that I'm getting all the funny mistakes out now, because Worlds 9 and 10, they're pretty much they're like 5 minutes essentially, and I actually lowered my estimate. It's from 50 minutes to 45 minutes, which I'm pretty sure I'm going to smash anyway. So hey Lemmy, would you like to explain why we timed this game using loadless, I guess you could say?
This game has loads, and sometimes they could take a long time. And also, I don't know how much of a problem this is. I think it's a personal problem between like my PCs. Like my PCs are like pretty good. The loading time like vary, so kind of makes sense to have a loadless timer for this game.
Yeah.
There's also there are like practice spots for this game too, right?
There is. Oh, actually, yeah, there is actually. Well, the one in particular just unlocks all the stages, and the newest one, Shadows to Swimfly, adds a retry button, where you can, if you literally just press one button, it just reloads the stage.
Yeah, that doesn't exist in vanilla Banana Blitz HD. So ILing this game is like a bit painful. But I remember that when that practice mod released, some people who like just like exclusively play like 2 and some of the like 2 fan games started ILing this game some.
Yep.
And some of them have records, I think, at this point, which is super cool.
All right, so there are no more bosses after the. Actually, there is one more boss, and that is Ultra Heaven 5, literally.
That counts. That counts as a boss.
Yeah. So I'm gonna show you something a little interesting. So remember that we played the game as Sonic, right? Yeah. Sonic totally got all those bananas. I'm sorry, I totally got all those bananas. Totally. All right. So, if y'all remember Meteorite Mayhem from Touch and Roll, this is the polar opposite of that, I guess. You go from like
OMG Mimi, I remember Meteorite Mayhem. I love the remix. It's like such a different style. It's like pretty interesting.
Yeah. And like the world itself, it's so simple. You're basically in like a poison swamp, something that's just toxic. I mean, the stages themselves are pretty toxic if you think about it.
With the taste of your lips.
No, that was actually the bit that I was going for. Actually, shout out to Britney Spears. Anyway, so the nice thing about World 9 is that that is pretty fast. That bonus is really fast. I usually get 36s. Okay. Anyway, so this one is probably one of the hardest skips. I think I'm probably dead here. I am not. So in the Wii version, one important difference is that you can't cancel your momentum after a jump. I mean, you can, but it depends on your speed. In Banana Blitz HD, regardless of where you jumped, you can literally just cancel all of that. Just all your momentum, and it's really useful. So basically, all we got to do is basically just skip this portion. Depth perception is so good, and not fall off there. So we're basically almost done with World 9. We have 3 more stages. Instead of a boss stage, we have a stage 9. So if World 9 and 10 were to have a boss, I think this game would not be as fun as it is now. Ooh, gotta be careful there. So let's not hit this part. Okay, we're good. Nice. All right, so we're coming up to a pretty difficult stage here. It totally doesn't have a skip, right? Totally, we have to play the stage. All right. So we are now into the final world of Banana Blitz, or Banana Blitz HD. And Ultra Heaven is widely considered, I would argue, like, slightly more infamous than Exam C. But obviously a lot of people have played Exam C a lot more than they have played Ultra Heaven. But if you made it this far, at least in a casual playthrough, you are good at monkey ball games, basically. So.
Yeah, I had problems with this. I had more problems with this than Exam C, I won't lie. But like this world is like hard.
Yeah. It puts the ultra in ultra. So I think we're gonna get a secret banana here. No, we're not. Okay. So I did get
Run a valid.
Oh yeah, unfortunate. So there are separate collectibles they're basically hidden bananas. They do nothing but just add bananas to your life count essentially. So there we go.
When are you gonna do all hidden bananas?
I think whenever like I'm able to find the rest of the hidden bananas and then like find ways to get them to get them quickly, I'll be able to do a run of that. And I need to lock in one last time here. That looks good.
About the easy part.
Oh, okay. I actually jumped, but the game just chose to not jump there. So,
yeah, it happens.
Oh, okay. Now that was my fault. Like I'm not nervous or I'm not nervous or anything. It's just like how you play the stage sometime.
Yeah, it's just a precise stage.
Okay. There we go.
Getting into the difficult part. Just trying to do this fast is pretty hard.
Yeah.
And then easy part again.
There we go.
Yep.
So
third try is still not even that bad.
yeah, like that last platform, that Sega forgot to put collision there. So at least in the English versions, in the other versions, European and Japanese versions, they fixed that. I was afraid that they didn't fix it in the European version. So it wasn't until that I played it like recently, and then I was like, oh, so they did put collision there. That's pretty cool. It's almost like they just updated the game and then never updated the disc for us. Wow. Anyway, so that skip right there was the last strat that I added from the Wii version, and that is one of the only strats that I did not put in the current world record, and that record is like 3 years old. So I do have plans.
It's a banger record, to be fair.
Yeah, I do have plans of going back to it, but it's just one of those motivation competition type things. I'm just like, I'm gonna focus on other things, and then when I'm ready to deal with bosses again, I'll come back to it. So time is coming up when I cross the goal. Oh gracious!
This wire is also slightly tilted right here. It's kind of hard to see, but it's pretty difficult to do fast.
And time.
GG's.
And that is Super Monkey Ball Banana Blitz HD. So I'm pretty sure I'm well underestimate here.
Yeah, it's looking like a low 37. Yeah, 3702.
Oh, okay. So 3702, that would be a high 36 IGT, which is basically I believe it's actually third place between second and third. Like literally even then, it's top three. So like literally whatever run I put out, it's almost always top three because of how much time that I put into this game.
Yeah, this guy's the GOAT.
So shout outs to Monkey Ball community, shout outs to Limey for hosting, and of course Helix for both of y'all for just letting me run this game again. I honestly, it's gotten to the point where I'm just good at the modern era of Monkey Ball games, which aside from Banana Mania, I don't count that as modern because because it's Monkey Ball 1 and 2. That's like the only modern game that I don't really play as much. But
even like Step and Roll, you play Step and Roll.
Yeah, yep. And of course Monkey Ball games that people don't really enjoy. I play a little bit of Junior, but that's kind of beside the point. But anyway, thank y'all so much for sticking around and watching this marathon in particular. Marble Rollers, they go fast, and if you enjoyed Banana Blitz, there's more, but that's definitely gonna be it from me.
I can't believe you're stealing my job right now.
I'm sorry. If y'all want to stay up to date with my content and such in particular, my socials are all P's SMB, and yes, the SMB stands for Super Monkey Ball. Literally, like this series right here. So I'm definitely gonna hop out and relax a little bit, and hope y'all enjoy the rest of this marathon. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you so much, Pete, for running. And as he said, up next we have Super Monkey Ball Banana Blitz ? You'll see. We'll be back in just a few minutes. while we're in a break, just get up, go stretch, drink some water, do all that good stuff, and then come back. We have a quick run before we get into some more Marble Blast after that. So yeah, we'll see you in a few minutes. Hello everyone and welcome back to Marble Marathon here on GDQ Hotfix. Before we get started, I just want to mention that everyone's subs, prime subs, gift subs, and bits cheered here on GDQ help support Hotfix. So if you like watching all of the runs and all the showcases we have here and how we're live almost every single day, absolutely consider using a prime or gifting some subs if you want to support us. But right now we have some more Super Monkey Ball Banana Blitz HD. This doesn't look like it. Snowball, if you wanna introduce yourself and explain.
All right, hey everyone, my name is Snowball or Snowball SMB or Snowy, doesn't really matter. This is Banana Blitz Mania, worlds 1 through 3, because that's where the progress on the fan-made DLC is at right now. We have 3 whole worlds from Banana Blitz / Banana Blitz HD ported into Banana Mania, and also altered slightly so that way they can be completed without jumps. So I'm going to be playing through the first 3 worlds minus the bosses that you saw in the last run, but without using any jumps. There will also be warp goals that are added to a few stages sprinkled throughout, and I will be getting every single goal on multi-goal stages, as this is the all goals category. And one other cool little surprise, courtesy of the Banana Mania modding scene, shoutouts to them, is remember Yoko from World 7 last run? Yoko! Yeah, she's here. And she's playable now. Shoutouts to Deadline for putting her in this game as a playable character. And also shoutouts to Deadline for giving me a special custom color scheme on Yoko's outfit. But yeah, I think I am going to just give a real quick countdown and then be off. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
Thank you. So this run is going to have a decent amount of menuing, as all of the stages are sort of in separate courses right now due to how the custom stage loader works. So after every stage, I'll have to exit back out to the menu and then scroll down to the next stage. You might also notice that the goals are looking a little bit different from how they did in the Banana Mania story mode race that we saw Helix and Swimfly do earlier. Shoutouts to both of them, they are awesome. And that is because, well, custom world goals for worlds is also a thing that is possible to make in this game. Shoutouts to Deadline for sketching up the concepts for all of these goals, and to Fantaferret for modeling them. And of course to Sushis for making the whole level pack a thing. You might also notice each of these stages actually have stage names now. There's a really cool little community poll that was done a little while ago in the Super Monkey Ball workshop, where everyone got to come up with their own stage names for all of the stages in Banana Blitz and then vote on which stage name they liked the best. There are some really, really cool ones in Worlds 2 and 3, and also there's some in 4 and 6 that I cannot wait to play because the names are just so cool, and I actually died there. Also, because of the way the custom stage loader is working, with each stage being like a practice mode course thing, I have access to the quick retry button in this RTA category, which is very, very nice. When silly mistakes like that happen, I can just real quick retry without having to menu any more than I already do during out the entirety of this run. Also, you'll notice that the world background is a little bit different than it was in Banana Blitz. That is because the Banana Blitz world backgrounds have not been implemented into Banana Blitz Mania yet. They will be at a later date. And also, that World 1 stage was in a different world background than the other World 1 stages. That is because it didn't fit in this world background. So Sushi kind of had to improvise. World 1, we have no warp goals, so it's just simple playing the stages out as quickly as possible. And World 2 has 2 warp goals, 2 greens, and World 3, I believe, also has 2, but one of them is a red goal, and that red goal is one of the coolest strats in the entire run, so look forward to that in not too long. This is one of those categories that, because of it being just a much lower amount of stages, it really can be a blink and you'll miss it type category. There is a slight difference in the stage order also for each world in the Banana Blitz Mania test build 1, I think this little custom DLC thing is called. And that is the bonus stages are the last stages in the world instead of like the halfway point. That will change when the entirety of Banana Blitz Mania is complete. They will be in their normal spots. And just like that, World 1 is complete. We are moving on to World 2. There's a really cool strat on this first stage, alignment. It's not RTA viable. I am very sad about it. That tree at like the corner of that first turn has collision where you can just sort of like run into it and bounce across to that platform with the banana bunches back there and just sort of skip all the way across to here and skip having to wait for cycles and whatnot. But yeah, that is an IL or individual level strat, sadly. I was poking around at that one in practice yesterday and was very sad to find out that it would not work. And now I'm going to actually utilize the quick retry button for a couple seconds of time save. So the reason why I did that is now I am on second load. The significance of that for the way the stage plays, there is no significance. However, if you complete the stage on first load and then click retry, it will do the first load camera pan in where it spins in sort of slower and all the text shows up on the screen. If you do that on second load, it's a much faster retry. And there's our first green goal. Now we're getting into a stretch where it's sort of like really cool strat into playing the stage as fast as possible, into really cool strat, into, well, dying apparently. Going to smack the front of the goal because I completely miscalculated my speed, but we still got the strat just fine. If I'm remembering the stage order, next is, what is this stage called? Yep, roundabouts. This is just to sort of try and beat the cycles out as fast as possible. Not really too much to say about this stage aside from the fact that it has a wicked cool IL strat where you just sort of bounce along the top of a couple walls and skip pretty much everything. That strat is going to be wild to see how much it gets optimized once the entirety of Blitz Mania is done. Now we've got the other warp goal stage of World 2, so I am going to quickly try again. And then go along these steps here. And fall in the hole because I ended up having too much speed, and I think I forward clipped off of the edge of one of the stairs. There we go. That's what I wanted to have happen for the blue goal.
That looked like a corner clip that just like kind of messed you up.
Yeah. And then the green goal, which is, funnily enough, the faster of the two. It's under there. That I think might have actually...
That's such a cool falling strat. What?
I think that might have actually been an ILPB.
Wow.
I usually get like a 113.0 something. That was a 1.5. I'm going to try a really, really tight strat here. Fortunately, you can just sort of back it up with playing it normally. Or you can get an unlucky clip and bounce around both walls and fall off.
I'm just going to blame the Unity engine for that one.
I am getting some very unfortunate hits off of this wall. There's a way to get this clip onto the bridge early and conserve your speed in a way where you can... Okay, I'm going to just play this out normally now. Where you can land on the bridge and not have to wait for this, like either of these cycles. But as you saw, it is really, really precise. So now we just have to sort of wait and take in the lovely jungle waterfall background, which honestly looks amazing in Banana Mania. Apparently that was a perfect clear also. I did not do that on purpose. Alright, now this is a really, really cool strat. Shoutouts to Deadline, I believe, was the one who found this strat. Yeah, we're gonna just ignore this entire stage. That's too far to the left. Oh wow, I was way too far forward there. I hit the flat part. I need to hit the trim of the bottom ramp. Ideally. I don't know how that wasn't a goal tear. This stage's goalposts are like boulders, I've found. They will not tear for anything. They will not tear for GDQ swag. They will not tear for going for PBs in the category or the IL. I really want to hit this because I hit this like 3 times in a row in the setup room. Okay, you know what? That's good enough. Yeah, that strat is incredibly fickle, but super cool. Now we just have 2 stages left of World 2. And then we've got the most temperamental world of the run. It has like 4 strats that just sometimes decide that they want me dead. Also, that was an incredibly lucky series of hits because I probably should have fallen off immediately upon hitting that fence post. That should have killed me. Okay, the stage does not want me getting to the goal. That's cool. Please let me up. Thank you. And now we have Swiss Roll. This is one of my favorite stage names that the community settled on for a stage. Is this lovely bonus stage. It pretty much is just movement optimization, especially once you get closer to the center of the swirl. It is super, super easy to mess up your angle or your speed and go around a banana. sort of like that. Ironically, that was the last banana, which that normally doesn't happen with. Now we're on to World 3. The final world of this mini little category. And home to definitely the coolest strats. Bobsled and I think it's called Extreme Luge. Look out for those two stages, because they are really, really cool. There is actually also one stage that I will not be doing the quick retry for the multi-goal sort of time save, because I found that first load tends to work better for the warp goal. So, alright, we got 2 goals here on bobsled. This is a really hard strat. Alright, you know what? I kind of want to go for a goal dunk, so I'm going to just take this on blue goal. And also that's usually faster than I get on blue goal anyway. Let's hope that I don't regret this bit of decision making. There we go. That was maybe the best bobsled has gone in a run. Which is very silly to me, because World 2 did not go the greatest. World 2 came to play today. Maybe World 3 is going to be nice to me. Also, I love these little bounce pads that Sushi's put in to make a lot of these jump-required stages possible. I think that it's super, super cool. Now we have the last warp goal. We have Bumper Ballet.
Ready? Go.
Green goal is just sort of chilling out there. That was an ILPB for sure.
Wow.
I have never seen that hit before.
That's so cool.
Ready?
I love that warp goal. It is such an absurd addition to the stage, but it's a lot of fun. It sort of reminds me of the stunt goals from the custom Monkey Ball game Super Monkey Ball Stardust, that a run of all stunt goals, I believe, will be closing the marathon out later today. So
Yep.
be on lookout for that run, because that is really a really flashy run. Now we have maybe the most temperamental strat in the run. We've got Lariat. Sometimes the hits just don't want to happen at all.
Ready?
So there are all these sweeper bars that try to knock you off the stage. We're going to ignore all of them. And I am going to survive on the railing of the bridge hole. Cool.
What a save.
I cannot believe that worked. All right, this world 3 is funny. Let's keep it rolling. We got Alpine Slider up next. I've been sort of playing off on this stage the past several runs I've had, so let's see if I can't have a return to... Okay, no, I cannot have a return to my original form on this stage. Let's try that again. Party Ball wanted me to do a cool backward somersault, I guess. There was a series of like 4 or 5 runs a while back where I got 50-second flat on the timer like every single time on that stage, and now I can't hit it at all, and I'm sad. Now we have maybe my least favorite stage in Monkey Ball. Avalanche with an exclamation point. The stage's geometry makes no sense. Like, why it's these chutes that have just this absolutely awful collision followed by this at the end? I don't like it. That was
Yeah, and
actually
on the floors, there's like little grooves. It's kind of hard to see, like, if you're just spectating.
Yeah, and the collision on those grooves is not kind.
Yeah, sometimes, like, with jumps, like, the grooves can, like, mess you up. They can, like, put you off to the side a little bit if you're not careful. Like I can't imagine doing it without jumping.
Oh yeah, the grooves can just like completely kill you if you're jumping. I'm going to try something here, by the way. Alright, let's try that again. I forgot you don't want a cam lock on the backup. This is the hardest strat in the run by far, but I really want to show this off because I found it yesterday, sort of like a closer to RTA setup for it. And it's really cool if it works. Dang.
That's disgusting. That's hype.
So I'm trying to goal dunk. Ideally. You don't have to goal dunk. There is a way to like smack the goal and you'll go like up the slope at the end of the slide. But ideally you get the dunk because that's the flashiest. And I just hit the torch directly. Cool. Also, this stage is well over 30 seconds long if you play it out intended, so I don't know what that attempt was. If I had hit the torch in a slightly different angle, I would have actually been able to maybe back it up. Hit that. So something that makes speedrunning marble rollers with big strats like this somewhat difficult for me is my eyes don't exactly have the greatest sense of depth perception. So unless I get very specific hits off of the slope when I get the like big bounce towards the goal, I most of the time cannot tell where exactly I am sort of lined up to hit. I'm way too far. I'll go for this a few more times. I hit it 3 times in the setup room. And of course, now that it's time for the actual run, if the bottom of the slide from the upper level was a little bit shorter, that would have worked. There we go. Worth it.
That's so cool.
That stage is so boring to play out. I really wanted to show off some big skip, and I'm so glad that that one kind of works. But also, this is the last stage, so as soon as I collect the last banana and the announcer says perfect, that will be time on the run. So we've got ice cream bowl. It's an ice cream bowl full of banana ice cream. And Yoko loves banana ice cream, so we're gonna eat it all up. What is this commentary for this stage, by the way? 3 more, 1 more, time.
GG's.
Oh, that was definitely a strange run. I am very happy though that the bobsled strat worked out so nicely. And that I was able to hit something on Extreme Luge. Going to just real quick give a few shout-outs. Oh yeah, II shows up on the custom characters until you move off of them, just because that's a quirk of how the game works. Shout-outs to the Banana Mania speedrunning community for being super supportive, super cool. Shout-outs to Helix and Limey for having me for this event. Shoutouts to GDQ for having me for this event. This was a lot of fun to show off. And shoutouts to everyone in the Marble Marathon for putting on an awesome show, and to everyone watching. This has been a lot of fun, and I'm very happy that I got to show something off.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a great run. That was fantastic. I've not even seen this mod before, so that was a fantastic showcase. So absolute congratulations. Where can everyone in Twitch chat find you though?
They can find me on Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, Blue Sky, Tumblr, pretty much anywhere at Snowball SMB. The SMB is for Super Monkey Ball, obviously. I don't stream enough. I need to start streaming more. But yeah, Snowball SMB on pretty much all platforms.
Awesome. Yeah, absolutely follow Snowball whenever she does end up streaming more. Trust me, it will be so worth it. But right now we're going to be taking a break for a few minutes. We're going to be getting into our small little Marble Blast block with Marble Blast Gold and Ultra into another little Super Monkey Ball fan game block with Super Monkey Ball Gaiden and Super Monkey Ball Stardust. The rest of Marble Marathon today is going to be absolutely cracked. So stick around. But like I said, we're going to be taking a small little break. So drink some water, get a snack, get up and stretch, do all of that good stuff, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Marble Marathon here on GDQ Hotfix. Right now, we are entering our Marble Blast block. We have 2 games. It's going to be a great time. I want everyone to watch them. If you're just like a Monkey Ball fan, absolutely give these games a shot. They're so cool. Trust me. Before we get started, I just want to mention one more time that your subs, Prime subs, gift subs, and any bits you cheer on the GDQ Twitch channel support Hotfix. So if you like the fact that we're live almost every single day, you like the recurring shows, and you like all that good stuff, consider dropping your Prime sub. I'm looking at you, Twitch chat. I know some of y'all have Primes. If your sub is available, consider using it on us. But right now, we're getting into Marble Blast Gold. So if you guys want to take that away.
Sure. Hello, everyone. My name is Zalna. The game today is Marble Blast Gold, and the category I'll be running is 100 levels, which is basically all levels. And on the couch, we've got...
Hello, I'm T-Hurst Third. I'm here to commentate this run. This run is incredibly hard, so I'm going to let Zelna focus on the run while I do commentary. This game is really fun, and this is the first time it's been shown at a GDQ event, so I'm really happy to be able to showcase this game. It is a crazy event, so Zelna, whenever you're ready, start a countdown and we can get the run going.
Yeah, and again, thanks for doing this, and without further ado, let's get this started. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Ready. Good luck.
All right, so this is Marble Blast Gold. Like most of the other runs of this marathon, the goal is to get from the start to the finish as fast as possible. One thing that's unique about this game is the concept of gems, where in order to beat the level, you have to collect all of the gems in the level before the finish is unlockable. And that's something, if you watch the Marble It Up runs yesterday, you'll see the same mechanic in that game. Now, one thing you're going to notice is Zelna's going to spend a lot of time jumping, and that's because in this game, there's sort of a maximum speed that you can reach by just rolling on the ground, but when you're in the air, the amount of air movement you have, there's no speed limit, and so you can build up faster speeds by jumping in the air, so you'll see that quite a lot. Another thing that looks a little weird that you might have noticed is that Zelna spends a lot of time looking 45 degrees from the direction he's going. So what's going on with that? Basically, the direction that you're going is not normalized, that's the term, but it means that if you press 2 direction keys at once, it adds them together to a value that's greater than 1, and so by pressing W and A, for example, you actually just go 41% approximately faster than you would if you didn't. So pretty much the entire game, Zelna's going to be looking at a 45-degree angle for that reason. These beginning levels kind of just drip feed you mechanics one by one, and so this game has several power-ups that I've glossed over. This one's the gyrocopter, and that one is particularly busted. You'll see it used to just completely destroy some levels later on. Also, a mechanic that's not so important for RTA runs, but is important for the ILs is that little hourglass. If you pick it, it stops the in-game timer for 5 seconds. And that's very important for individual level runs, but for the real-time speedrun, we can pretty much pretend they don't exist. This level introduces the gravity modifier. When you pick it up, it changes the direction of gravity, and that allows for some pretty cool level design.
Go! Shock absorber.
The shock absorber power-up, when you have it activated, it basically prevents you from bouncing at all. So if you can land on a surface from very high up, and you'll just stick to it. So That's one of the lesser used power-ups, but we'll still see some interesting use cases for it throughout this run.
Ready.
This level introduces the different friction surfaces. Mud is slippery. Grass, you get a little bit more friction, and then space is like the final boss of frictions. There's pretty much zero friction when you're on that surface, so it's very hard to navigate. This game's also got some hazards, starting off with a classic bumper, which, as you can see, is sometimes you can use it to your advantage rather than it being a hazard. There's also wind, which blows you around. These hazards are mostly self-explanatory, and these are mines. If you touch them, you get exploded, and yeah.
Ready.
These trapdoors will collapse once you step on them, so you don't want to spend too much time on them. But here they're easy to jump over.
Ready.
Now the tornado is a little bit interesting because the way this hazard works is it just kind of pulls you towards it, but you can actually use it to get a speed boost by going right through it like there. And so even though it's a hazard, you can actually use it to your advantage. That seems to be a theme with a lot of the hazards in this game. Now here Zelma's going to be going for a tricky wall hit on a very small wall. Let's see if he gets it. Very nice. So he hit off that very tiny little wall that jut out a little bit, and that gave him enough height to avoid needing to go around those ramps, which is much faster. And here he's going to be going for a trick called an edge hit. And let's see if he can get it. Oh, not quite. But at least he recovered it. So if he had gotten that, he would have been able to basically skip this auto-scroller level. So this is an auto-scroller.
And manually scroll it this time.
Yeah, and so since he did it, it's now a it would have been a manual scroller, but...
Oh, right, yeah, it's the opposite.
Yeah. But it could have skipped all the way to the top. It's a very hard trick, so it's not that crazy that he missed it here. Now, some of these levels basically involve you get the first power-up in the level. This one's a super jump, which gives you a lot of vertical height. And once you get the first power-up in the level, you can skip the rest of the level. So quite a few levels in this game sort of behave like that. And here's the last of the beginner levels. It's called Grand Finale, even though this is just beginner. I don't really know what that's about. But it kind of ties together all of the mechanics that we've seen and is a nice little gateway to the rest of the game to make sure that you understand everything before the rest of the levels. And even though it's got all the power-ups in it, you can totally skip some by doing trick jumps like that, jumping off that slope to avoid needing to get some power-ups, which is very cool. And that's the end of beginner. So now we're on to intermediate. I mentioned those time travels. And the intended strat for this level is you get those time travels, those hourglasses. There's a whole bunch of them in a row, so it's just begging for you to get them. And then you make sure you beat the level fast enough that time never resumes. And that type of level is called a catch level. But in an RTA run, we just don't care about them. And that's actually something that's kind of interesting because it allows us sort of the opportunity to think of new routes where we wouldn't normally do, because we would normally get time travels, and here we can avoid them.
Ready. Set.
Now this game takes years of mastery to understand how to control the marble. The marble's spin and velocity both take quite a while to really grasp them, and Zelda was a little humble in his introduction. He is basically the champion of Marble Blast Gold, and one of the longest running players who has basically achieved mastery of the marbles movement. And that level, Skate Park, is a very technical level that is a lot harder to play than it looks. And basically every little movement of the marble affects every later part of the level. And if you're familiar with marble games, it's a pretty similar or a pretty ubiquitous thing to marble games, that you need to have very good control of the ball.
Set. Go.
This level is kind of funny because you're supposed to go in those little hoops to make these platforms sort of line up, but actually we can skip most of them. Here we get one that we use to make this big jump. But yeah, you're supposed to get all of these to make everything line up. You just don't need to bother, which is pretty funny.
Set.
All right, he's going to go for the green. He
go.
went for the green. Let's go. What's funny is that's not even the fastest strategy in that level. It's actually faster to not go for it, but it's very hard. So you'll see that late
Ooh,
in
I almost missed
ILs.
the pad here.
Ready, set, go.
This is Try Twist, another pretty technical level, especially in the IL, but for the RTA, it's not easy either. This is basically, as the name suggests, Try Twist. It's kind of like a 3-leveled level, if that makes sense. And having good control to jump on all these platforms, jump from gem to gem, is harder than it looks. Ooh, that was good. That looked a little, looked like it might not work, but it did.
Ready, set, go.
Some of these levels, there's kind of funny little gimmicks. Like this one, it's Tetris. Super bounce ran out there, but it's fine. We got power-ups which we can use to get to the finish.
Ready,
Here's Space Slide. I mentioned that the space friction is very hard to navigate on, and so he's going to spend a lot of time jumping. But what makes this level even harder is it's filled with mines that are really hard to see because it's kind of like a black object on a black surface peppered with little stars and stuff. It's very hard to see the mines, so yeah, he nailed it there.
ready,
What I really love about the gem levels is how open they are to different routing possibilities. And this level, Marble Playground, I don't even know how many routes this level has. Ooh, missed the platform there, but this level has so many different routes to get all 10 gems. And what's interesting is that in an RTA run, it's really about finding a balance between levels or routes that you can pull off consistently that are also fast enough. And so this level, Marble Playground, some of the routes on it are really hard, and finding a setup that's consistent enough for an RTA run while also being fast is definitely a big challenge of RTA runs. Like this level has a strategy that's like something like 8 seconds faster, but or maybe not quite 8 seconds, but going for it in a real-time run would be absolutely mental. So that's still a pretty good time of 33 seconds.
set,
My favorite things is just like IL stress that are just completely unintuitive. That like the top like 2 runners maybe like introduced into their runs, and it's just like the most impressive thing to see in my opinion.
This game has a fierce IL competition.
I'm happy that all marble rollers can like kind of stay similar in that sense, where like ILs are like so popular between all of them.
So one thing in Marble Blast Gold is learning how to control the marble in these half pipes. It's a little bit awkward because the marble kind of tends to slip around. And so there's quite a few half pipe levels in this game. And controlling the marble in the half pipes is something that you just kind of got to get a feel for by doing it. And this one's got a funny super speed that's hidden right behind the start. So you kind of gotta look for it. But he's going to use it to do a really flashy skip here. Very nice. So he crosses that huge gap and then angles himself off of a moving block to get over to the next platform. That's such a cool strat. What's funny is this level starts off with a tooltip that says, get the best time by staying on track. That's just completely wrong. For both RTA and IL, this level, you kind of go all over the place. And that makes it much more interesting, in my opinion.
ready, set,
Some levels, I don't know why they're in the difficulty that they are. Like this one, I don't know why that one's not in beginner, but
ready,
it is.
set, go.
So, some levels kind of have remixed versions of them later, so you might recognize this level. We saw an easier version of it earlier, which didn't have any gems, and this is the first time we'll see a level that's sort of beefed up for its inclusion, like as a second inclusion in the game. And we'll see that kind of theme a couple times in this run. Cool gyrocopter to skip a big gap. and a super speed into the finish.
Ready.
So this is Great Divide, and I'll talk about the mechanic that's used in the IL, but is not used in the RTA run on this level. It's called a trap launch, and it's pretty much exactly what the name implies. You get your marble trapped in between a moving platform and a stationary platform, and that kind of bugs out the physics engine to build up a huge amount of speed and send the marble flying. It's very inconsistent. Especially for Marble Blast Gold, which this game's physics are frame rate dependent. And so depending on what frame rate the game is running at can affect where it sends you, how high you go. And so the trap launch on this level is absolutely IL only. But we will see a couple instances of it, hopefully at least, later in the run. At least some attempts at it. Again, they're pretty much out of your control, which is why we only go for a couple. But
that's so cool, because in Paperball, which is another like indie marble roller, there's something like that exists, and it's like random whether you get pushed up or down, but there's like one that's used in the run sometimes. It's really cool though.
Yeah, so hopefully we'll get to see some trap launches later in the run, but not on this level. Here's another kind of fun gimmick level of what if you're on surfing a wave made up of a bunch of blocks. And this is so much harder than it looks. These blocks, navigating on them, they mess up your spin, they mess up your velocity. Here's another level. Why is this one not in beginner? I really don't know. Maybe they expect you to go around to the tornado, but it's much easier and much faster to just go through it. So here's another beefed up level from an earlier level that we saw. That one was Monster Speedway qualifying. This one's just Monster Speedway. And this one has a lot more gems in it, and they're harder to get. Some of them are like in a row, and so you need to have not just the right speed, but the right angle to be able to get them. Or not just the right position, but the right angle too. And a really nice wall hit at the end to redirect his speed. That was very cool. He's going to go for a cool edge hit here. No big deal. There's an edge hit that can get you up to the next platform, but it's very hard. Follow that up with another pretty flashy trick here called a loop exit. Let's see if he gets it. Oh, okay. that worked. But a loop exit's pretty much also what it sounds like. There's these loop-de-loops, and if you exit the loop early, you can basically use the angle of this the loop. You can basically exit with the right angle to send you with a bunch of height. And so we'll see a couple more of those later. And yet now we're on to the advanced levels. For whatever reason, the level distribution in this game goes like there's 24 beginner levels, and then there's 24 intermediate levels, and then there's 52 advanced levels. I don't really know why they did it that way. So we are in the final category, but we're actually not even halfway through the run. And this category, as you'd imagine, has some of the most beefy levels in it too. This level is very cycle-based. There's a bunch of moving platforms you're supposed to ride, but actually Zelma's going to do a skip here to prevent needing to ride one of the platforms. Very nice edge hit. And that platform that you avoided riding is annoyingly slow, so that edge hit saves a ton of time. Here's Fan Lift, a level that makes you use the fans, and it removes the supports from you as you go up the level to make it harder. But Zelna has no problem navigating these fans.
Ready, set, go! Super jump.
Here's another level that it gives you a shock absorber, which you got to use to prevent yourself from totally bouncing off the entire level. This level's very chaotic. It's basically like you're crossing, a highway with stuff all around it, but there's a pattern that can get you through with relative consistency. Here's another cool gem level with a really cool wall hit right there to avoid needing to use a super jump to get from that bottom gem up to the top. That's some cool routing.
Ready, Set.
Obstacle course, we'll see another cool jump right at the beginning.
That was not planned, but glad it worked out.
That's a cool edge hit there.
That was so cool.
Go.
Now this level, you're supposed to ride on these moving platforms, but actually you can just jump between them, and they're all kind of in really good places that just make it work. So shout out to the cycles on that level.
Ready. Set.
Here's another big open gem level. These levels were kind of brutal. If you played this game as a kid on the, a lot of people might have played them on, school IMAX. If you played the game back then, these gems were kind of hard to find on these levels that are like really big. But here we're gonna see a really flashy finish for this level.
And
Oh
whoops.
no! He got the gem,
He
but
finished
just
in my heart.
barely missed the
Yeah.
finish. So this game is really hard. I should mention that. And a big part of that is that there's no checkpoints at all in this game. If you fall off the level at the very end, you got to go back to the start. You got to recollect all the gems. You got to do everything again. So here we'll get another attempt at this ending here. Okay, that should work. Should be fine here. But yeah, that's something that just makes this game incredibly hard. So if you've seen runs of, Marble It Up and Marble Blast Ultra, which that one's coming up next, plug. This is the hardest out of all of those games in my opinion, because any death is just incredibly punishing, and this game also has some of the hardest levels too. And these tubes, you can probably imagine, just these round tubes are really hard to navigate. This game came out in 2001. I think Marble Blast came out in 2001, and Marble Blast Gold's kind of like an update. Came out in 2002. But, so it's not the highest poly game, and navigating those tubes are just so much more awkward than you think. This is Skyscraper, and it's supposed to be an auto-scroller, but like many auto-scrollers in this game, we have ways to skip big chunks of it. And so the super jump we can use to get up and get those 2 gems there. And now we're going to do a super jump edge hit combo to scale even higher up with that little edge of the road there. Very nice, up to the right level. And made the fast cycle too. That was very good. So that allows us to skip a pretty big amount of the auto-scroller on this level. Not the whole thing, there's still a couple more seconds of auto-scrolling here. But that still is a pretty big skip there.
Don't want to jump too early there.
That ending is nerve-wracking because it's very easy to just fall off the entire skyscraper.
Super speed.
Here's another half-pipe level. And the gems, you kind of just got to know where they are because they're kind of invisible if you don't have the right camera angle. But Zelda knows exactly where all of them are and grabbed them all very expertly.
Set.
This level has a skip that was known by the developers. You can just scale the wall there and not need to do that entire maze. And the developers knew about it. You need to do that shortcut in order to beat the challenge gold time for that level. Here's Block Party, and this is another level where you just need to have a really good level of control over the marble. Every single one of these bounces precisely lands on a gem and positions you to get to the next gem. And nailing every one of those bounces is just kind of ridiculous.
Ready.
I mentioned this, but Zelda makes this game look way easier than it is.
Ready.
Here's Morbius Strip. Mobius Strip.
Yeah.
You can pretty much skip like 3/4 of this level by just jumping down to the bottom, getting the gem, and then doing another jump around the bottom to finish the level upside down.
Set.
So here's Great Divide Revisited. It's just another beefed up level of another version. Zelda could go for a trap launch here, but it's also really inconsistent. So looks like he's opting to do this level the normal way, but with a really flashy edge hit at the start. So he got to skip one of the platforms. So that's pretty cool. And that should allow him to make an earlier cycle right here. Oh no, guess not.
Yeah, that's if you don't get the edge hit at the start. You have to hurry up for this one, but
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
yeah.
But yeah, this is another auto-scroller, and here I guess we'll take the time to say, if this game looks interesting to you and you want to play it, or you remember playing it as a kid on the school IMAX and you want to know where you can get it now, go to marbleblast.com. You can download Marble Blast Gold, and you can download the fan-made community mods Platinum Quest. That's the biggest one. There's hundreds of levels for you to play. There's a Discord community to join. A very fierce IL leaderboard, which I mentioned, so definitely go check it out if this looks interesting to you. So very
Big vouch for Platinum Quest, by the way.
Platinum Quest is really fun. Definitely go play it.
Ready, set, go!
So here's another souped up level of the threefold maze, which we saw earlier. It's got more gems in it. And here we're really going to get to see the power of the gyrocopter here. Bouncing to get that gem, using the gyrocopter with some wall hits. Not quite getting the right height there. Nailing that height is pretty tricky, but you can use a backup there.
Gyrocopter.
And another gyrocopter here. Isn't this the IL route?
Yeah, but
Didn't you do a different
kinda
route
hard.
in practice? That's the IL route. That's a crazy route to be going for in an RTA run.
Go!
because I couldn't get the proper route in practice either, so might as well go for that one.
There's To the Moon, funny little gimmick level.
Go!
What like absolute like baller energy, pun intended, just like going for an IL route just casually like in an event setting.
Yeah, I don't.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Zelda's just that good.
Ready!
Now here's Will-O-Wisp. This level is just kind of awkward. These platforms are just at really weird angles, and they kind of have seams in them, like you can kind of see them. So if you just roll straight on them, they'll kind of pop you up into the air. So you need to be aware of that. But gyrocopter to the rescue. We can skip over a big part of it, and now ride up this moving platform section to the end.
Ready! Set! Go!
Some levels, they just kind of toss all the hazards together and call it a level.
This one looks like a ROM hack level.
Yeah, this one's, you got all the hazards and pretty big gaps in between them. But luckily, if you have a lot of speed, you can just cross these big gaps and go from section to section here. Very nice. And then these last moving platforms are just complete trolls. Like, they speed up and slow down, so you think you're good, and then they bonk you, which is very annoying. But
Go!
no problem here. Now this one's another level that's supposed to be an auto-scroller, but thanks to this shock absorber, there's actually a really genius shortcut, which Zelda's going to be doing later in the run. This level also does have a trap launch for ILs, but it is one of the most brutal in the entire game. That's absolutely IL only. But that didn't stop Zelda from finding some way to make this faster, and just watch this. It speaks for itself. Very nice. I think there was an edge hit there, actually.
Respectfully, what?
But what happened is he jumped on some lower platforms, which you're never even supposed to get down there. If you fall there, you're pretty much dead. But he jumped on those platforms and used the shock absorber to make sure he didn't bounce on the final wall, and used it to scale it up to the finish. Insanely creative strategy there, which is so flashy, and I'm glad he got it first try.
Ready! Set!
This level, Siege, is a pretty annoying level, partly due to the frame rate dependent physics that I mentioned. These bumpers that kind of launch you up, they're just not quite consistent. It depends on what frame rate the game is running at and where the marble is exactly when it like makes contact. And so, ooh, okay, I thought that one wasn't gonna make it, but it made it. But that kind of thing like can just kind of troll you on this level, and makes it way harder than it should be. But so far, this is going well. All right, he's got all the gems. You just got to go all the way to the top now. Perfect. That made it. That last
That
one.
was so smooth.
That last one's like the most trolly out of all of them. It's so easy to just barely get cut short. Here's another flashy skip. Very cool slope jump right on there to just skip the entirety of the level. That was really cool to watch.
Set!
So random fun fact about this level, I mentioned the challenge gold times, which every level has a gold time to beat. They made a typo on this level. It was supposed to be 25, but they put 15 seconds. And so it was actually determined to be impossible for a couple years. But here Zelna gets sub 15 in an RTA run. So this game has progressed a lot since 2001. From a very cool level to a very boring level. This one's an auto-scroller where you also have to memorize a pattern of platforms to ride up, which, you know, here you go. Hooray.
I'm seeing a chat comment saying that skip was very monkey ball core, and I think I'm gonna add monkey ball core to my daily vocabulary.
Absolutely. Here's another absolute banger of a level. All right, but
It's
this
actually
one's
pretty fun for the first time, but after 1,000 times, not so much.
yeah, this level is actually really cool though. There's like 3 or 4 little islands that you're supposed to go through, but we can skip to the end here and save the super. Oh, okay. Oh, backup strat. Oh, loop exit.
Oh no!
No.
Oh,
what a troll! What a troll! That was almost a really crazy backup. Ideally, though, what he wanted to do was get the gem on that little island and then use that super speed to bounce off of a slope. Very flashy if you get it. That was almost even more flashy. Here we're going to see another loop exit here. Oh, not quite. If you get a loop exit, it lets you skip all the way to the top. But at least he didn't die, so he can do this backup strat. So, could have gone worse.
Ready, set.
I've always loved the route on this level because it starts off going backwards and you kind of get all the gems out of order, which I find really cool. And using the
okay.
and you use the surfaces on this level. As you can see, these surfaces are very awkward, but the slopes of them you can actually use to your advantage. And so Zelna's going to bounce off that mud slope. Boom, very nice. To get back to the start platform, to get to the end platform. I always love the route on that level.
Set. Go.
Here are some more tubes that are really awkward, and they make them even more awkward by putting a bunch of obstacles in your way. Just terrible to navigate. But, Zelna knows how to do it.
The bitrate of the stream is probably 11 this stage.
Oh, I bet.
Ready, set, go.
This level scaffold is kind of a precision jumping level. You're mostly limited by the jump height for this level, jumping from trapdoor to trapdoor. And so what's important here is doing this level in the smallest number of jumps as you can. Make sure every single one of your jumps makes it to the next platform. So that was very well done.
Now this is where you say rip headphones users.
Oh yeah. This is Airwalk. Another silly level. Oh yeah. Oh. It sounds terrible. It also glitched out the music. You might notice the music is gone.
Yeah.
This game engine, the Torque engine, it has possibly the worst audio engine of all time, but that was Airwalk. Hope you enjoyed it, because I didn't. That was a really flashy skip there on that last one too, and a lot harder than it looks because the wall he hit off is really low, and so it's easy to just jump over it by accident. Here's another tricky level because of the muds. The mud is slippery and it makes navigating that pretty tricky. And it's only one tile wide instead of, most levels are kind of like 2 tiles wide. But these couple of levels are only 1 tile wide, so it's easier to fall off. And the friction surfaces make it even easier.
Respectfully, this game has the tastiest looking mud I've ever seen in a video game.
Absolutely. And here we can see the power of a gyrocopter super jump combo, which can just build insane amounts of height. This level also has another really flashy strat. Zelna saves the super speed and then uses it here along with the gyrocopter. Oh, it just barely misses that. Did I say gyrocopter? I meant gravity modifier. So it uses the super speed along with the gravity modifier
Speed.
to basically redirect his speed in the air to make it to the finish. I just love that strategy.
Ready, set, go!
Here's another kind of precision jump level. And he's going to do another tricky wall hit. Again, that wall is so small that it's so easy to jump over it by accident and just fly out of bounds. So the fact Zelda can get these consistently is kind of wild.
Set, go!
This level, Pinball Wizard, is also another really tricky one. Oh, the bumper didn't give him the right directions. Try that again. But this whole level is on a slope. It's on a slope with some space surfaces and hazards all throughout it where you got to get all these gems like you're a pinball. You're also supposed to click on, or touch a bunch of these boxes, which opens up like a way to the final compartment. But actually, the hitbox for the finish extends above the compartment, so you can actually just finish above the compartment, which is kind of funny.
Set, go!
Here's another level that's just quite awkward. All of these surfaces are at really weird angles. The tornado is constantly pulling you into the center. And so it's kind of self-explanatory that this one's not easy. But Zelda expertly uses that and uses the tornado to his advantage and navigates those awkward surfaces. No problem.
Yeah, if you're not a marble roller player, like it might not be apparent like how awkward it is to just like be on angled surfaces, especially like while jumping and going super fast. Like that was so impressive.
Yeah. This level that has that loop-de-loop, which you can use for the IL, but there's an out-of-bounds trigger, which is so... It's such a troll, because if you try doing a loop exit, it will almost always just send you right out of bounds, so he does an easier strat there instead. Now, speaking of easy, this level isn't. This is Tightrope. Probably the most notorious level in the game. It's basically just a sequence of harder and harder, thinner and thinner tightropes. And if you do it the safe way, you can go all the way across and then you gotta ride a platform. But Zelda's gonna be doing shortcuts here to jump from this higher one to this lower one. It's so nerve-wracking every time. We're not done yet. Reminder, this game has no checkpoints. Here he is on the third set, the thinnest tightrope there is, and gets it first try. Thank God. That level is ridiculous.
Set, go!
Some things never change in different marble rollers.
So this one, we're going to hopefully see a trap launch. Oh, okay, that one looked good, but actually he was going too high that he would have gone out of bounds. So let's try that again. Hopefully we can get this in a couple attempts.
Set,
And you can hear the music glitch out every single time he does a trap launch, which is hilarious. Oh, not quite. All right, did it in a couple attempts. Didn't make it, unfortunately. You can imagine what that would look like if it worked. So we're just gonna... That was a good recovery, though, and now we can just do this level normally. With no music, because that's just how it works. So, how's the weather? I know, this level's almost done here. Just gotta get one last power up and use it to go over to the finish. Super jump. And there we go. Bummer there was no trap launch, but that's just how it goes sometimes.
go!
Speedrun is going to use this like it's a half pipe. Very cool strategy there to avoid needing to go around that level.
Ready, set,
And here Zelda's going to use this super bounce and kind of bonk his head a bunch of times. And so that's to get the perfect height for that gem right there without going too high. So that was very nice. And there's a whole bunch of these super bounce platforms that you can go between if you really want to, but you can also just skip most of them.
set,
Here's another level with a really cool RTA only route. Land right there. Perfect speed to get the super jump and right to the end. That's such a cool route. And it's one of the showcases of normally you'd be getting a time travel on that level and beat it actually much slower in real time. So it's just a cool example of the challenges that an RTA run can provide. We're coming up on the end of the run here. We have 3 levels left, including this one. If you've played Marble Blast Ultra, you might recognize this as the final level in the game because it's not an easy one. And here, this one's going to finish with a really cool super jump strat to get those 2 gems and an upside down finish. Really cool.
Ready, set.
Here's another level that's supposed to be an auto scroller, but it's only going to be for the very beginning here that we use this platform. And then for the rest of it, we're just going to go out of the way here and get the gems ourselves. And these bumpers just kind of really want to troll you. Now you got to cross this really big gap, and luckily we can use these obstacles as our advantage. They're supposed to be obstacles when you're riding the platform, but here we can use to our advantage to cross these chasms. Did it both ways very nicely. And now here's the final level. Time's going to end in about 10 seconds when he enters the finish. And what he's going to do is grab a super speed, use the super speed with an edge hit on the trapdoor, go up to the top, and time. That is Marble Blast Gold. Good run. Unfortunately, there was no trap launch, but this game is just ridiculously hard, and the level of consistency that you need to be able to get through the levels as fast as Zelda just did is really incredible. So, great run.
Yeah, just happy to get sub 40, really. That was kind of the goal, and yeah.
It's also really good to be able to finally show this game off at a GDQ event. In my opinion, it has evaded GDQ too long, so this is a big milestone here, because this is a really flashy game, so...
Yeah, thanks guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Hope you had a Marble Blast. And thanks guys for having us on the show.
I got the joke!
Yeah, where can everyone find you guys, by the way?
Everywhere.
You can find Zelna at twitch.tv/Zelna. Go watch him, he's really good.
And T-Hurst Third, you can find him at T-Hurst Third.
Yeah.
Spell that, please.
Yeah, THEARST 3RD. I do streams of Marble games as well, and also I'm about to do the upcoming Marble Blast Ultra run, so stick around if you want to see that. I think that's about it.
That was such an incredible run. I hope everyone in chat enjoyed that as much as I did. Unfortunately, I'm done hosting for the day, but you in Twitch chat are in the wonderful, capable hands of Helix13_. She's going to take you through the last 3 runs of Marble Marathon today. But I hope everyone here learned things about different types of marble rollers, different types of movement, all that good stuff. Because I came out of Marble Marathon with a new goat, and it's Zelda. That was absolutely incredible.
Thank you.
But we're gonna be taking a quick break for just a few minutes. We're gonna be back with, like T-Hurst said, some Marble Blast Ultra. So while we're in this break, go and drink some water, get up, stretch, do all of that good stuff, and we'll be back in just a few minutes.
Welcome back, everyone, to Marble Marathon Day 2 on GDQ Hotfix. I'm Helix, hopping back on to host for the remainder of this marathon. Hopping in the middle of the Marble Blast block. Really excited for all of the upcoming runs, actually. Just a reminder before we get started that if you've missed any of this event so far, the VODs will be available on youtube.com/GamesDoneQuick. And while you're there, drop a subscribe if you haven't yet. And also, if you're watching this on YouTube right now, thank you. Please like the video if you're enjoying what you're seeing. But with that said, let's get into Marble Blast Ultra by T-Hurst III.
All right, welcome. I'm so excited to be able to show this off. I'm T-Hurst III. I've been playing Marble games for a very long time. I showed this run off at AGDQ 2023, so I'm excited that it's already back with another GDQ appearance. And commentating with me, I have M2K, if you'd like to introduce yourself.
So, hi, I'm M2K. I run a variety of Marble games. I'm the current world record holder for this game, but today I'm going to be commentating while T-Hurst does some of the running for this game.
All right, and if you just came from Marble Blast Gold, this game is pretty similar in a lot of aspects, so we're just going to go ahead and get started with the run. So we'll start the timer in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
All right, so this is Marble Blast Ultra, and as you can imagine, it's like a lot of the other Marble games in the marathon, where we get the ball from the start to the finish in every level. We can make use of power-ups, like here we can see the super jump, and use them to make shortcuts and beat levels in unintended ways.
Coming up, we'll get a bit of an introduction to the same sort of mechanic that Gold had. We have these gems we have to collect, so we have to go out of the way and collect each and every gem before we can finish the level. A lot of these gem levels, we'll just sort of have them just straight out, and we have to come up with our own sort of route and get them as fast as we can. Fortunately, over the years, a lot of people who played this game on the original platform Xbox have done most of the work for us finding this incredible route here. It's going to bring us into frictional concerns here, which is going to show off the surfaces that the game has, which is not too many. We have the ice, which is low friction, and this grippy surface, I guess the metal surface, that has a lot of friction. That's mostly what we're going to have to worry about. This game does not have a gravity surface. The way that gravity works in this game is the modifiers, kind of like we saw in Gold. You're going to pick up these power-ups, and depending on the direction they're pointing is going to define the new down. So there's a gem on each side of gravity here, and we're just sort of going to collect all three of them. Unfortunately, we couldn't get up to the goal. You can see the idea, but still very quick getting through that level like that.
Yep, you do not need to be on the correct gravity to finish the level, which means there's some interesting strats you can do. Now, one thing you might have noticed is that a lot of the time I'm looking at a 45-degree angle. So why is that? And if you just came from Marble Blast Gold, you'll know the reason, but basically it's because when you press two buttons at the same time, the game doesn't normalize the input, and you actually just end up moving faster. So I'm moving approximately 41% faster just by moving at a 45-degree angle.
And just really quickly, the last sort of power-up here that we don't care too much about, you might have seen already this time travel power-up that basically grabbing that pauses the in-game timer for 5 seconds, but it's not going to pause real time, so we're just going to sort of ignore those, but they're there.
Hopefully we figure out the technology to do that one day.
Yeah, one day.
So this game has a lot of hazards in it. This level introduces a couple of them, so we've got fans and bumpers. And fans are pretty much always annoying, but bumpers, we'll actually be able to use them to our advantage a little bit later in the run. Yeah, I'm just gonna climb this tower and avoid the wind and the bumpers.
Nice. So that brings us here into First Flight, which shows off the gyrocopter for this game. Like in Gold and other games, it's the most overpowered power-up that we can just use to sort of glide over this level. As this particular level sort of showcases here, we just skip everything with one power-up. And this is going to bring us into Marble Melee Primer, which is going to show off 2 power-ups and a really core mechanic that only really show up in multiplayer, but we're going to talk more about that core mechanic. We have the blast here, and you'll notice in the bottom left there's a blast meter that's always charging, and as soon as that turns blue, you get a blast that you can use anywhere in the level for a little more power, and that's going to be all throughout the run. But this Mega Marble he just picked up is only in this level, and that's just going to make the marble bigger. It doesn't have too much technical use, but like I said, this game is just showing off stuff from multiplayer, which is a cool mode Tears we'll touch on later. Here in Pitfalls, Tears is going to be lining up for an incredibly precise little wall hit here. If you can pull it off, it's very difficult, so if not, that's fine.
I just whiffed it entirely. Let's try again.
Yeah, you'll get one more try here. But you can sort of skip the staircase on either side, which saves like a good 5-ish seconds.
There we go.
Nice.
Oh, that was clean.
Oh no!
Oh no! All right, we're just gonna go normally.
That's fair.
But
I appreciate how universal these like edge hits are in pretty much every game that's being shown off this weekend.
Yeah, that's one of the most interesting aspect of Marble games is being able to utilize them, and they're also universally hard.
Yes, they are.
So here on Gravity Helix, Tears is going to be making use of a very simple setup where he lines the marble up, doesn't move the camera. If he does a specific jump pattern, all he has to do is time the blast and just get through that level in 6 seconds, about as fast as it gets.
Now, this level has a strategy which I'm not going to be going for, but M2K does. He was a little humble in his introduction. He's not just the world record holder of this game, he's also the world record holder of Marble It Up Classic and Marble It Up Ultra. Sorry, I had to say it. Just had to give you that plug. But if you watched Marble Blast Gold, you could have seen a Zelna attempted an edge hit on this level. Oh my god. And if you do it right, you can hit off this edge and get sent all the way up to the top, which I failed it. Or I didn't attempt it because I always failed it. But I also just failed an easy platform ride, so not quite my day today, but we're just
decently safe to go for. We have a checkpoint if we don't get it kind of right there that triggers when we hit the edge, so it's not too much of a time loss, but it is very hard, and we have to use a lot of visual cues and lineups to pull it off. This level is going to combine two fairly difficult hazards here, the bumpers and the ice, that make for a pretty terrible combination to get around, but using the inside of the turns there that don't have ice, T-Hurst can sort of keep his speed and just redirect himself 90 degrees, making that a really easy level.
So a lot of the levels in this game follow a pattern that basically goes like, get the first power-up in the game, here it's a super jump, or in the level, and then use it to skip the rest of the level. So here I can use the super jump to get all the way to the end. There's a few levels that work like that, especially when with the gyrocopter, which is an incredibly broken power-up.
That will bring us into the level with the most gems in the game. This has a lot of gems. This can easily be overwhelming. 18 gems where they're all sort of placed on these ramps, and the idea is they're sort of there for you to stunt and do cool things off of, but we're just trying to speedrun through this game, so the idea is to just take the quickest route, and it can be very hard for a level like this, but as we said before, people in the past have done a lot of the work for us, and this route's been here for a while now. It helps us just collect 18 gems in under 30 seconds, which is really nice. Coming up, we have another level with a lot of gems and an interesting route, where we sort of start from the top, drop down here, collecting these 3 gems, and following the level around, we're actually going to go back up to the top and sort of repeat the same drop down we just did in order to collect the rest of these gems. It's the fastest currently known route, actually, so making quick work of that level with that route.
Yep. A lot of these routes have been around for a long time, and sometimes they stay forever, but every once in a while someone comes up with something brand new.
Yeah, that's the joy of these games. You never know when you found the fastest route until someone comes in like 10 years down the line and finds something better. So here T-Hurst is coming into these sort of like later beginner levels where there's a lot of time travels, and sort of the gimmick is to collect the first time travel as fast as possible to pause time. We call that a catch level. You can see the level is enticing T-Hurst to sort of grab that line of time travels in front of him over there. But we're going to go ahead and ignore that. In real time, this level isn't too interesting. The gems are kind of just on one side, and we can quickly grab them. Coming up here is a very interesting skip that T-Hurst is going to go for, called a loop exit. About midway through this level, it's very difficult. You're essentially going to build a lot of speed and try to exit a loop at a certain polygon. It's made up of polygons, it's not exactly circular, so he's going to try to exit in the middle. That
Very
looks
nice.
Good. First try.
Right. Glad I got that.
Oh yeah, that looked real good.
And that's something we'll go for on a later level one more time, but it's going to be harder then. This one is still pretty hard to pull off, but that's beginner. So this game has 3 different difficulties. This is intermediate, and the levels are going to start to slowly get harder. We're going to start off with Mountaintop Retreat here, which basically a climbing level. The goal is just to get to the top as soon as you can. But we have a super jump here, first power up in the level, you know the drill. We're going to turn around. We're actually going to jump off the slope before using it, and that sort of multiplies the height that you get. And we just skip everything in the level there.
This level is Urban Jungle. It's another one of those open gem levels, and I just really love the route on this. Kind of just flying around the whole level, and we can use these power-ups and even just normal jumps to jump from lower sections of the level to higher sections of the level that you're not really supposed to do. Like a cool jump here, and a super jump here.
This is also one of the most tense levels. There's actually no checkpoints in that route, so if he dies, he has to do it all over again. So a lot of cutting corners can be risky. So this level, like you may have seen if you watched the gold run, has a hidden super speed that we're going to use, but it can be a little different in this game with the checkpoints. He's going to try to line it up and hit a checkpoint trigger here. It's not connected to the checkpoint, but you'll see when he respawns, he sort of just loses his momentum and can just complete the level from that point. So you can sort of exploit checkpoints, and we'll see that a lot in this run. It's a very cool strat.
Oh yeah, that is cool. That's something the monkey ball does not have at all.
Yeah, intentional deaths at checkpoints is something that you'll see a couple times in this run.
Yeah, anytime we can use it, we will. So here's another sort of gimmick level. It just has a predetermined route. We follow these gravity modifiers and grab the gems in order. Not too much we can do to make it quicker.
Now this is the second auto-scroller level in the game. And I'll use this time to talk about the mechanic that you may have seen if you just watched Marble Blast Gold. Sure, I'm saying that a lot. It makes sense. This is the sequel, but it's called a trap launch. And basically, if you get your marble trapped in between a moving platform and another platform, you can get launched. And it's pretty hard to control and pretty precise. So I'll be going for a couple later in the run, but this is a level where we would do it on the IL, but it's just too risky to go for in an RTA setting. So instead, I try to use nice use of Blast to skip some cycles. So there I did skip one, and I should be skipping another one later if I do it right.
Yeah, a lot of moving platforms at the top of this level, so it can take a while to get through. That's why these cycle skips can be so beneficial.
Alright.
Nicely done. Will bring us into Timely Ascent, which has a power-up at the beginning. And guess what we're going to do? We're going to grab it, and we're going to go to the goal. We saw that coming.
If you're really good, you
No
can
way.
avoid this platform and aim yourself directly into the goal. I bounced on it a little bit, so could have been a couple seconds faster, but that was not bad.
Yep. So this level, it doesn't have too much in it, but we can turn around here and make use of that blast. It's always charging. And if we jump off the slope, we get a little more height, kind of like I alluded to in the first level of Intermediate, and just straight to the goal in a few seconds. Here's another good example of a routing level where normally you'd follow the path at the start. There'd be a lot of bumpers and ice to traverse on. You'd have to go kind of slow, but just switching to gem order, not only do we make it easier, but it's actually faster. So we're grabbing all these gems. It's completely out of order.
I completely thought I missed that fourth gem, so...
I'll look close.
Gem hitbox in this game are a little bit wacky. They're not exactly what they look like. But here, this level, I have a setup where I'm going to wait for the timer to say exactly 11 seconds, which is when I have enough blast. And I can bounce on that slope surface and get all the way to the top. So I wait until I have just enough blast to be able to pull that off.
Yeah, that looked close.
That did look really close.
Here's another level that we'll see a lot similar levels like this, where it's just they dangle some time travels in front of you, and you want to go for the time travels. But when you're in real time, all we need are the gems. So we just skip to the end. Unfortunately, not making that.
Yeah, I
Blast up
blasted
to the
before
top,
I
right?
jumped. Yeah, so
Yeah, when you time inputs like that really tightly, like if you jump and blast on the same frame, sometimes the game will just sort of do it in the wrong order or something, and you won't get the height you need. So
this one, you're supposed to ride these platforms, but you can actually jump on these beams. Oh no! Okay, let's try again. You can jump on these beams
the
instead,
recovery.
which is really. All right, we're fine though. This level is quite generous with checkpoints. Actually, this whole game in general is pretty generous with checkpoints. So
The
luckily,
precision of that recovery was still ridiculous.
now here I'm going to go for a really hard strat. Let's see if I can get it first try. Very
Nicely
nice. So I skipped the corner.
That's
The hardest part, honestly, is dodging that very first fan. That fan will just troll you. But a nice edge hit, and you can finish the level. So This level is where I'm actually going to talk about this game's multiplayer, because this level is kind of reused in the multiplayer. And the way multiplayer works in this game is that you basically have a bunch of players that spawn throughout the map, and then spawns the gems in pockets. And you want to get more gems than your opponent. And actually, I'll use this time to plug that there's a Platinum Quest Summer Tournament. So if you join the Marble Blast community and download the fan-made Platinum Quest mod, there's a tournament that's coming up, and we still have some sign-ins available. So I forgot to plug that last run. People were telling me to. So if this game looks interesting and you want to play the multiplayer, there's a tournament. Go check it.
All right, we're coming up on a very important skip here. We're going to make use of the trap launch mechanic that Tears talked about earlier. He's going to try to do a setup here and lodge his marble between the platforms. Or we'll give this a couple tries because these are very hard to control. And they can often take a lot of practice and praying for them to work properly. So ideally, he just kind of wants to trap himself between those two.
Oh, that's not going to make it.
You can sort of see the idea here. I don't know, maybe he'll give it one more try.
Yeah, I'll give it one more try. If I don't get it, that's okay.
Line up very hard.
That went one down. Alright, that's okay. I didn't get it. Yeah, you guys got the idea, and you can see what it could look like. Oh my gosh.
Sometimes you do everything right, and you just get trap launched into the edge of that sort of wall right there and shoot off out of bounds. Nothing you can do about it, but it was a good attempt there.
And even though I missed that first platform there, I'm actually on the same cycle because I can get from another platform onto the third platform. So yeah, here actually I'll take an opportunity to talk a little bit about the game I'm playing. Marble Blast Ultra is an Xbox 360 game, but I'm playing it on PC. So what's up with that? This is a fan-made, reverse-engineered port of the game called OpenMBU, which makes the game totally accessible and anyone can play it. Because this game was actually delisted from Xbox Live in like 2011, so it's been kind of in limbo, but thanks to fan recreations, you can still play it.
I'm really glad to hear that, actually. That's a really cool project from the community.
Alright,
so
let's see if I can get this.
Yeah, possibly one of the most famous levels in the game, Black Diamond. If you played the game, you might remember enjoying this one. Tears is going to try to do a difficult strat where he keeps as much speed as he can. These pyramids are going to make it very difficult, but we'll see if he can pull it off. Okay,
I got something. It wasn't exactly
close.
the strat, but...
Yeah, when things go wrong, if you just sort of hit a pyramid, get some air, and sort of recoup, then everything can be alright. Still pretty fast through the level.
Not bad. Sub 30. If it's sub 30, I'm happy with that. This level has a pretty cool lineup here with the jump pattern where I aim in a specific direction, change my angle, and I get an edge hit. That was very good to get up from the bottom up to the top. So that one always feels nice to get. Shout out to H Dude for coming up with that.
Yeah, H Dude came up with this setup that actually skips a lot of an otherwise slow and painful level there. As you can see, very tight turns with no walls and all ice. So getting through that using just simple cardinal directional inputs is always nice. So here's a nice level here where it's fun to explore. We get different gravities and the gems are sort of hidden around, but we know the route. There is an interesting thing here. We notice that we can actually finish the level upside down if we use a super jump. And I think we'll only see that one more time at the end of the run, but very cool to finish upside down.
So here's where we can actually use these bumpers to our advantage. Take a look here. Very cool. And now I'm going to be going for another loop exit. Okay, not quite. You guys got to see the hidden Easter egg, though. We'll try that again. A little unfortunate, because sometimes you can make it, but not quite out to the top, and you can do a backup. But there, unfortunately, I just didn't make it, so let's try again.
Yeah. The polygons here are a bit smaller, which makes it harder. They're nice. That can be a very hard one to get.
Second try, not too bad. What do you think
Here's
I'm going to do in this
level
level?
Where we're going to... Oh, look. Is that a power-up I see? Oh, gyrocopter. Let's just jump to the end.
Whoa.
Oh, that's a nice level you made.
Wow.
Don't mind if I jump to the end. So here you'll notice Tears pauses his game, and you might think, why is he doing that? That would make it slower. Well, when you're paused at the start countdown is still ticking, and what that means is if you pause there, the platforms pause, but you can let yourself out of the goal quicker, and that's going to allow Tears to grab the first gem while still making it cycle. It can be very hard to do without it. But sort of just following this route here, where we do a couple cool tricks to get to the top, and then sort of drop down, grab the gems as we go, and just gyrocopter to the goal and skip this actually very horrifying slide that can easily kill you at the end.
That slide is
And
so
that will
trolly.
Really clean.
Yeah, that's going to bring us to the end of intermediate and into advanced, and these are going to be some of the hardest levels. So 20 more levels we got to get through. This one, Divergence, just has a super jump, and once you figure that out, that it's hidden, it's very easy to just use these along with the jump to get a bit more height and go straight to the goal. Here's Slick Slide has probably one of the most infamous skips. If you've ever played the game, you probably figured it out. You just drop down at the start and you don't have to do the midsection of the level. You can keep your speed. It's a very satisfying one. Here we have Ordeal, which is another level that has a lot of the game's obstacles in it. If we get to a certain point here, we can actually skip a lot of it.
Yeah, good.
Nice, but now we have these blocks that are all on a completely different cycle, so it can be very difficult, and you have to react to the exact time you get there, making it nicely through.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, it's very easy to get stuck on those blocks for a while.
Yeah, just waiting for them to give you a good pattern. This level has also a very interesting route here. And right there, I did a
Here's actually-
checkpoint skip, checkpoint abuse, where I blasted up to the checkpoint from the bottom, and that let me skip a section, which is very cool.
Super jump.
This is another level where we're very thankful that the people who played this game before did a lot of the work in routing this. As you can see, it's a very difficult level to wrap your head around. There's a lot going on, but
I thought I
barely
went
hitting the top
over
of
it.
the goal there.
I thought if I went over that, that would have been a disaster, but...
Had to commit.
So here's another auto-scroller. One thing, if you came from the gold run, you might notice that some things are missing, particularly the super jump and super bounce and super shock absorber power-ups. Those were kind of the least used power-ups in Marble Blast Gold, so I guess they trimmed them out when they made the sequel. But it also means that it removes the really cool trick that Zelna showed off, which, if you didn't see it, go watch it. It's really cool. But unfortunately, that means this level is now just completely an auto-scroller. Going for the trap launch is just out of the question for an RTA run, so...
Well, I will take this time to remind everybody that your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bits cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel help support Games Done Quick Hotfix. So if you're enjoying Marble Marathon,
Oh
if you're
my
enjoying
God.
the speedrunning content, oh no.
Oh no, I did that once in practice and I'm like, boy, I hope that doesn't happen in the run.
That was the one
Oh
thing
my God.
we didn't want to happen.
Well, if you got more
I feel
stuff to
that.
talk about, you got plenty of time.
Well, I sure do. But yeah, if y'all are enjoying the content, please consider subscribing to the channel, supporting GDQ. We definitely appreciate it. Speaking of supporting GDQ, we have Sonic and the Sidekicks coming up next weekend, June 1st and 2nd. You can use !Sonic to take a look at the schedule. The thing about that is that it sounds like a Sonic marathon, and it kind of is. But Sonic himself will not be present. It's all about his friends. So I think that'll be a pretty fun time. Definitely check out the schedule and tune in if you are available.
Nice.
All right, it happens sometimes. And there's the checkpoint right there. It is the most trolly checkpoint. It's the most useless checkpoint in the game. It's kind of funny. But here's Ramps Reloaded. And what's funny is it took me way too long to realize that the level geometry of this level is like the same thing with 2 copies of it. Same level twice. That's kind of fun. This level also has a really cool skip. You can see there's the one gem that we need to get, which is down there. But actually, I'm going to go up because I'm going to grab a power up
Super jump.
and use it to hit off the wall and use the super jump to get back up. So that's a pretty cool strat there.
Oh yeah, for sure. So here we have, I believe, Scaffold, where it's just sort of grab the time travels at the start, follow the level, and try to keep your time travel catch. But we're going to go ahead and warp to the checkpoint up here using our blast. Even if you have to wait a little, it is a couple seconds faster. Not too much left to skip in this level. The way these platforms are spaced require a lot of jumping on each individual one. We can cut a couple of them out with a blast, but sort of as fast as that level gets.
So the beginning of this one has an interesting trick where I got to really time my power-up usage. Okay, good, I got it. What you need to do is use 2 super speeds and then grab the third one but not use it. And so that's what I did. And now I can use the super speed that I grabbed to do a hit off the slope and get right to the finish. And you can see all these little islands that are around. I pretty much skipped all of them.
So here's another very important trap launch we're going to be going for. This one, it doesn't lose too much time to attempt, so we're actually going to give it a handful of attempts here. If you can get it first try.
Oh my gosh. First try.
It's not over yet.
It's not over yet. I could fail this.
If you touch the out of bounds, which is very hard to see up here, you can lose all the progress.
First try. We got to see a trap launch. Let's go.
Marble Space Program.
Marble Space Program.
Otherwise, it'd be like a 50-second level minimum. So that was 18 seconds, which is incredible. You could see why it's worth to go for. He's going to go for another trap launch here. If he triggers this and turns around, not quite.
That was a very safe one.
One attempt. Yeah.
Yeah, because if you fail it, most of the time you're still just in the elevator and you can beat the level normally. Although it is possible to die, and that's always really annoying when that happens.
So here's threefold maze. You may recognize this level from the MBG run. It actually gets reused in this game as well. If you played it before, you'll notice it's really easy. It's kind of like a maze to get lost looking for these gems, but we have a predetermined route. And actually, if we hit this checkpoint and respawn, you'll notice that the checkpoints, when they respawn you, reset gravity to the direction that they're normal to. So you can sort of use that, not by getting that gem.
Yeah, and that's actually the worst, because I got a checkpoint that I didn't want to get. I know the backup should work here. I've done this before. There we go.
Nice, okay. I wasn't sure what to do there, Mike.
Yeah, I've made that mistake before, so I knew the backup.
But we'll see this level again get sort of remixed. Here's Half Pipe Elite level, where they sort of entice us to follow the time travels for the best time. But we're sort of going to use this first half pipe to build up speed and just jump straight to the end, actually getting the fastest exit there. It's very nice.
Oh, that's pretty good. Here's Will-O-Wisp, and this one's just a pretty awkward level. All of these beams, these like weird platforms, they're all at kind of weird angles, and there's kind of seams connecting them. So if I just kind of roll straight here, you can see it popped me up into the air. I did not jump. And you can just see the seams visibly. So it's a little awkward, but we can use this gyrocopter here and a blast. To not quite make it, I used the blast a little too late. That's all right. I can still go up here and do this mostly normally. Oop, how did I miss that?
And that should bring us into under construction here, where if we use a lineup with the timer, we can actually make this edge hit a bit more consistent than normal. Gonna back up and go for it again.
Yeah, why not?
And gets it, nice.
The backup had no setup too, so glad I got that.
Super jump.
But yeah, that makes an otherwise difficult level. If you look back, there's a lot of beams and jumps and stuff. It makes that a lot easier when it's much more automatic. So here's extreme skiing. Tears is going to go for a skip here to try to jump over the gap, but it can be very difficult. So
that looks good.
That looks good.
Boom. Very nice.
Oh, that was sick. Well done.
Very glad I got that one first try. That's the one that often takes a couple tries for me.
And here's threefold maze again. This time, they changed the start pad and end pad and added some gems. So this time we need 5 gems. Thankfully, the people who played this game before did most of the work, so we're just sort of following a predetermined route. But it's a bit of an interesting one because we're going to make a lot of use of these gyrocopters, and if we do it right, we should be able to actually finish sideways. So just gonna grab that gem, jump up to the top, and there's one gem and a finish or sideways, and we can get them both in one go. Perfect.
Pretty good. We're coming up on the end here. There's 3 levels left. You might recognize this one as the final level in Marble Blast Gold, but they shuffled them around a little bit here for Ultra. I'm using super speed and trying to get an edge hit on this trapdoor. Pretty good. There we go.
Nice. Here is the final auto scroller. If you just came from the MBG run, you might have seen Zelna go for this. I'm not sure how much different it is in Gold, but in this game, it's pretty bad to go for. So we're actually just not even going to bother.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone actually bothers going to that trap launch there in full runs, but there is an intended skip later on. They added a super jump, and if we sort of like weave around this pillar here, avoiding all the obstacles, we can grab it, hold on to it, and if we use it while the platform's going up, that platform will actually sort of multiply our vertical distance, just like that.
Yeah, so for whatever reason, that super jump is not there in Gold, but yeah, this is the final level, so time should hopefully end in about 30 seconds. And I pause at the beginning once again to make this platform cycle easier. Here we go. And this should be the final maneuver, which I grab a checkpoint for safety. That's 1. That's 2. And... Oh, trolled. All right, let's try again. Gem 1. Gem 2. That's why I get the checkpoint. Oh, I did an edge hit there. I don't normally do that.
Yes, final sequence here can be kind of tough, finishing upside down. The hitbox of the goal does not extend infinite
That's time. All right, 3rd time's the charm. We got it. This was Marble Blast Ultra. A huge treat to be able to show this off at the Marble Rolling Marathon. Thank you so much to M2K for commentary. Being able to focus on the run is a huge difference. But yeah, if you want to play it, again, go check out OpenMBU. You can find it at openmbu.com. If you want to play Marble Blast, check it out on. There's the larger Marble Blast community at marbleblast.com. If you want to play the spiritual successor, Marble It Up, you can check that out as well. M2K did a run of that yesterday. And yeah, I think that's about it. Any closing words, M2K?
Yeah, I definitely recommend checking out OpenMBU if you want that sort of nostalgia if you played the game in the past. But I guess other than that, thanks again to Helix and Limey for allowing us to run this game on GDQ.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a big pleasure having us on.
It was a blast.
I've said it already, but like the response that I got from the Marble Blast and Marble It Up community about this event was, I don't want to say surprising, but it was very nice. It was very good to see. And I definitely appreciate so many people from those two communities being willing to hop on and play some Marble Rollers for us. It's really happy to have you on. These were phenomenal runs, so thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Stay tuned, everyone. Stay tuned, everyone. We have 2 Monkey Ball fan games coming up. In fact, 2 of the very best Monkey Ball fan games. Right after this will be Super Monkey Ball Gaiden. You might have heard of it. And if you haven't, it is, at least for a long time, it was considered the highest quality Monkey Ball ROM hack out there, or Monkey Ball fan game out there. And the one after it, Super Monkey Ball Stardust on the schedule, is maybe even as good, in my opinion. So, like I said, stay tuned, keep an eye out. In the meantime, make sure to follow the channel. If you have a Prime sub ready, drop it. If you would help us out, we'd appreciate it. And we will see you all very soon. Welcome back, everyone, to Marble Marathon on GDQ Hotfix. We have our penultimate run, Super Monkey Ball Gaiden, a really, really cool Super Monkey Ball fan game. But before we get started, I just want to remind you all to join the official GDQ Discord and add the new Hotfix role. With that, you can keep tabs on upcoming events, talk with staff and showrunners, and more. Use !Discord in Twitch chat for more information. There's lots of cool stuff happening on the Hotfix, and that is a great way to keep up with it. But with that said, speaking of cool stuff, Goobs, I understand this is a very cool fan game, so
Yeah.
tell us about it.
Hello. So hi, my name is DMT Goobs. And this is a fan game that was released, I want to say, in 2020. And when it released, it was like incredibly popular. It's just a fantastic fan game. There's a lot of crazy long, like, difficult levels. And very fortunately, there's also a lot of places where we get to skip some of these levels. So this fan game is really fun. It's really quick paced, and I think it should be awesome. Starting off, just a fair warning, I am just recovering from a cold. Sorry if I sound a little disgusting. But I think I am good to go whenever. Actually, just as I can explain when the run starts, actually. Never mind.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, you can give us a countdown whenever you're ready.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go!
Good luck, Goobs.
Thank you. So starting off, this first level, we're actually going to menu down to this first level. It gives us a faster load at the end. And this first level is one of the hardest, actually. You gotta line up in this very precise spot. And then, get, like,
and
kind of...
nail it first try. Okay, that's absurd. That's not easy.
Really difficult, but when it's the first level in the run, you get a lot of practice with it. So
yeah, that honestly makes a lot of sense. That's probably from what I've heard, is the most difficult strat in World 1. One of the flashiest as well.
At the start and like at the start and the end of every single level, we're gonna be doing a little bit of menuing to like skip a little bit of cutscenes. So at the start of every level, we're gonna press start and then we'll press start, down, and A, and this is gonna, like, we're actually retrying the level, but the retry spin-in is 2 seconds faster than just letting the stage spin in by itself. So this saves a whole lot of time throughout the run. And at the end, we are stage selecting at the end. And one really cool thing about this pack is that normally in the vanilla game, you have to press up twice before having stage select, but in this fan game, they made it so you only have to press it up. So it's gonna look like we're pressing exit game every single time, but we're actually just stage selecting for the whole time. Really cool. This pack also has a lot of different features. One of them being something called a bounce pad, which will see, especially going in the one soon. I think that's already been a stage with bounce pad. But these are actually, in the game, they're conveyors, but they're pointed upwards. And so custom ROM hack or custom fan game creators found a way to make it so you can basically get a bounce pad just using a conveyor.
Yeah, they're used in very creative ways in this fan game as well. Definitely keep an eye out for them.
Yeah. This strat here is also one of the hardest ones, but we're gonna let this platform kind of flip us. And we're gonna bounce off those 2 wires, saving about like 7-ish seconds or so.
But all right, once again, you just took something that is incredibly difficult and made it look really easy.
I know one really cool thing about Smoking Ball Hardback, and especially in the next run, which super excited about. But there's going to be on that stage previously, there's going to be lots of very far away goals, and you just have to line it up and dunk to the goal, basically.
Yeah, you're gonna see a lot of that in the next run as well. Super Monkey Ball Stardust, another custom level pack.
Yeah. What was it? Very fortunately, the camera is actually really good for this game. For like long air distance and air control in this game. Here's another example of this bounce pad. So we're gonna hit up a bounce pad and kind of go through like a half pipe a little bit, and we're gonna able to skip some of it. It's really, really cool. Upcoming next, one cool thing that this fan game did, is that, they made it so when you pause in the game, normally you're allowed to, buffer in the original game. You're allowed to basically like take it as slow as you want, and it's still hard in the main games, but like in Gaiden, they got rid of the buffering, so there's like a 1 second cooldown. And there's a couple shots in this run where that shot earlier was like a 3-frame range, and you just had to you basically just had to pause at the right time, and it allows you to do a cool skip.
Yeah, it's almost similar to how Banana Mania pausing is if you caught that run at the start of today's programming, where you kind of get one shot at it, and if you miss it, then you miss it, because you are locked out of rebuffering. Banana Mania is not exactly that way, but in this game it is. There's no rebuffering.
Let me use nice little bounce pad. It's got a very fortunate edge clip there. Would have died without it. And next, we're moving on to World 3.
Phenomenal first couple worlds.
Here on Cycle Hit, we're actually going to be, the platforms that spawn in from underneath actually allow us to bounce off of them, and we can use that way, or use that to skip off the level. And then here is actually an example, I forgot to talk about it, but there's something in this game called wormholes, where it basically will teleport you to a random spot, or not to a random spot, but where another wormhole is, and we can use those to do a bunch of fancy skips.
Yeah, it's portals basically. It's portals. Wormholes are another somewhat popular feature in Monkey Ball fan games.
Yeah. Here we see an example of how the bounce pads can get really strong in this game. Normally you're supposed to dodge these bounce pads, but we can actually get hit by it and skip all the way across to the end of the goal.
I love that strat.
Yeah. This is probably the first. I guess Shrink Ray is probably the first example, but this is an example of some of the long gauntlet stages, where it's basically, you just have to move really well, and you can't die, because if you die at the end, it loses a ton of time. This one's on the easier end, I'd say, but later in the run, there's some pretty difficult ones.
Yeah, I would agree with you that Master of None is one of the easier gauntlets. Oh, this is a really cool level.
Yes.
There are 5 buttons here that Goobs must hit in order to unlock the goal, essentially. And this is a really creative concept, because this isn't something you see very often in Monkey Ball custom level packs. It's just not a concept people play around with too much, having to find and hit multiple switches.
Yeah.
That was a pretty clean movement, too.
Yeah. One of the also cool things is that button collision in this game can be pretty inconsistent sometimes. And so got very fortunate there in that sometimes the buttons, you can land on them and they won't press, but that time they all press.
Yeah, that's a good point. And now, this level is Fortnite. There's no way around it. It just is. You drop in a somewhat random location, gotta hit a button, and then go to wherever the goal pops up.
Unfortunate that there. And very fortunately, there is just like one distinct route that we have to take. We can usually do it on almost every like possible location that we land. Very fortunate. And then this is probably the strongest bounce pad in the game, I'd say. Don't mind the misspelling of the pack, or of the level, but we can get launched forward at super fast speeds and go to the goal. This level right here, Mandolin, is probably one of my favorites personally. It's really, really fun. The score route for ILs is just very fun. But I think overall Wood 4 is probably my favorite world in the pack.
I really like the background here. Special shout out to the Minecraft paintings that are on the walls. I think that's a really good touch.
Yeah. And here we're going to be traversing across a wire, and if we make the cycle right, the wire's going to be moving, but it's going to be moving when the wire is straight, so makes it much easier.
Okay, Goobs, that was ridiculously fast. I've never seen someone move across that wire that quickly.
Here's another cycle-based level. We can take it a little bit faster, but it makes it significantly harder, so we're just going to play it a little safe. And then here is another example of a pause shot. We have about a 3-frame range to hit. Hit it nice. It allows us to get a clip and skip across the level.
Hitting frame ranges like that is not quite as hard as you might think. There are some helpful cues for it, whether it's like a background cue or something else that happens in the stage. Also, the strat stick.
Yeah.
This game does run at 60 FPS, so a 3-frame range, for example, is 3/60ths of a second to hit the range. Sounds difficult. With practice, it is enough to be relatively consistent.
Yeah, it's usually not too bad. But here's pattern prism. This is actually doesn't look that hard, but the movement for this level to get the fast cycle is really, really tight. I think this might work. Yeah, it's gonna work. You can get a 48 there. But still 46 is usually in runs I'll get like 46, 45. Very nice. Here's a level where we drop off and go into this wormhole, and it allows us to basically skip the whole stage. Normally it's a whole...
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, normally you have to go and do a bunch of stuff to make those walls go away, but not the way Goose plays it.
Yeah. This is also one of my favorites. It's really fun to like this level. You have to like stay on the conveyors to like go up the hill faster. Trying to optimize it is really fun, but it doesn't like you don't save a ton of time in like RTA, so you typically play it safer. But like this stage is gonna be incredibly fun. And then this stage Dragonfly is a crazy cool puzzle level. This is one of my favorite levels, like casually, where you have to find ways to like build speed conversation, whatever it's called.
Conservation, I got you.
But fortunately, we have a pretty quick route that just allows us to get to the end pretty quick.
World 5 might be my favorite world. There's a lot of cool stuff going on here.
Yeah, the background music is just so cool. Now, this strat uses a technique that is kind of weird. You wouldn't expect the game to work this way, but because you're not controlling the ball, you're also not controlling the stage. Actually, you're actually controlling gravity. So like the direction that gravity pulls you. And so when you're using diagonals in this game, you actually fall slower, and if you're going upwards, you'll gain more height. Meanwhile, if you're not using diagonals, or like the less input that you're using, will make you fall faster. And so we can use a specific set of, falling fast into the bounce pad to get more height. Whoops. And then using diagonals to get more height, and that allows us to beat that stage in an earlier cycle.
Yeah, so to simplify, A stronger input means falling more slowly. A less strong input means falling more quickly. And that will be extremely relevant not only in this game, but also in Super Monkey Ball Stardust coming up next.
Yes, that is used so much. It's sort of very awesome. This stage is also really fun to like, especially for score. But these next couple stages aren't. Well, actually, the next stage after this is really, really cool. It's a big speed building stage where you just get to build up a ton of speed. And fortunately, we have a very fast route, but there's all different kinds of ways that you can do it. Funnily enough, maybe there's multiple routes that you can take, but one of the more consistent ways is actually to take the red goal here, which would seem harder, but actually is kind of easier, honestly, than taking the silver goals, or the blue and green goal. Here we have to go down this path, and it's nice cycle lock, so we don't have to take it that fast. We have a giant tube, and we're just gonna roll down this tube. We're gonna hold up here so we get, like, hopefully this collision that we want. Like, we got it, and this allows us to dunk straight in the goal. Here on Warp Dreams, this level is actually really cool. There's like a bunch of different routes you can take, but since they're all so close together, we can actually use these wormholes to skip across the stage completely. And there's the goal.
And that is the power of wormholes. Because they keep your momentum, you can do some wild things.
Yeah. Here is a little bit of an RNG, not RNG, but like, it's not 100% consistent, that clip there, but very fortunately got it first try. And then here is a really interesting, like, one of the only use of glitches throughout the entire run. But these seesaws, they actually go upwards when you're on, like, the end. They're called anti-seesaws. And we can actually use this fact. We can pause the game and click view stage, and the seesaws will actually go back down in the actual level. So we let the seesaw go down, and then we can skip across, like, part of the level.
That is one of my favorite little tidbits about Monkey Ball, and the fact that it is actually useful in an RTA run, even if it's a fan game, is so cool to me.
Yeah. Very awesome. Just kind of a nice hold up. Identify is one of those levels that, like, doesn't look too crazy, but, like, can be a little tricky sometimes. You can't really see where you're going, basically, so you kind of just have to feel it out.
Oh, that golden tree was almost gone.
Yeah.
These goals are, especially at the speed and everything, but at the speed and at the distance from which we are approaching the goal, those goals are small.
Yeah. This level's kind of funny. The level is not too bad to skip, really, but if you try playing it without skipping the level, it's so hard. Like, it's the level creator themselves, I think said, like, that they really wanted you to, like, skip that level, like, on purpose. Oh,
that's
very
fine.
nice. The stage coming up after this, called Seismic, is actually not super consistent, to say the least. The height and the direction that these things send you, we're gonna be going actually for a little skip at the beginning, which is consistent, but pretty tricky. I get it. But these directions, like, I got sent upwards there. I could also get sent, like, straight like that. Like, it's this. I'm making it look consistent, but these are control you sometimes. We got very lucky there.
Yeah, that was pretty solid.
And then here, this is actually an example of, like, I mean, the level is called Slot Machine, so it is not really consistent, but we get 3 random obstacles. This set of obstacles doesn't have any skips, but you just get to go and play the stage fast. And this one is not, like, too fast, but not also too slow, which is very fortunate, and not that hard.
This isn't RNG, because true RNG does not exist in this game. If Goobs were to somehow hit those 3 switches at the exact same time every time, he would always get the same stage layout, but that is just not possible to do unless you're a TAS.
Yeah. Here we go, World 7. This level, one of the trickier ones. Normally you're supposed to like go across these wires while also bouncing up in the air from the bounce pads. But we can actually use the bounce pads here to skip most of the level. Here we have a nice level where we actually have to use the fact that holding like less input makes you fall slower. Oh, actually got a flip. But here after we get hit up by this pyramid, we're gonna want to hold up so we fall slower, and then neutral so we can get hit up by that thing and skip across the level.
Oh, well done.
Very nice. And then the next stage is kind of notorious for being really hard for where it's placed. Some people say it should be in World 10. But the level is actually invisible, and you only have bananas to guide you. So you're supposed to like have to like only collect like some of the bananas, so that way you can see the path when you're going backwards. But very fortunately, I've played this stage a bunch, kind of know where the stage is, but it is brutal casually. It is so hard.
Can confirm. Take my word for it, please. Or play it yourself, honestly. This is a really cool level pack. You should totally play it.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, you just made that look really easy.
Here we're gonna try and get hit twice by these bounce pads so we can get the height and just one cycle all of these. Very nice. Here's a level where you unfortunately can't skip it, but we gotta press these buttons to like make the stage ourselves, and put it like this. This is a really cool level here. We actually just get like launched by this like giant like lever thingy. Get sent flying, and we have to land on a bunch of these things. I could have gone straight to the goal there, which is actually very rare, but I might play it safe and take a little safety bounce. This level is also really hard casually, but very fortunately we can hit the fast forward button and then just kind of bounce across all of these. Take this nice little route. It also allows us to just go straight in the goal. Then here, what is it? It's nice. The level name is called Gaoko, which I think I'm not sure what language, but I think means test in English, I think. And there's not really any skips on it, but near the end, we can actually skip part of it by kind of, whoops. But we can scoop through some rings and go all the way to the goal.
I want to mention there is an incredible task for this game, actually. You should totally look it up.
Yes.
I recommend, like, definitely, finish watching this run first. Play this custom level pack yourself if you can. But then, once you're done with that, please watch that task. It is some of the most ridiculous stuff you could ever see in Monkey Ball.
Yeah. One second, sorry. What is it? On this level here, there's kind of this end part where we can line ourselves up to try and get the most amount of distance and like skip it. That's very nice. But yeah, that Gaiden pass is very, very cool. This game has the collision when like going for like edge clips and like basically any sort of like collision that you need is very inconsistent, but TAS can kind of abuse that fact, and TAS doesn't need to be consistent, so you can do some very cool things in TAS, and especially this ROM hack has an incredible TAS.
Yeah,
already.
TAS just do whatever they want. It's awesome. Also, I'm hearing from chat that Gaokao is basically the Chinese FA team.
Dang, okay.
Kind of a comparison there.
That's cool. Yeah, and they're like this kind of a nice long gauntlet stage. There's kind of an intended skip here, where after you press this button, this is actually like probably the hardest obstacle, like intended obstacle. You take that wire, which I got so lucky. Holy crap!
Oh my gosh.
That wire skips like, oh, I'm not gonna make the cycle. Yeah, okay. Gonna have to wait a little bit. Oh, please. Nah, okay, it's faster to retry there. But, what is it? That wire saves like about 6-ish seconds, and it's incredibly hard, but it's definitely, I don't know, I'm glad they put it in the game. I'm gonna try this one more time, and then it doesn't go well. I might try something else.
That's fair. Yeah, World 8 especially is where things start getting rather difficult for this level back. Especially if you're trying to do things like this.
Yeah, we should be able to make the cycle. Allows us to go. Oh, I almost died again. But
I honestly didn't even know that cycle was possible to make, so that was really impressive. Oh, this strat's really cool.
Yeah. Another one example of one of the kind of long falling stages, but we just kind of sail our way to the goal. Now, this is another example of pause strat. And a lot of these, let's see if we can get it to work. It's a little inconsistent sometimes. It usually takes a couple times to get, but it basically allows us to skip the whole level. Very nice. We just get clipped straight upwards.
Yeah, essentially what happens in this level is you don't want to hit any of the buttons. That's part of the challenge of it. And if you hit a button, then you get smacked by the stage. But we can use that to our advantage.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous anyway.
This level is a little harder than it looks. But we can drop down to the bottom of the stage, get hit up by one of these gyroscope thingies, and then the goal is going to be moving, actually, when we go into it. Luckily, with the hit I got, it was not moving too fast, but that goal angle can be a little tricky sometimes. A little harder than it looks. Here we have a nice little gauntlet stage. First cross. There's a one skip that we can do in this level, but a lot of it is just like trying to move as quick as possible while not dying. Here we can bounce across these pyramids. Across. I think that skips like 20 seconds, I think. There we go. Just across these. And then here, we'll bounce across the wire and go to the goal. One of the... Sorry about that. But one of the levels coming up is really cool. It's another choose your own adventure stage. Or we basically had to create the stage we want. Luckily, there is a pretty fast and consistent setup that we can choose. We'll click the right button, the left button, and it should set us up for a nice, quick and easy goal like that. Here is a little bit of an inconsistent flip. We're gonna be like going across, trying to clip off that wire there. That usually doesn't. It usually works like pretty consistently, but it's not showing me here. But it saves quite a lot of time to do this over playing the level casually. Okay, hold on. There we go. I'm gonna bounce off here, here, and there we go. Here, it's kind of where the pack starts to get a lot trickier, but luckily Run 9 has a lot of cool skips that we can actually skip some of the gauntlet levels. This level is really long, but we can use kind of the way it's laid out to our advantage and basically just skip straight to the end. Here's another example. The collisions off these first like ramp things are actually kind of precise for some reason. Like you kind of need to hit like specific polygons in order for it to work. But very luckily we got it there. Here's a stage where we're supposed to like line up with the exact edges. We can actually whoops, I went over it early. But we can use the ramp spinning to just do a little skip there. Doesn't save a ton of time, but a little fancy. And here we go across the drum. This is another example. This stage is really hard casually as well, but we can actually just get hit up by one of the platforms moving up and skip the whole level. This next stage is actually like a little tricky, but it's really cool. We can actually like kind of land in this exact edge and kind of get squished up and skip all the way to the gold platform. Which that level is normally like 50 seconds long, but maybe shorter than that.
That's so cool.
Yeah. And actually, we just need to do a couple bounces. Should work. Okay, got lucky. This is probably the hardest gauntlet stage, at least in the speedrun. I don't know about like casually, but like the cycles here are all pretty fast, and there's just a lot that can go wrong.
Yeah, I don't know if I call it the hardest casually. It's certainly up there though, and I can totally understand why it'd be the hardest in the speedrun. There is a particularly ridiculous strat where you can get hit by like one of the lasers the robot is shooting.
Oh my gosh.
And
yeah,
get bounced up toward the top, but I like totally do not blame you for not going for that, because that is...
I should have practiced it. It would have been so sick.
It's one of the hardest strats in the entire game.
Yeah. Ooh. See if I can get this part again. Okay, cut. Very lucky. And here we can let these platforms rise and then take us to the next one. Here we go.
That was some impressive cyclage. Probably not a word, but...
Here we're gonna get hit by this little bounce pad. A little precise.
Yeah, there's a tiny sliver of bounce pad there. There you go. Well done.
And then this level, I think, is the only example, of a frame perfect strat. Luckily, we can try the frame at the start as many times as we want, or like it only loses about 2.5 seconds to fail it. So very fortunately, we can just try it over and over again. And it's still faster than like playing the level casually. There is a really cool skip found by actually the runner that's coming up after this, Nambo. But that skip is really, really hard, and a lot of people just go for doing the frame instead because of how hard it is. Here, we can actually kind of wait for the specific timing moment, and then get whacked by the lever and go straight to the goal. Here we're coming up on the final world. This level is really long, but the way it's laid out, it's just straight. And we can actually like get hit by these bounce pads in a specific way. Get like a tiny clip, and we can actually skip like most of it in like... There we go. Get sent flying. There we go. Here we go, we got Pandora's Box. This level is really cool. The concept is really awesome. But we can play through some of it, and then fortunately we have a skip that we can do. That's a little inconsistent at times, but usually works most of the time. We can actually just get hit here, land in this area, and we get hit up by something that I don't even know what it is, I'm gonna be honest. But it allows us to skip straight towards the goal.
I forgot about that. World 10 especially just has some ridiculous strategies.
Yeah. This level, very, it's kind of, the task here is quite incredible.
Oh my gosh, the task.
The stage is, like, even the IL speedrun doesn't really have, or has, I think, a very tiny skip at the end, but the task here is able to make advantage of a lot of different things, and it's really cool here. I do highly recommend checking out that task. It is
Yeah, me too.
really incredible.
I do appreciate how the bananas there act as a guide, basically, as to where the cube's gonna go.
Yeah, because then you don't have to, like, guess which way it's going. It's very nice.
Yeah, and it goes so fast that it's actually really important that you know what's coming.
Yeah. All-Star, you can wait here, wait for this wire to come up, and bounce off the wire we used previously. That's the starting platform, and then just go straight to the goal.
Beautiful. That strat looks so clean.
I'm gonna be going for a strat here that's really hard, or it's really feel-based, but allows us, it saves quite a lot of time. See if I can get it. There we go. Please? Nice.
My jaw just hit the floor. Oh my god. Y'all don't understand how hard that is. Maybe you do, but still.
This next stage is really cool. It's finding the route casually is very hard. How to beat this, but it's really fun. It's kind of like called Trick Room. Luckily, we know the route in advance, so we can. Here, this tiny wire is a little scary. It's especially scary in PB attempts because you have a lot of that nerves, and that wire is very chokeable. But
yeah, it is. Hitting the star button there, which is gonna make this go. I believe it twice the speed it normally goes at. If you're wrong,
I think it's either twice or 1.5. I'm not sure.
Essentially
Yeah.
faster, and we like faster.
Yeah.
Gotta have really clean movement in order to actually make the cycle, because of how fast this thing is spinning, because Goobs hit that button. Well done.
Here is actually a skip that saves about like 19 seconds. It's it wasn't used in attempts, or it was found pretty recently, so it wasn't used in attempts, but we can actually wait at the specific moment, then get hit down by the fan and skip like most of the level.
Oh, nice. Yeah, the whole gimmick on this stage is that if you touch the red C, essentially, it's just a really strong bounce pad, and it'll bounce you up into that fan, which normally would cause a fallout, but if we line it up in a certain way, we can hit the fan in such a way that it just ends up skipping half the level.
Here on Shadow Tag, we're supposed to be racing this ball, but we can use a little skip to kind of go much faster, very fortunately. And then this next stage, what is it? Time's gonna be coming up when we go into the goal here. We're gonna use this set of ramps and kind of scoop up and land on this platform here. That's the first skip. And then we're gonna go over here and we're gonna try another second skip. The stage is really hard casually, but very fortunately, the skips make it much nicer. And we're gonna land on this ground, hit the pyramid, and skip straight to the goal. And time is coming up now.
That was amazing.
Drink some water or something.
Yeah, please do. The fact that you were able to talk through almost every stage while also playing them is remarkable. Wow. Also, Gibbs undersold the curtain call. It's hard casually. That skip is also very hard.
Yeah,
not for Gibbs though, apparently.
I've lost quite a lot of runs to that stage before. It's really unfortunate.
I can't imagine what running Gaiden is like. There's so many big skips that seem so punishing if you mess them up, especially toward the end, and you just end up losing so much time. The fact that this run is down as far as it is into the mid-30s time-wise. I actually don't even know what record is, but the fact that you just got a 36:42 is ridiculous. I remember when world record for this was like a 50, you know?
Yeah, it's definitely, it's gotten pushed down quite a lot, which is very nice. I want to shout out the monkey ball community at large. Y'all are awesome. Y'all are incredible and super awesome. I want to shout out this marathon. Thank you, Helix. Thank you, Limey. Y'all are cool. This marathon's awesome. And shout out to the previous runs. I haven't gotten to catch all of them, but the ones I've gotten to watch are really, really fun to watch. Really cool.
Yeah, I mean, I've actually been really happy with everything that's happened so far this event. The runs have been amazing. If y'all, like Goobs, have missed any of them, you can always head over to youtube.com/gamesdonequick. The VODs will be uploaded there. I don't know exactly when, but in the coming days. Highly, highly recommend doing that. Subscribing to the channel to check out anything you might have missed. Sorry, Goobs, you were saying?
Yeah. I guess. Yeah, and then the next run coming up after this is gonna be crazy. It's awesome. There's gonna be so many cool strats and stages and stuff. That pack, or that custom level pack, Stardust, is very awesome. And Nambo's really cool. Gainon's also really cool, who's gonna be commentating. Go check them out. They're awesome. And
there's a reason I put Stardust last. I'll say that. There's a very good reason I did that. Yeah, thank you so much, Goobs. That was amazing. I'm really glad that it worked out for you to be able to run. Any last shout-outs before we take a quick break?
Yeah, I mean, just shout out you guys. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Everyone go follow Goobs. We are going to take one last break here before we get into our final run. Do not go anywhere. Well, get up to get some water, perhaps, after that blistering run. But we will see you again very, very soon. Welcome back, everyone, to the grand finale of Marble Marathon on GDQ Hotfix, the last run of Day 2. Sad that this event is ending, but what an event it has been, right? I have had an absolute blast. The Marble Blast, even, I don't know, I didn't do that one on purpose. I thought of it as I was talking. It's fine. If you, like I've said, if you've missed anything, please check the VODs out, youtube.com/gamesdonequick. Also, before we get started, just a reminder that your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bits cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel help support Hotfix. So if you're enjoying the content, please consider supporting. But with that said, I am super, super excited for Super Monkey Ball Stardust, a revolutionary custom level pack. Nambo, take it away.
Hello, I'm Nambo. I will be running this Super Monkey Ball mod here, Super Monkey Ball Stardust. Before the run starts, I'm going to do a little quick introduction for, I guess I already said I'm Nambo. And with me, helping me commentate here is a good friend of mine and very skilled ILer and just like the only other person who's gotten every single collectible in this game, Gaiden.
Yo, hello.
I
didn't know you'd gotten every single collectible. That's awesome.
Oh yeah,
every achievement, stunt goal, badge, whatever.
Yeah, I did do that.
And
that's me.
There's actually a video of it on YouTube that went public today. So if
that is true,
that is something to check out potentially after the marathon's over, maybe. Anyways, before the run starts here, I have to give a quick little explanation of what's going on because the moment the run starts, we're going to be going a mile a minute, hitting things like crazy, and I'm not going to be given much time to breathe. So to start out, this custom level pack has a special menu called the Galactic Log, which keeps track of like additional collectibles that aren't in the base game. So there's 3 little slots here for every single stage. The first is for getting the normal goal. The second is for getting the stunt goal, which will be the focus of this run. And the third is for a bunch sweep, which is not the focus of this run, but is really hard to do. So the stunt goals are basically these alternate goals that are on every single stage in story mode, and they're all in intentionally goofy locations that are like, they're supposed to have presence over the stage, and they're not supposed to have an intended way of getting them. So the whole point is that I just put, like, these goals are just in really silly spots, and it's just up to the player to come up with some kind of crazy strat to get to it. And I kind of let that slip there for a moment, but I am also the person who made this pack, and I'm doing the speedrun of it. Worth mentioning that because of the nature of these stunt goals and how they were placed, they weren't placed with intended strats in mind, and so all of the speedrun strats kind of made themselves. In fact, I'd say that, like, even though I did a lot of the routing for this after the pack came out, more than half the strats in this run are things that, like, friends of mine came up with, or they came up in ILing, or whatever else. So it's not like I made the strats for or it's not like I crafted this run. It's like, this is a run that came up out of the weird locations that these goals got placed in. Anyways, I'm just about ready to start after that little preamble there. Be opening up. Just give my quick file name here. Ooh, oh, I am so slow at typing. I should have had this ready. Trans rights. Anyway.
Yo, trans rights.
That is a fire file name.
I might have to steal that. That's really good.
That's actually awesome.
All right, I'm gonna give a quick countdown, and then we are ready to start. 3, 2, 1, go. So,
good luck.
First thing that comes up in these first two stages, these stages kind of introduce some like custom mechanics specific to this pack one by one. Oh, got a little bit of weird outcome here. I just collected one of these large banana bunches, which are the first thing in that. You might have just heard a sound there. That was for one of the custom achievements for getting my first stunt goal. There's just so much going on in this run at once. That gives you a little idea of where the stunt goals are at. They're all in just like kind of hard to reach locations, and you just kind of have to use what's on the stage to get to them all. And
yeah.
Oh, sorry?
I was just gonna say, I feel like Impression is like the perfect introduction to a stunt goal, because you're just playing the level, you don't even see the goal, and then you just turn around, it's attached upside down. That was cool collision that you just got, by the way.
So here's the introduction to the 3 different strength bounce pads. So this game, just like Gaiden, which you just saw from Goobs, has different strength bounce pads, which are made from vertical conveyors, and they are indicated by their color, the greens being the weakest, the blues being mediums, and purples being the strongest. Anytime there's a purple bounce pad, it is usually useful to reaching the stunt goal.
That's a good rule of thumb.
And then here we have the first introduction of large buttons, which are another thing that this pack was, I think, the first to do. There might have been another pack in the past that used like pretty large buttons, but they were first showcased here. That's a little bit of a silly strat there. You're supposed to like kind of choose either half of the stage to go on. Like one half has the bounce pads not kill you, and the other half has the stage itself not kill you. But we just choose one of them, use it to jump to an offstage bit, and then turn around to get to the stunt goal. And I didn't even get time to explain reveal.
Yeah, this is like the most high-paced monkey ball run out there, honestly. You don't have a lot of time to explain things. Like, here you're just doing a bunch of very precise air movement to fly over to this goal a lot faster than you might think is possible, but yeah.
Yeah, Gaiden ended up being a decent intro to this because there are bounce pads, there's air movement, there's wild stuff all over the place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And lots of goal entries in this run are over 100 miles an hour, so you just have to, like, know how to aim it in midair. And you have a surprising amount of control over the ball in the air in this game, like way more than a lot of other marble rollers. Like, that honestly makes the Marble Blast runs and the Marble It Up runs even more impressive to me, is how, like, much less control it looks like they have in the air and how they're still able to pull off their crazy stunts and whatnot. But in this game, that lets you do a lot of like insane looking maneuvers that you just wouldn't be able to do in any other situation, of being able to maneuver the ball in the air and get into stuff and whatnot. But while coming up in the end of World 1 here, one other thing I would like to mention is, even though I'm the one who made the stages for this pack, there were other people who helped out with the custom code and the music for this. So I'd like to give a quick in-run shout-outs. Specifically, before the World 1 music ends, this music was made by Relayer. What am I doing? I'm not turning towards the goal here. And then alternating tracks for most of story mode will be tracks by Relayer and then tracks by Walker. So WALKR for Walker's handle on most things. and relayers, spelled how it sounds. And then custom code helped with by Eucalyptus, Bomb Squad, and Retrop, and Complex Plane.
You made that ripple strat look so easy. That strat sucks. It's so hard.
It's really weird because what can happen is you can get hit by the next ripple as it's coming up, and it'll just completely kill your speed and not let you get up to the goal. So you have to very efficiently manage your forward-backward speed there to not hit the wrong ripple piece.
Right. This is, I think, the first the first of a certain type of stunt goal that I really like, which is just I took it and I put it way behind the starting platform, and yeah. No! Are you okay? Trolled.
I got slightly trolled there.
That was unfortunate.
Yeah, entering goals at high speeds is like, there's nothing quite like the goal in the party ball in this game, in that there are some times when it's like you did not get in that goal, but it let you in, and then there's other times where you definitely got in that goal, but it did not let you in.
Yeah, it really is what makes Monkey Ball what it is. If the goals were any different, it really wouldn't have the same charm.
Also, we're gonna bypass this whole level.
Also, yeah, I was gonna say, there's a great example of you didn't go in the goal, but the game said, yeah, sure. You ran directly into the party ball, but yeah, okay, man.
This is the next example of another stunt goal that's like way behind the starting platform, so we're actually gonna go all the way up to like where the goal platform is in order to get all this speed, and then we're gonna hit some ramps along back up the level in order to get to this little staircase right here that has a stunt goal on it. You can kind of see it in the distance.
Yep.
Oh, a little bit in the air here.
Also, I found this strat, Smile.
Let's go!
Quick self promo, yeah, let's go!
Let's go! So, one thing that comes up a lot in this run that is like, it's kind of defining feature in terms of what makes it difficult from any other Monkey Ball run is most of the strats in this, I'd say, are like a lot less precise than like your standard super thin wire or whatever. But what this run has in absolute like massive waves is decision making. Everything in this run is about like figuring out what input you need in order to get into the goal from an air control thing. Or just like figuring out, do I need more speed, less speed into this hit in order to not like overshoot the next platform that I'm trying to hit. And this is a specific example where it is a really, really tight jump. I kind of cleared it by a lot there because I got a nice set of hits, but it is very, very easy to undershoot that jump if you don't manage your speed properly. And understanding that is core to being able to do these strats consistently, because even though they're like not fundamentally super precise, they're still really technical. And this is one of many, what I like to call box stages, where the stage is literally just a giant box with like geometry everywhere, and you just have to find a way to get up to the goal platform. And that's the whole gimmick. There's just a giant box with a stage in it, inspired by stuff like, if you saw the Kaizo run last SGDQ, there's a stage in that called To Shreds You Say. That's kind of inspired it, as well as like Paraboloid from Deluxe, which you might have seen on the day one of the Marble Marathon. But yeah, box stages are awesome.
This pitfall strat is so wild.
I want to give a quick shout out after doing that strat there. Those are just vertical wormholes that are sending you back up the direction you came out. And I want to give a quick shout out to the ILing scene for this game, because right after this game released, Tony SMB released a website for Super Monkey Ball ILing for like both custom games and the vanilla games. That is so good. It's called SMB Elite, and if you're ever like kind of into Monkey Ball speedrunning, but you don't know if you want to like put in the commitment for a full RTA run, definitely ILing is something to look into. And the website is like such a great place for the ILing scene of this game. And the reason
especially with Banana Rumble coming out soon, but Banana Mania, the newest game, is also on that website. I'm sure Banana Rumble will be put on it shortly after it releases. Like vouch hard.
Yep.
Right. I was also just gonna say, like, I have also put hundreds, probably thousands of hours into ILing Monkey Ball 2 custom level packs. They are insanely fun to optimize.
Oh, that's not good. I need a flat hit there.
And you know, with like with single levels, it's a lot less of a commitment than learning an entire long run.
Turn around.
Oh, okay.
Wait.
No way. Okay. I thought for a second.
If you had saved that, I would have had to like leave my building.
Yeah,
I think plan in my head there.
Yeah, that's another thing to note, actually. Almost every level in Stardust has those, I think they're called floaties, where it's just, like, things, like, they seem like background objects, but they're actually in the foreground and they have collision, and they're just placed so you can save yourself in situations like that.
Yep, if it tilts the stage, it has collision, basically. Yeah, it's like, this whole run is kind of a massive game of peekaboo with the stunt goals, because the stunt goals are just like, they're kind of hard to notice until we're already hurtling towards them at 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, on Solar Vessel, you can see the stunt goal. Like, there it is, hello.
Hello. Goodbye.
Monkey Grill, you probably will not be able to see the stunt goal until, like, about a second before it's entered. Also, this is one of the hardest levels in the run, just because cylinders in ball game are not the most consistent thing in the world, you might have heard.
Yeah, and you have to hit these ones at high speed in order to build up enough speed in order to hit this back wall.
This looks like
this is perfect.
really good setup, though. Yeah.
Peekaboo.
Hello, goal. Yeah. That is crazy that you can just first try that. That's so hard.
Yeah, we got a little timer here that shows the indication for when the stage is going to flip you to the other side, but we're just going to jump straight under it, and the goal's back here. Hello. Peekaboo.
Hi.
Once again. And one trend with a lot of the quote-unquote box stages, like if you see these big walls around the stage, there's a pretty good chance that the goal is going to be like really high up or on the wall. Oh, that is a backwards
nice
hit.
clip.
I can make this work.
Wait, dunk it. Wait, dunk it. Wait,
We're
dunk
dunking
it.
these.
Oh, yeah. That is not the goal you normally go in there.
Nope. That's the thing, is a lot of like fluency in air control in this game is just being able to take pretty much any situation that's hurtling towards a goal and get it into it. Oh my god.
Okay. That cool goal collision. Yeah.
Yeah, I hit the bottom of like, or the top of the party ball there. That was a little strange.
Yeah.
There we go. Upside down goals. We love them.
Big fan. That's so funny how he just went in between all of the goals there.
But I was in the middle of saying something earlier. The reason I want to shout out ILs, I never finished my own thought because I just forgot what I was trying to say because I got on a big ILing tangent about SMB Elite. But the reason I want to shout out ILs is because a lot of the strats in this run were just yoinked from the IL leaderboards.
That is true.
Figure out what, like, sometimes first place is like a little too hard to get like consistently for a run setting, but you know, yoink something from like, you know, 5th place or something on the IL leaderboards. I don't know why I got hit sideways there.
Game doesn't like you.
True.
That's my only thought on the matter.
I also forgot to mention when we were on Ice Tray, and it's kind of present on this level. It's a little hard to notice. This pack also is one of, not the first, but one of the first to use basically ice. I say basically because it's not actually lower friction, but what's happening is the light blue platforms have a very slight upwards bounce pad. I am not getting in that goal. We're going to try that again because I want to get in the goal from the front here because it looks really cool. But these blue platforms have a very, very slight upwards bounce pad that basically keeps you above the ground like air hockey. And because of that, it gives you less friction because you're in the air instead of on the ground, even though you're kind of sliding across the ground. And that's going to become extremely relevant in World 4 because World 4 is nearly all ice stages.
Exactly.
This is a better setup.
This looks good.
In this one. The other one was a really bad setup. I wouldn't normally take those into the goal on like PV pace, but I wanted to get in the front of the goal.
That is so just such a high speed goal dunk.
We're winning. Here we're using a wormhole that's like directly above that little portion of the stage. It takes you up to a bunch route that's like above the stage to get a bunch of banana bunches. But we're just kind of using a bunch of wormhole shenanigans in order to get enough momentum to reach this star that has 4 stunt goals.
God,
we're gaming.
Chevron scares me even when other people are playing it. That strat is insane.
It's so fun.
Yeah.
And here we have wraparound. This stage, there's no ice in this one, but the whole gimmick is that there's this giant wormhole that takes you back across the same little section of stage, and we just have to keep building speed on this until we have enough speed to go smack. And now we're above the stage to get to the stunt goal. Normally, the blue goal is a little bit lower inside the actual stage itself, but the stunt goal, you kind of have to get up here so you can go down the wall. Hello there, goal.
You found it. Good job.
I did find it. Where's Waldo? But Waldo's the goal.
So true. Just so true. Real developer insight right there. All right.
This stage is really fun because there's like, I genuinely know 4 different strats on this stage that are all for different like amounts of speed that you have coming out of the second scoop, because that scoop is a little bit variable on how much speed you get, and depending on how much speed you need to go for a different set of hits in order to make it to the goal. And so that's like a big thing in this run, is just knowing backups for just about every like weird hit scenario that you can get.
Yep.
And this is actually, I'd say, the hardest strat in World 4 for me at least.
Yeah,
it's
Sorry. No, you go.
I was just gonna say, it's like way more precise than it looks, because you need to be rising into this hit right here. Like that little turnaround hit. If you're not rising into it, then you do not get enough speed to land on that next like flat thing in the middle.
Yeah, exactly. You need to time it so that you get a bounce right in front of the ramp, so you can carry all of that upwards momentum backwards off the ramp.
This level here.
Also, this is probably my favorite looking strat in World 4.
Let's go. This level here is called Sequence Break because you're basically meant to do an RTA strat in order to skip the level. You kind of have to abuse the fact that all of these ramps are really easy to gain. Well, not easy, but they're in a way that lets you gain speed on them. And you have to use that to jump across the level in order to beat it casually for the blue goal, which is pretty hard. Like, this pack does get pretty hard. It's not as hard as I'm probably making it look because of the stunt goals, but it still is a pretty challenging casual experience, like for a first Monkey Ball custom level pack. We're gonna be playing another game of goal peekaboo here. Hello, blue goal. Nope, we're not going to the blue goal. I mean, that goal's pink, but don't worry about it. Purple goal.
Yeah, it's the blue goal in spirit. You get a blue badge if you go in that goal.
Yeah.
Therefore blue.
Therefore blue. We've got another box stage where the goal is just way above the stage, so we're going to be rocking back and forth between these 2 big bounce pads here because they give you a ton of speed. Again, big purple bounce pad, probably helpful for getting you to the stunt goal.
Yeah, and there you do. That's another instance where you have to land right in front of that ramp so that you actually get an upwards hit into the bounce pad.
Yep. If you direct hit that ramp, you fly directly over the bounce pad and you have to restart.
Yep.
Because it's just faster to restart at that point. Like, you could go for an improv finish and still beat the stage, but it's just, a lot of times, it's just faster to restart because you have a plan if you restart. This is really low. That works. We're good.
That was fast.
That ramp gives you variable height, but like 99% of the time, it's enough height to reach the goal. And so it's like just a matter of reacting to how much height that ramp gives you and figuring out how much forward input you need to reach the goal.
Rebound Slider is such a goated level, by the way. This level's really, really fun.
Oh, I missed the sideways hit here. I'm going to be going for a little bit of swag. Normally, I don't go for this in PB attempts, but for the fun marathon swag, I'm going to be going for the straight-in goal entry here. Normally, you use the walls around the goal to slow yourself down here, but I'm going to just go straight for it. I'm just completely missing this wall.
Yeah, it happens. But yeah, this level is super fun, both casually, or I guess it's fun in terms of all casual gameplay, and just IL and the RTA strats for both goals are really fun too. It's just goated level.
There we go. We're gonna pretend that hit is really hard and that it's not one of the least precise things in this world.
500 miles an hour dunk.
Oh, it's fine, it's fine, I lived.
You lived. We're chilling. Oh, wait.
You got so lucky.
We're just gonna sit next to the goal for a moment, get nice, like, friendship with the goal.
That's fine. We need to catch our breath.
Yeah, that was a bit much, a bit scary.
We're gaming though. This stage has a stunt goal both in front of and behind the start of the stage. We've got a little double type. And thank you, Party Ball.
Fun Party Ball collision. And also, now that we're into World 5, this world is highly focused on bounce pads.
Yep.
Like, pretty much every level in World 5 will force you to use bounce pads in some way.
Yeah, World 4 is focused on ice, 5 is on bounce pads, and then we'll see what we have when we get to World 6. Spoiler alert, it might be wormholes.
Thanks for the spoiler. That's funny. I thought you were gonna leave that up to suspense, and then you were just like, nope.
I
nope.
want to do something funny there.
Yeah, fair.
Getting enough height to
Also,
reach that stunt goal right there is not easy.
I was going to say exactly that. You stole my
Also,
my flow there.
These big scary wrecking balls, they are friends, okay? First rule of Stardust, the big scary wrecking ball is your friend.
Oh, okay.
See, ready?
That will be demonstrated hopefully right here. Yep. And there's a goal up there. Fun fact.
Hello, goal. That's one of my favorite strats in the run. Just get hit by the scary object that's supposed to kill you.
That was a relatively new discovery as well. That strat took out one of the honestly one of my least favorite strats in the whole run. It replaced it with something that is probably just as precise, but feels way cooler to pull off, in my opinion.
This is probably the biggest break in the run, and I'm going to give a little explanation for what's going on here. This stage is basically supposed to be like a kind of Simon Says game where you go and click these blue buttons, but while you're going across the stage, you're breaking these green buttons that make it so that there's less and less platform, and you kind of have to parkour across the platforms that you made for yourself, sort of like Spleef from Minecraft, which is what the name is based off of. And that
Also
specific strategy abuses the fact that the stunt goal on that stage involves breaking all of the platforms and then getting to one of the edges of the stage. But I forgot to make the back wall, like, the back wall goes away when you get all the green buttons. And I didn't realize that you could just get over the stage and get behind the goal at first when like that stage was first made. And so there's just a funny sequence break there where you can just not interact with the blue buttons and get behind the goal once you get enough buttons to clear the stage out, which is very silly. Also, we are just not going to interact with this stage. Sorry. There's just a goal back here. We got to go.
Hello, purple goal.
So that's how that's done. Okay.
Yep. I think in my casual playthrough, I accidentally got smacked by one of the doors straight to that goal, and that was how I got that goal.
Oh my god, that's so awesome.
Like, I was just playing the level, and one of the doors closed on my face and smacked me at the stunt goal.
The whole point of this stage is that you're supposed to click these little buttons that are under the light pillars in order to bring the stage closer together, kind of like molecules attracting to each other. But the stunt goal is really far across this big like archipelago of stage, and so we kind of just got to use the bounce pads to rocket across the whole thing instead of interacting with the actual stage concept.
I love this level.
Me too, honestly. It's really cool. Also, just a reminder for anyone just joining us who might not know. Whoa. Oh.
There's actually
a reminder for anyone joining us. Nambo did, in fact, make this level pack. So
yeah,
that is true.
Running it and created it.
Made the pack, but a lot of the strats, and like I didn't make the strats while I was making the stages. They all came afterwards as like routing because of just how these stunt goals work. So just complete. So much stuff went into this run from so many different people. Yeah, here's another stage that we're just not interacting with. I'm not actually going to spoil how that stage is supposed to work, but there's a little bit of a puzzle there that you're supposed to complete, and we just bypass the puzzle by jumping straight to the goal. It has something to do with the typewriter, I'm told.
Yeah, something to do with it.
This stage, I have little visual cues for either light or dark, and that's what I'm thinking in my head the entire time. Is like, hit dark there, hit light here, boom, boom. Oh, I didn't hit light. Wait, I might be able to
you're
improv
chilling,
this.
you're chilling.
Improv?
You can improv it for sure.
Wait.
Yeah, you have speed. Just go.
Okay. I got hit to the middle, so I can just go for the old ending, the old strats ending.
Hit
boom,
the blue.
Boom.
Oh, yeah.
And then, oh, am I too high? I might be too high. Boom.
No, you're good.
You're
good.
This is really tight. Okay,
You're
we're
good. Yeah.
A little bit of improv there.
Oh, that was stressful.
Yeah.
You gotta be able to think on the fly.
That's another instance of a box stage where the stunt goal is just super high up.
That's one of the largest stages in the entire game, actually. In terms of volume, I think it is the largest stage. Not in terms of like front to back length, though. That goes to a stage in World 9 or the last stage of the run, wink wink.
Yep. The last stage in World 9 or the last stage in World 10.
Hello to the only seesaw. You could hardly tell it's a seesaw in this run, though, because we're not really interacting with it.
I can't believe that went in the goal.
I can't either. I'm just not thinking about it.
Yeah, that's fair, you know.
Just gotta live in the moment.
Yeah, fair enough.
This is another stage where the concept, there's like these wormholes that kind of go between the ground and the walls, and you're supposed to use those with the overhangs in order to like reach the next layer of the stage. But Ganon found, it was either Ganon or Frix or someone else found that skip where you can just kind of jump straight to the goal without interacting with any wormholes, which is extremely awesome.
Yeah, that was a collaborative effort with me and Frix, I think, because we were both like trying to break the level for Blue Goal IL. Oh, cool collision. But then we also discovered that, hey, this like hold-up setup, you can very easily just take it to the stunt goal and it's faster.
So good. It's so much easier than it might look as well. Like that's one of
that stage is like actually, I don't want to say free because I don't think there's a stunt goal in this game
also,
that's actually free.
This is one of my favorite strats in World 6 because we are not going to be touching the ground like after that initial ground touch at the beginning of the stage. It's just all air. All wormhole entries. And, never mind, we touched the ground for a moment. I lied!
Why'd you lie to us? Also, this is probably my favorite strat in World 6.
Yeah, so this stage...
You had yours?
The whole gimmick here is this stage, there's like conveyors that go left on one side and conveyors that go right on the other, and the stage is a perfect mirror of itself that's flipped 180 degrees. And because of that, entering a wormhole basically effectively switches the direction of the conveyor. But here we're able to jump across the middle of the stage to kind of gain some speed and get up to the stunt goal super fast.
That's so clean.
Very fun strat. And this one's really hard because we're hitting off of these pipes that are actually cylinder objects, which this game has like special cylinder collision objects which perfectly calculate like a round cylinder using math and then give you a perfect like collision angle based off of it. But because of the fact that they're perfect cylinders and there's not like direct faces you can aim for, it can be kind of hard to tell where you're going to end up going off of one of those hits.
Also 6-9 random number generator.
This level is a little goofy. The whole idea here is that you're given a set of pseudo-random numbers based off of how long it takes to click those buttons at the beginning. And so I don't actually know coming in exactly which numbers are going to be there, but there's enough consistency to the layouts where you can know where some specific faces are going to be. So there's like a specific set of 4 different outcomes that I'm aware of that I'm looking for when I'm playing that stage. And depending on which numbers I get, I do one of those 4 outcomes. Essentially.
Also, someone in chat said Nambo do RNG without the button. What are we thinking?
That is possible.
Oh, no. I have done it.
Yeah, the IL gets that stage without the button. Ganon actually has the IL for the stunt.
I do have the IL record. Gets hit at 8,000 miles an hour. Pretty cool. Pretty fun strat.
It is extremely goofy. It actually hits off of some background objects as well, which in fact have collision on that stage, like the genuine background itself, which is extremely goofy sauce.
Shout out to the random number generation Hotfix show hosted by Skybones.
Let's go.
Big shoutouts. Also, this is one of the worst goal angles in the run. Like, the entry angle on this sucks.
I basically could just hold neutral the whole way on that one. That was actually an awesome
setup.
was
such a sick setup, yeah. Made that look free. Trust me, that one sucks.
You're going to be playing the stage casually and paying a nice visit to the blue goal before promptly ditching it for the stunt goal, unfortunately. You know, the little meme of the person looking behind them at the other person. Like, hello, blue goal. Here we go. Blue goal's down here.
That's a red goal.
Banned.
Oh, sorry. I know too much. My fault.
There we go. Stunt goal's up there. We're good. And a lot of stages like this are, like, later into the run are just, like, big abstract shapes made of, like, bounce pads, ice, and whatever that there's not really, again, an intended way of reaching the goal. You just kind of figure out your own bounce pattern. And here we kind of have our own little bounce pattern that gets us all the way up to the stunt goal without having to take any extra steps. Very nice. I am going to go for a funny once here, even though I didn't practice it because I completely forgot about this strat, but I'm going to go for it once. I'm going to go for the IL strat.
The IL?
Yes.
Okay. That
almost.
No, not quite.
That is so hard because you are given so little time to react to where the goal is when you turn around at that wall. I'm not going to do it again.
Yeah, and you're hitting off of a curved object, so you get hit in a slightly different direction each time. It's...
Yeah. Like, you have to react. It's not like you can just set it up.
Mm-hmm.
Luckily, the regular strat is much less tight And one thing I kind of forgot to mention on a couple other stages is there's some stages where I'm clicking this button at the beginning that has a stunt goal icon on it. Most of the time when that happens, there's basically a mini like challenge that is added to the stage. In this case, it kind of turns it into a floor is lava challenge where these little white frame thingies that are normally the obstacle of the stage now become the only platforms that have non-death collision. Whoa, I'm out of here.
Oh.
Kind of got owned by that one. So,
gone.
The big scary squares that pound on the stage are your friends here as well. Basically, scary objects are your friend in this game a lot of the time. There's going to be another one later in World 9 that's pretty awesome.
This strat is really hard.
Yeah,
by
no.
the way.
this is the hardest strat in World 7 by a mile, I'd say. Hitting this, like, 1.0 wide object, we say 1.0 because it's exactly the same width of the ball. That's the units that we use, because that's the units that the game uses. But hitting this moving 1.0 object is really tight. It's quite hard to do off of this, like, kind of variable hit. Am I gonna make the same mistake again? No. Okay.
Aw.
We're gonna get out of this, that's fine. Gotta get the nice forward fling, slow down, boom. That was not.
That looks better.
Let's
take a bounce.
Easily.
You're good. Nice. Woo. We're out of there.
8 friends. You know 8 bracelets.
8 friends.
Now get ready for 8 friends.
There's like 4 references in the name of this level. It truly just truly a deep cut. Also, this level's awesome.
We are going to be visiting the 9th friend though. Hello, you see him? Colin O. Shoutouts to Colin O.
There he is. He's got a goal. He went in the goal.
Is that the Colin O dude's tongue? I don't want to think about that.
You know, why would you? I don't know why you felt the need to say that. I'm gonna be so real right
sorry.
now.
I've given everyone in chat nightmare fuel.
That's awful.
Alright, I'm gonna go for a very silly strat here that I don't normally go for in PvE attempts once. There's these...
Oh, this strat's fire.
There's these little spinny decorative stars that are going around a lot of the 180-degree half-pipes in this level. And, oh, actually, I didn't set myself up for it. I'm gonna retry here so I can set myself up for it properly. You can get a really precise hit on them because they're pretty thin if you hit one in midair that allows you to completely bypass the whole stage and get to the stunt goal instantly. But it's really, really hard to hit. And also, it's just like, oh, this isn't working, is it?
Yeah, that's...
Okay, you know what?
No.
We're just gonna bail and we're just gonna play.
Just go. Yeah, but essentially what Nebo was trying to do there was end up on the other side of the scoop so they could get hit up by the star as it's coming up from the left side. And there are 2 things that make it suck. Number 1, the star, like, the part that you're hitting is black and the bottom of the background is black, so it's really hard to see what you're getting hit by. Oh, you're going for it again. Okay.
Well, I didn't even get to go
You can
for
see-
it once. Whoa, I got it, I think.
Oh, wait, you got it? Hold on.
Try the extra bounce.
Hold on, hold on, hold
Oh,
on.
this is not enough distance, I think.
No!
You see the vision now.
You see the vision, yeah.
Alright, we're gonna go for the normal strat here, which is much longer and still really scary because we have to get a really high speed goal entry after like 50 seconds of gameplay, but it is much more consistent. So we'll be taking that out here. And Helix, if you wanted to give any shout outs, this is a good stage to do that. Any normal?
I want to just thank everyone for all the support that's been flying from this chat lately. Remember that all your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bits tiered on the GDQ Twitch channel help support Games on Quick Hotfix. We really appreciate all the support. Thank you all so much for watching, for supporting. It means a lot.
Hitting off the decorative object here, and oh, barely made it into the goal. I needed every bit of diagonals I could get there. And here we're gonna be playing a little Smash Bros. Melee here. We have to break 3 purple targets, which are in harder to reach locations than the red targets, which is why that's the tied with the stunt goal. So here we're gonna get one up here. Turn around, there's another on this wall here that we can hit. And then my favorite one, number 3. Incoming. Bottom
Underside, bam!
It's just faster. Boom. And into World
And it
8.
just lets you get straight into the goal. Ooh, okay. World 8 is by far the hardest split in the run. There is a lot of shenanigans that take place in this world. Even starting off immediately with closed circuit. This level used to be a lot harder. There was a safer strat that was found relatively recently, but it's still really hard.
Yeah, there's just a lot of keeping track of how much distance you have in your head and judging how far you are from things. Like, there's no 3D depth perception in this. Like, I don't have 3D glasses on or anything, but you have to just be able to tell how far away things are by just knowing how big an object is and seeing how far it is away in the game.
Yep.
And here we're going to be using a little bit of the tech that Goobs mentioned during the Gaiden run, where we're going to be doing diagonals in order to basically have slight moon gravity on the way up, and then mostly neutrals on the way down when we're going into this portal, in order to gain more and more height out of every single wormhole entry.
So clean.
Get up to the stunt goal.
Oh, that was impressive.
Yeah, that...
All of this has been impressive, though.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite looking strats in the entire run. Big fan of that one. And on Skyline, the whole gimmick with the stunt goal is you might notice, like, Neba just went by a lever platform with a button on it. Those buttons fling you upwards, and to get the stunt goal, you are not allowed to use any of those buttons. So
yeah,
you see they're just using a bunch of just bounce pads scattered throughout the level.
Yeah, the
what were you
stunt
gonna
goal
say,
gets locked in a cage if you end up using any of those buttons and you can't get it anymore.
Yep. Unless you phase through the cage. Smile.
Oh. Where's the stunt goal? Where is it?
I don't know.
Hello?
Oh, hey, I found it.
I found it. Guys.
Wait, guys, I see it.
I found Waldo.
What?
All right.
Let's go.
No way.
This one's going to need a little bit of explaining here. This level's called Raise the Roof because every single time I hit that roof there, it goes upwards and it rises up. And after the third roof hit, we're going to see a little bit of a fun explosion, and then I have to hit an upside-down button. It's not specifically the upside-down one that you have to hit, but there's a bunch of different buttons out here that you have to hit in order to unlock the stunt goal. And I'm specifically going to be going for this upside-down one because it sets really nicely into this double bounce pad hit that we can then use to get into the gap that that button opened up and then slam into the stunt goal. That is one of my
just
favorite.
so clean. Like
this game.
And immediately following that, we have the hardest stage in the run, high ice mining. So you might notice that stunt goal on the pickaxe. Is that working?
We're gaming. No!
No!
That was such a good setup.
Yeah, that ramping specifically into that little 1.0 edge of the platform is so hard.
Yeah, it's a very tiny thing that you're hitting, and then it also has the same thing that I mentioned on Wind the Gap, where you're given very little time to react to where the goal is, but this one, like, saves so much more time that you just kind of have to go for it. I'd say you don't have to go for it, but it saves enough time where it's worth going for because it saves time second try. Whoa!
And the other strats on this level are also insanely hard, so it's just kind of
this
like
is just
you
one
cut
of the
your
hardest,
losses.
No matter what you're doing, this is one of the hardest stunt goals to get in the run.
For sure, yeah.
Yeah, this is... yeah. It's also the fact that there's so many curved objects here. Like, curved objects are just inherently give you slight variance every time you hit them because of a little thing that we generally refer to as collision priority, where the order of the way that the triangles are checked in this game is functionally random, but, like, specific to the stage. So if you end up hitting, like, they'll always be checked in the same order, but it's not always, like, the order that it looks like you're going to be hitting them in. So sometimes when you're going at a ramp, you just get, like, slightly different speed because you did or didn't hit a triangle because you either did or didn't hit it on a specific frame. It's weird. A little hard to explain, but it's like pseudo randomness in terms of how much speed you get out of a ramp. Most of the time, it's something you can counteract, though, by just reacting to how much speed you get.
Yep.
I like to bring up this strat here as one of the hardest goal entries in the run, even though it's the slowest goal entry in the run. Like the single slowest. It's just...
yeah, it's a combination of where the goal is placed. Oh, wow.
Yep.
And how it's angled. So, like, the goal is slightly below the top of the platform, so you do actually... you have to angle, like, directly over the platform and curve back into it in a way. It's really, really difficult.
Gonna be using a bunch of speed into that bounce pad, and are we up? We're up. Oh, okay, we're good.
Hi.
That party ball almost destroyed you.
If it was feeling mean, it could have ended your whole career for sure.
We're gonna use this big xylophone here to build up a bunch of speed. Shout out to percussionists, by the way. Percussion looks so hard to play. I've tried it a little bit. It's like freaking hard.
Goal.
World 9.
This is my favorite theme in terms of visuals in the entire pack. I love World 9. Song's really good too.
Yeah, and the last 3 splits of this run are all, like, I mean, the whole run is high action, but these last 3 splits especially are, like, definitely a step up from the rest of the run in terms of difficulty for, like, your average strat. This is one of the hardest strats in the run right here, is, like, this little maneuver that we have to do around these saw blades. And then, as I mentioned on Wrecking Balls earlier, dangerous objects in this pack are your friends, so we're going to be turning around here and using this guy. And never mind, that guy's not my friend.
Get trolled.
He's not invited to my birthday party.
That does happen sometimes. And I feel obligated since we're on Salt Factory. Shout out to Meat Boy. Meat Boy's a fire game.
Yeah, that's the reference in the stage's name.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, yeah, another SMB game.
Yep. Oh, yeah. I forgot SMB. Yeah, wait, hold on.
Game's cool. There we go.
There we go.
I'm getting the invite ready for it to go back to my birthday party.
It's really that easy. You just have to let Nambo in the goal, and then you can go to their birthday party.
This is another one that I forgot about. This big, scary, spinny fan blade is normally going to kill you, but that was not enough distance. But we're just going to use it to get all the speed that we need to reach the stunt goal, which is on that big, like, arm that's extending above the stage to the left there. I'm going to use that bounce pad. Again, purple bounce pad, always useful. This is a weird angle. GG, side goal.
I can't believe you just did that. Oh my gosh.
Got a little bit of a ground movement stage here. One of the very few in the pack. Leaning Tower is also kind of a ground movement stage, but you wouldn't know watching the RTA because we kind of just bypassed the whole thing.
What just killed you?
Question mark? Just not
Super
not
Monkey Ball!
I use a little bit of a timing in order to line up these nanobots here so I can go through that little circle pattern cleanly.
Very nice.
Nice.
Getting enough height to get to the stunt goal there is another, like, kind of technical thing. And here we have a sequel to that stage earlier, like in World 1, where you're kind of choosing which side to play on. Here, the stage chooses what side to play on for you, and it keeps swapping back and forth. If I touch the red at all, I die, but...
Right, and also... The stunt goal button there at the start of that level made the entire animation of the level 1.5 times faster.
Yep.
So it made the obstacle spin faster, and it made the side switch 1.5 times faster as well.
Is it 1.5? I thought it was 2.
Is it 2? It might be 2.
I don't remember.
It didn't feel like 2, but it might be 2.
I thought it was.
I mean, you made the level.
Yeah, but I also I just used the double speed thingy that's like on the double speed buttons in the base game. No,
okay, then it's probably 2 then.
I got jump scared there. Here, there's these buttons that flip these drawbridges, and it's supposed to be this like puzzle level about getting to the top. I am not doing this right. It's supposed to be a puzzle level about like flipping the drawbridges up and down and having the wormholes at specific angles, but we're just going to bypass it by purposely getting hit by a drawbridge while it's moving. And you can't really see it until it hits you. There we go, boom. Kind of off screen there, but that is the drawbridge that we're getting hit by. And okay.
Goal. Yeah.
Which is like every single goal entry in this run is something that you have to think about. It's like you don't really get a moment to breathe, even when you're on a quote-unquote easy stage. It's like there still are hard goal entries just about everywhere.
Yup.
It's part of
because of the speed you're entering most of the goals at, the collision can decide to just be mean to you sometimes. Like, it is a lot harder to be very precise with where you're aiming.
Just using the geometry of the stage here to get up to this little pole here that has a stunt goal on it, right near the blue goal. Don't tell me that goal is green. I've had enough.
You know, I wasn't even gonna say anything, but maybe I will now.
Here's another.
If you say blue goal in World 10, you have something coming is all I'm gonna say.
This is another, the goal is behind you, but this one's really hard because you have to manage your speed really well in order to not get hit by anything.
First try foosball is crazy. That strat is so hard.
And this is one of the largest stages in the run, but we have a very nice hold-up setup here where you just neutral flick right there in order to dodge a little downwards hit there. Dodge to the side, and then... Oh, I messed up that double hit.
Slightly too far forward.
Yeah, you kind of... We're using the deterministic physics and making it so that just by holding the same direction, the same thing happens every time, which is normally used in pause strats, but this run is pauseless, so most of the time it doesn't come up, but here is a specific circumstance where it does come up. We're going to be hitting that little slant there in order to get up to this big, grand stunt goal platform and entering the goal at over 300 miles an hour, like you do, or getting owned by it and having to take the Jeopardy
entering
walk
at about
shame.
52 miles an hour.
I call these Jeopardy walks because usually they're so long that I get to sing the whole Jeopardy theme before they finish.
Yeah, that's another thing too. Running this category at a high level is crazy because you can just have something like that happen and like there goes 10 seconds. Like you just barely miss aim and it's like, well, it's over.
Yeah, this is a perfect example of that as well because this is a really hard goal entry that is 30 seconds into the stage. So we have
this strat is so cool.
These wormholes all loop to the beginning of the stage, hence the pun shooting stars because they shoot you out of the beginning of the stage. And we're using those wormholes to get as much height as possible, bouncing that purple bounce pad, again, useful. And these goals are spinning, which is what makes them so hard to get into. And boom! First try.
Very nice.
Good start to World 10. We will be taking that momentum and getting it deathless, surely.
That would be awesome.
We do have one of the hardest stages in the run coming up here, Ring Scrambler. Shoutouts to Goobs for inventing this strat, by the way, just one of the flashiest strats in the run. The goal of the stage here is we're going to be clicking the stunt goal button here, which doubles the speed of the stage, or 1.5 if I don't know, actually.
It's probably double. It's probably double.
And we have to hit all 4 of these little targets on the wall. And Goobs found this really efficient strat, and I messed it up there. This really efficient but hard to nail strat because of how much speed management it involves, and it's very unintuitive to know like how much speed you need into every single hit. But we're going to be trying to just rocket from button to button without interacting with the actual stage at all. Not interacting with the stage is surprisingly good for us. You know, you need a healthy dose of that in speedrunning. That is too much speed again. I do need to do this strat in order to finish the run. This isn't like a bonus that I don't normally go for. We will be.
This is another one of the like hardest strats in the run though. That looks better.
That is good.
Very nice.
Not enough distance.
Oh, not quite.
The hard thing here is like it's not just like undershoot, overshoot. It's like the first half, in order to not undershoot that middle jump in the, like right there, you have to like not undershoot or overshoot. You can miss both directions.
Good. There we go.
That is perfect.
All right.
That's like the super hard part. This ending is not trivial at all. Boom.
That works.
Doesn't quite get me up there. Can improv this though. Just hit one of these things and
oh,
we're good. Just hit this ring again. We're good.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Luckily, the stunt goal button makes those rings spin exceedingly fast, so it's really easy to get a lot of height from that. Here's the case where you can actually see exactly what the stunt goal button does. Goodbye, walls. It is so much harder to do this stage without the walls because you have to be able to turn using only the little bevels in the ground rather than the big walls that you can just kind of hit. Oh, back up. Hold on.
No way. No chance. No chance.
No way.
And hit that. Oh, no! I didn't hit the bevel.
Okay.
I almost recovered that.
That's all right though, because the actual strat on this is one of my favorite looking strats in the entire run. Because like these gamma bursts, I guess you would call them, look like they're just so giant, and here you go flying over one of them.
Yeah, you kind of go over the top right corner of it.
Yeah.
This is another stage where there's not really like an intended way of even beating the blue goal. It's just kind of figure out some kind of bounce pattern that works. But the stunt goals are on top of these big like pole structures that you can see to my left here. We're going to be getting a whole bunch of speed. Double bevel hits are really useful for getting a lot of height at once out of a single like smack.
Oh my goodness.
And because those are both bounce pads, we're doubling the amount of momentum gain that we get from a bounce pad hit. So it's just so much extra speed. And here we have the sequel to Currents from earlier. These ones are fast no matter what. On Currents, we click a stunt goal button at the beginning of the stage to make the conveyor faster, but here in World 10, they're just fast no matter what, and we just gotta beat the stage like this. The first half of this is normal, but then we're gonna be turning around here and hitting this little triangle, and we have to go through this wormhole in order to switch what side we're on, because the goal is only on the purple side. Because the idea here is that what makes the stunt goal harder than the normal goal is that the stunt goal is on the side that the conveyor is going against you on, whereas the blue goal is on the side that the conveyor is going with you on, and that's how you beat the stage casually. I mean, that jump isn't how you beat the stage casually, but you know, you get the idea. Here, this stage, you're kind of this is meant to be like a little puzzle stage where you're jumping between these big platforms. You can kind of see the intended movement for this first section, but after that, we're just completely sequence breaking everything and jumping across as much as we can, and I love how this strat looks.
This strat is super flashy for sure.
That's just like, my favorite thing about speedrunning is flashiness. Like that just, oh my god, I love just doing a thing that feels cool. Let's go.
Hitting off that.
I love how many of the strats here end up depending on like the extra geometry you just randomly placed. Not randomly, but that you've placed around these stages.
Yeah, and I didn't place them like, oh, this could probably make a strat. I just placed them in places that would look cool.
Also,
like,
speaking of.
Yeah, hello, Floaty.
Yeah, see?
And I'm going to be going for the
Also-
full skip here.
Yep.
Hit the back of this ring. Perfect.
I found this strat, smile.
Yay. All right, second to last stage of the run. This stage has a bunch of small references to a Kaizo pack that I also made called Supernova. And the idea of the name White Dwarf is that it's kind of like a pre-Supernova, a little prequel of sorts. We're going to be hitting off of Rockin' Rims here and getting into the stunt goal on top of one of the Supernova stars. And here we are on Impact. Time is when I go through the goal on this stage. It will happen with very high speeds. I'm going to be going for a slightly more difficult goal entry here for the finishing the marathon swag. Let's see if we can land it here. This is one of the biggest stages in the entire game, by the way. Just like massive racetrack, and the idea is that you have to play the stage fast because these giant shooting stars that destroy the stage behind you. But luckily the skip kind of goes too fast for any of them. All right, double hit here. Oh, I didn't get the double hit that I wanted, but I can still finish the run like this. Boom. All right, time's when I enter this goal, and time.
Time.
There we go.
Very nice. GG.
So
very, very well done. That was as entertaining as I expected it to be.
Big sub 50. Let's go.
Let's freaking go. Oh my gosh. So I'm gonna real quickly, just like after this run here, open up one of the menus so I can show the little collectible menu that I opened up before the run. Because now we have all the stunt goals, it'll show all the little icons in there. But while we're here at the end of the run, I would like to give a massive shout out to the entire Monkey Ball community, both parts of it, both the speedrunning community and the modding community. The speedrunning community is primarily on the Small World Discord server, which if you just go on speedrun.com, there's a link to it. And the custom level community is primarily on the custom level workshop, which if you just look up Monkey Ball Workshop, then you'll probably find the Discord link somewhere on Google there. So definitely, if any of this looked interesting to try out or whatever, then definitely look into those. We love having new peeps in the community. I'm gonna open up that menu I was just talking about here. Oh, so here's the achievement tracker, and we now have all the stunt goals, all 100 of them. GG.
GG.
Are there any shout outs you had, Gaiden?
No, not really. I think you covered everything.
Any more shout outs from you, Nambo?
Oh, one more person that contributed to the PAX development, actually. I'm going to real quickly pull up the World 7 background again. I didn't really get to show it because I was flying through the stages at Mach 20. But there's a little art piece in the background here that was made by my friend Shadow. I think her name is Shady Knight on Tumblr, but she does art. She's super cool. And my little profile picture on the side here is also done by her. So shout outs to her. That's all I had.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this. Thank you both, honestly. Thank you everyone who performed a run this weekend. Glock and My Toyota with our opener, Limey, Hatchet, M2K, T-Hurst Third, Teddy Ras, Tammy, myself, Icewindfly, Peas SMB, Snowball SMB, Zelna, Goobs, and of course you, Nambo. All absolutely phenomenal runs. Special shout out again to Limey, the other host and co-organizer of this event with myself.
Thank you both.
I'm really glad that we were finally able to do something like this. This has been an idea that we've had for a while because there are so many just amazing marble roller runs that do not always get a lot of attention. This one being a prime example of just look how ridiculous this run was.
Yeah. Like I had never seen like a lot of the other marble games as well, like Marble It Up, Marble Blast, 4D Golf. That run melted my brain.
Oh yeah, 4D Golf was... Please, if you have not seen that one, head over to youtube.com/GamesDoneQuick and subscribe so you can see that when the VOD goes up. If you missed that, you have to watch it. Required viewing, that is your homework. Like, wow.
Yeah, thank you for hosting this, and thank you for having both of us here.
Of course. Honestly, when we decided we were finally doing this, I was like, all right, we have to have all stunt goals. Like, we gotta. Yeah, thanks again also to the GDQ staff who helped us, put all this together. Takes a village for these sort of things. Make sure to follow the channel if you have not yet, to keep an eye out for SGDQ coming up in a little over a month. As for some other hotfix content you can see in the very near future, first of all, if you missed any of Day 2 of Marble Marathon, we will be replaying all of it right after this, so you can stick around, you can watch everything over again, and of course, VODs will be up on our YouTube channel. Next weekend, Sonic and the Sidekicks will be happening, June 1st and 2nd. Use !Sonic to take a look at that schedule. I'd be remiss if I didn't shout out my own hotfix show, Parallel Universe, along with Limey, the other host for that. That is coming up this Friday at 10 p.m. Eastern. But for our next regular programming coming up, excuse me, this Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern will be Awfully Silly. I was reading the wrong thing. Awfully Silly, Random Number Generation is the day after that. And then at 10 p.m. Eastern on Tuesday is Out of Bounds. Thank you all so much for supporting, for being here. I really appreciate it. I know Limey really appreciates it. We will see you all on Tuesday. Enjoy the replay, and we will catch you all later.